This is Cecil B. DeMille in Hollywood. From the stage of the Lux Radio Theater, I can visualize an audience that stretches around the world. With you of the armed forces go the hopes and prayers of your country. Indeed, the hopes and prayers of the world. But you're not alone. You march in the shadow of 130 million people who stand united behind you. And as one small symbol of this unity, we bring you these, well, let's say letters from home. Letters in the form of the same entertainment you might enjoy if you were at home. Tonight the play is Arise, My Love. And our two stars are here to speak to you now, Loretta Young and Ray Milland.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I wish tonight that I could offer you a telephone. And on the other end of the line might be all the mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers and sweethearts whose hearts have gone with you. But even if I can't do that, I can say one thing they would all say. America's proud of you.
Yes, Loretta, and proving that pride with planes and tanks and guns and ships produced in a never-ending line by America's industrial might. All those things say good luck better than words.
And right now, you'll hear the familiar words that say hello from home.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young and Ray Miland in Arise, My Love. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Arise, my love, my fair one, and come away. So pleaded the poet in the Song of Solomon. The modern twist is provided by the hero of tonight's play, who whispers it in the ear of his airplane every time he takes off. And modern is the word for Paramount's romantic thriller, Arise, My Love, which comes to this stage tonight decorated by two of the brightest stars in the Hollywood sky, Loretta Young and Ray Milland. Loretta is cast as a reporter, quite the loveliest reporter I've ever laid eyes on. And Ray, after many months with me in Reap the Wild Wind, returns to a part he played superbly in Arise, My Love. Like most exciting dramas, this is a story of boy meets girl. Boy aviator meets girl war correspondent, and begins a trail of adventure that leads from a Spanish prison to a torpedoed steamer in the Atlantic, with the war drums of the world playing the theme song of their romance. Just recently, the Lux Radio Theater, which Lux Toilet Soap brings together each week, this audience, has expanded rather considerably. The last row in the balcony used to be somewhere in northern Canada. Now it's somewhere in Australia, because the Lux Radio Theater, through shortwave and other facilities, is now heard by American armed forces all over the world. For many years, your support of our product has had a double reward: the enjoyment of these plays and the value of Lux Toilet Soap itself. But now to that double reward, a third has been added. Remember that you're the ones who keep this curtain going up every Monday night. And now you have the satisfaction of knowing that you're also helping raise a magic curtain for thousands of American boys far from home. So here's the first act of Arise, My Love, starring Ray Milland as Tom Martin and Loretta Young as Augusta Nash. Spain in the year 1939. The Civil War is over. Of the soldiers of fortune who came from all parts of the world to join in the conflict, only a few remain, waiting to be written off in a military prison near Madrid. One of these is the American aviator, Tom Martin. Sentenced to be shot, he spends his last few hours in a game of solitaire, while near the barred window a priest stands looking at him with sorrowful eyes. From the prison courtyard comes the thunder of the firing squad.
That was Oviedo. He flew in my squadron. I guess he never heard that volley. Lead travels faster than sound. Well, black tail on the red jack.
Oh, my son, let us stop this foolish game. You know what will happen at 5 o'clock.
Father, where's your tact? You know, I couldn't sleep last night trying to decide what my last words were going to be when I stand up out there. I sort of wavered between death to tyrants and long live liberty. But I finally decided to say it with music. What do you think of this? Looky, looky, looky! Here goes Cookie.
Please, my son. During these last few hours, isn't there anything I can do for you?
Yeah, give me some better cards.
My son, I am not of your religion, but within a few hours you must face your Creator. Examine your heart deeply. Do you find no repentance there and no regret?
Regret? You bet. I had one life, and what did I do? I wasted it in some palooka preliminaries in Spain, just before Hitler and Chamberlain warm up for the main event. I tell you, those Nazis know how to fly. And when I think of the fun I could have taking pot shots at those monkeys...
My son, let us set aside the question of repentance. There are still other matters. Are there no final instructions you wish to give? No last messages?
Well, here's my will. Here's the menu I've drawn up for my last meal. Some green turtle soup, a little squab with some wild rice, and a bottle of good Burgundy. And for dessert, a bubble dancer served with some soft music for the next cell.
I wish I were more competent to deal with your situation, my son. This is my first execution.
Well, don't worry, Father. It's mine, too. Red 9 and the black 10. Hey, that's not bad. Man. Who's that?
It is the prison guard.
Trata de un indulto.
What's he saying?
It concerns a pardon.
Who's been pardoned?
La esposa del prisionero ha tenido una audiencia esta mañana con las autoridades generales.
Not so fast. What was that, Padre?
Ya han firmado el indulto. La señora espera a su esposo en el despacho del comandante de la prisión.
Bendito sea Dios.
Look, Padre, I don't want to intrude, but is that my pardon he's talking about?
Yes, my son, an interview was granted by the highest military authorities. Your wife has.
My wife?
Yes. They have listened to the entreaties of your wife. It is a full pardon. She's waiting for you in the office of the governor of the prison.
My wife is waiting in the governor's office?
Yes.
Vamos, enseguida. Por aquí.
Come, my son, quickly. What a blessed outcome. This is a miracle, my son. A glorious miracle.
Oh, it's a miracle, all right. Because strictly between you and me, Padre, I haven't got a wife.
Pase usted.
Go in, my son. Go in.
Sure.
Tom. Oh, Tom, it's you. It's your funny old face.
Huh?
Let me look at you, darling. Oh, you look pale. You've lost weight.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, Governor, look at him. He's completely dazed.
Huh?
Darling, don't you understand? You're free. Your wife is here, Augusta. Haven't you got a kiss for her?
Oh, sure.
Darling. Oh, darling, it's been so long.
One moment, Senora Marti.
Oh, yes, Governor.
Senor Marti, my superior has seen fit to show you clemency. He did so because of the pleadings of your wife. But before that pardon will take effect, you must give to us your written pledge to leave this country at once and never to take up arms against the gate.
Oh, once he's out of here, he'll never come back. Tom, you promise, don't you, darling?
Oh, me? Oh, sure.
Good. And now, one thing more. Is this your passport, Senor Martin, your photograph?
Well, it looks like it.
It says here, Thomas Fuller Martin, born June 22nd, 1906, Cleveland, Ohio.
That's me.
It also says unmarried.
Oh, does it?
Oh. Oh, so that's how you got abroad. That's how you managed to enlist. Why, Governor, they never would have taken him if they'd known he was married. That's why he did it.
Yes, that's why I did it.
Huh?
Tom leaving me in New York in an apartment with back rent and one child and another one on the way.
No!
Oh, Tom, I hate you. Maybe I shouldn't have come for you at all. Maybe we'd be better off if they'd shot you.
Senor.
There you are, Governor. Now you can see why I ran away. Always crying, always hysterical. Now listen, baby, with you bawling like this, I'm not sure I wouldn't rather face the firing squad.
Oh, Tom, you don't love me.
Why, sure I do.
No, you
Sure
don't.
I do, baby. Now don't cry.
Of course he does, senor. You will leave at once, senor.
Thanks, Governor.
Oh,
Father, you come with me. We'll see if the papers are drawn up. Yes,
oh, thank you. Oh, darling.
Say, who in blazes are you?
Shh, for heaven's sake, be careful if you don't want two people shot instead of one. They might be listening.
But what is this? What gives out?
Shh, you're just doing me a favor.
Doing you a favor?
Yes.
I am?
I'm Augusta Nasser of the Associated News. I thought it'd make a great story.
What?
A beat, a headline, an exclusive story, don't you see?
Well, But why pick me?
It had to be an American for the American papers. You can see that.
Oh, sure.
Well, you don't mind, I hope.
Oh, no. I'm glad to be of service.
Oh, darling.
Oh, I am sorry, senor. I hope we haven't come back too soon.
Oh, no, it's quite all right.
Yes, I've entirely forgiven her.
Yes.
You have forgiven her. After all she has done for you.
Oh, an amazing girl, my wife.
You will sign here.
Yes, never under any circumstances to engage in any activity connected with Spain. Look, Governor, I'm kind of a music lover. Is it all right if I listen to Carmen now and then?
Tom, aren't you cute?
Oh, yeah.
May I lend you my car, senor?
Oh, thank you. No, I've hired one. It's waiting outside. We're catching the plane for Paris.
Paris.
Come on, Tom. Now tell the governor you've had a lovely time. And thank
Well-
you for everything.
Thank you, Governor, and goodbye. Take care of Adolf.
Adolf?
Yes, I've shared my cell for the past 6 months with Adolf. He's a rat, but very smart. I taught him to hold up his paw like that.
That's enough, Tom.
Ah.
He never knows what he's saying, Governor. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on, driver, shake it up, will you? Velos.
Si, senor.
All right, lady. Now, how did you get away with it?
Well, it was simple. A wedding ring was all the makeup I needed.
But weren't there millions of guards? How'd you get in?
After waiting 3 days in the anteroom for an interview, I had to whip up a feint.
Then came a couple of hours crying.
Yes, sirree. His Excellency cried like a baby. I had to blow his nose while he was signing the pardon.
Well, that ought to tickle the readers of that, what was the name of that paper you write for?
Associated News. 400 of them, New York to San Francisco.
All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll subscribe to each one for 6 months.
If you'd take 3 subscriptions to each, I could get 400 scooters. Hey, what kind of a church makes a sound like that?
That's no church. That's the alarm bell at the prison.
What? Oh, don't tell me something slipped up after all the trouble I've taken.
Hey, driver, what's the matter?
Every car must stop when the alarm sounds, senor.
Why?
Regulation. Some prisionero escape, maybe. Oh, don't get out, senor.
Listen, driver, we gotta get to the airport pronto.
I cannot drive, senor.
Well, I can. Beat it.
Oh, no, the regulation.
Come on, or I'm have to bounce you one.
You let go.
All right, brother.
Oh, well, hurry up, come on.
Sit tight. There's the airport.
Listen, there's a car behind
As long
us.
as it's still behind us, it's okay. See that plane over there? When I stop, get in and get in fast.
Look, soldiers.
Here we go. Get set. Go on, get in the plane.
Hey, my typewriter.
Oh, for the love of, get in there.
Here comes the mechanic.
Hello, mechanic.
Hey, they're shooting at us.
Get in.
I'm in.
Well, hold on. Here we go. All right. Now, here comes my little prayer.
What prayer?
Forwards when I take off. The Song of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 13. Arise, my love, my fair one, and come away. Well, you can sit up now. We're out of range. Come on, get up. Don't be so scared.
You think I'm scared?
Yeah.
Well, I was. I was scared the story was petering out. You know, this comes in mighty handy. I needed a good climax. I'm delighted.
You don't know how good the climax is.
Huh?
We've got exactly 47 gallons of gas. This ship does 2 miles to the gallon. That's 94 miles. It's 120 to the French border.
You mean we might have to land in Spain?
Well, if we get a slight tailwind, we may be able to glide the difference. Gliding twixt life and death. That ought to make pretty good reading, don't you think?
Yeah. Oh, I'd probably have thought of it anyway.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You mind if I get out my typewriter? I want to get a good start.
Go ahead. There's a little cotton wool for us to hide in for a while.
Yeah. We hid in the clouds, a sanctuary of whipped cream.
Oh, is that the sort of stuff you write, Augusta? And why don't you rewrite your name, Augusta? It's like talking to a battleship.
Well, they call me Gusto. For 3 years, I've had a column. In Paris with Gusto.
Haven't I seen it someplace?
No. It's a fashion column. Flash. Chiffon makes comeback. Flash. Suzanne scoops skunk corsets.
Oh, now listen, don't tell me this story's going to be what the well-dressed fugitive is wearing.
No, sirree. From now on, it's front page features for me with a byline, syndicated and copyrighted. Well, let's get started. Thomas Martin. Hey, what was that middle name of yours?
Thomas Fuller Martin.
Ah.
Sometimes known as Thomas Fuller Malarkey.
I'll bet.
Look, Gusto, why not be practical, huh? What's the use of writing that stuff now? If this is going to be our last hour, well, why not spend it like sensible people, huh?
For instance?
Well, you might move over and kiss the lobe of my ear.
Thanks.
Just here, and gently, without breathing down my neck. You see, I'm a little ticklish.
Uh-huh.
You know, Gusto, it's a funny thing that you of all people should be sitting beside me. You're precisely my type.
Yeah? How long were you in that prison?
10 months.
Well, after 10 months in jail, anything would be your type.
No. It's you, really. You know, Gusto, there are 3 ways of approaching a woman.
Hmm?
The first one winds between rose bushes and forget-me-nots to the song of nightingales. It takes about 6 months.
Yes?
The second way is all dusty with deep understandings, good fellowship, common interests. That takes about 6 weeks. But the third way is a shortcut.
Uh-huh. The last time a man tried a shortcut, I bit his nose.
Why, Gusto.
Hey, Hey, look. There's a plane.
You're wrong, Gusto. There are 3 planes. 1 over there and 2 up on top.
Can they see us?
No. All that can happen is when they start swooping, they might dent our fenders.
Hit us? Well, can't you do something?
Sure. We'll take a little dive into that cloud bank down there. Wait till they start shooting at us.
They're shooting now. I can see the puff of smoke.
Take a deep breath and yell.
What for? What?
Take another one. There I go. Fine.
Oh.
How do you feel?
Oh, fine. But I left my stomach up there. What's the matter? Where we hit?
That's what they think, I hope. They lose a good hour looking for our wreckage down below.
Say, you're pretty clever, aren't you?
Yeah, now that's what I was trying to tell you. Now to get back to those 3 ways,
Look
huh?
here, Mr. Martin. Don't sneak up on me.
Oh, Gusto.
Now get away, Martin.
Now listen.
I'll bite your nose.
You just try it. Ow!
There they are, just getting off the train. Hey, Gusto. Hey, Mr. Martin, this way. Listen, you newsreel guys all set up?
All ready, monsieur.
Gusto!
Hello, boss.
Stand right here, Gusto. Every paper in Paris wants pictures and newsreels. Mr. Martin, right here, please.
What for?
This is my boss, Mr. Phillips.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's go. Now, quiet, everybody.
Look at the camera. Smile, please. Now.
Miss Nash, as European head of the Associated News, it is my great privilege to welcome you after an exploit as brilliant as it was daring. You thrilled the hearts of millions of readers with your story, which appeared exclusively with the Associated News in 400 papers. Congratulations, Miss Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I'm glad I was able to do my bit for a fellow American and the Associated News.
And now let me congratulate you, Mr. Martin.
Thanks.
Oh, I notice your face is bandaged. We hope the injury's not serious.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Well, maybe you'll tell us all about it, Mr. Martin.
Sure. I ran into an iceberg.
Huh?
Yeah, and she bit me on the nose. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to bow out of this 3-ring circus. Miss Nash, thanks. Whatever thanks life is worth. So long.
Hey, Mr. Martin. Come back here, Mr. Martin. Well, what's the matter with him?
Hey, Tom! Tom, it's us.
Hey, how are you, Pink? How are you, Chef?
Well, hello, Tom. How are you?
Say, am I glad to see you guys?
Glad to see you, too. So they didn't get you after all.
No. How about you, Chef? How'd you get out of it?
Well, they shot us down off the coast near Barcelona.
Yeah, a British cruiser came along and took us to Marseille.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Isn't that one of my suits?
Yeah, that's right.
So is this, too.
Yeah, you see, we didn't think you'd have any use for it, so we claimed your trunk.
Yeah, we wanted something to remember you by. Something that had been very close to you.
Well, how about a couple of pair of shorts?
Oh, we're wearing those, too.
Oh, you are, huh? Well, come on, let's get to a hotel.
Oh, sure. There's a swell one just down the road.
Mr. Martin, where are you? Mr.
Listen,
Martin.
if he wants to go, let him go.
Well, now, what's the idea, Gusto? Why'd he walk out on us?
Oh, it's just his nose.
Well, nose or no nose, we need that guy. They've telephoned from New York. They're hot for more stuff on him.
I wired 1,000 words.
Well, they want 50,000. We've got to get it for them.
Now, look, Mr. Martin and I had a slight misunderstanding. He tried a shortcut.
Judas, H. Iscariot, woman. First you yammer that you want to write something better than that fashion drool. Finally, you get a break. Do you put your teeth into it?
Yeah, that was the trouble.
A bath, a clean pair of socks, a hotel in Paris. Oh, boy, have I been dreaming about this.
Hey, I see in the paper they finally found somebody to play Scarlett O'Hara.
Yeah?
Yeah, and it looks like the Yankees in the American League again.
Say, if we miss that World Series again this year... Oh, well, of course, that all depends on the rabbits.
Those rabbits. Those rabbits.
What rabbits?
Oh, Shep's mother runs a rabbit farm in New Jersey, and she promised to send over passage money.
Yeah, as soon as the rabbits cooperate a little.
Hey, are you serious? You guys want to go home, honestly?
You bet.
Back to Mama, huh? Back under the old stove like a pair of wet galoshes. Say, why did you guys come over here in the first place?
Me? Well, I came over because I'm a hero. Flash Gordon.
Well, what do you want us to do? The war's all over.
You mean the first round's over?
You heard what Hitler said over the radio, didn't you? I have but 3 desires in my heart. Peace, peace, and peace.
Yeah, and the next day he took Czechoslovakia. Tomorrow it'll be Poland, Romania, Hungary. We'll get another crack at those big boys. War is coming, and I can smell it.
Romania. Say, that reminds me, Shep. Do you think Tom would go for that Romanian gal on the first floor?
I'm not interested.
She's got the cutest lisp.
Yeah, she had, but she left yesterday for Bucharest.
Oh, she did she? How do you know?
Well,
Will you shut up and stop talking about women? Self-control. That's all they think about. They're nothing but a bunch of stuffy, chilly, self-centered... They bore the living bejabbers out of me. I don't want to ever see one again. Hello.
say, what happened to you while you were in prison?
Nothing.
Okay. Tom, the desk for you.
Yeah, let me have it. Hello? Who? Where? Well, send her up. Yahoo!
Hey, Hey, what goes?
Hey, beat it, fellas. Outside, quick. I got an appointment here.
Yeah, who?
Listen, will you, fellas, I'll say this for women. You never know. After what happened, I figured she was about as human as a mermaid in a municipal fountain. So what happens? The phone rings, the mermaid wants to kiss and make up. Just like that.
It's that newspaper woman, huh?
Mind your own business and get out of here.
Well, keep your nose down on the turns.
Both of you out.
Good fishing job.
Go on.
Hello.
Beat it, beat it. Well, come in, Augusta. This is the pleasantest surprise I've ever had.
I might as well tell you, I had to come.
You did?
Uh-huh.
Well.
There's too much unfinished business between us.
Oh, that's the way I feel, too.
I've got to know everything about you, every detail.
Well, I'm at your complete disposal. How about a little drink first?
No. No, I want my mind to be as clear as a bell.
Uh-huh. Well, a little music, huh?
Oh, come on now, Tom. Let's concentrate. This story's got to go to New York tomorrow.
Why, Gusto. What story?
Story of your life.
Lesson, is that what you came up here for?
Well, what did you think?
Oh, this is fine.
And now, about your early years. Any bright childhood sayings?
My mother was a manic depressive, and my father had decided homicidal tendencies.
I shouldn't be surprised. You were born in Cleveland, weren't you?
Yes, Miss Nash, I was born in Cleveland, but tonight I'm in Paris. And they have a guillotine here for people who work at this hour. It's 8 o'clock.
10 of.
All right, it's 10 hours. But on the Champs-Élysées, the lights are bursting into bloom. Women all set for their rendezvous stand putting perfume behind their ears. And you expect me to sit here and tell you what happened when I was in knee pants?
Anything of interest?
Miss Nash, have you ever been to Maxime's?
Tourist stuff.
That sort of place doesn't mean anything to you? Red plush and gilt and women's shoulders, the fireworks of crepe Suzette and a wine card so big you can hide behind it.
L'amour.
All right, l'amour. But I'm devoting my first evening to it. Also my second, my third, and my fourth.
That's an awful lot of amour.
I was in jail an awful long time. Miss Nash, I reserved a table for 9 o'clock.
Well, I won't go, Mr. Martin.
You won't go?
No.
Who invited you? I'm meeting a lady there.
Oh. Oh, with perfume behind her ears?
Well, as a matter of fact, she's a Romanian, and she's got the cutest lisp.
Is that so?
All right, Augusta, that's enough. Now beat it.
All right. I'll come back tomorrow morning.
I'd better warn you. The last time I stepped out in Paris was on a Monday. I didn't get home until Thursday.
Oh, now, come on, Tom. This is no joke. I have a deadline to meet.
And I have to meet life and love with arms outstretched.
You know, when we were in that plane, I had a hunch you were a stinker. Now I'm sure of it.
Oh-ho. And just when I was about to make a very soft-hearted suggestion.
What?
You know anything about Romanians?
No.
Well, they've no sense of time, whatever. And the lady I'm meeting tonight is notoriously late, even among Romanians. Now, if you want to come along to Maxime's, I can give you the time until she arrives.
I get it. I take notes between the plush and the crepe Suzette.
And when the lady comes, I expect you to run along like a good little girl. Only run quickly, will you?
Sure. Don't worry, Mr. Martin. There will be no Balkan entanglements.
In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Loretta Young and Ray Milland, will return in Act 2 of Arise, My Love. It's June, college commencement time. Time for sweet girl graduates to get their degrees. A group of them are coming down the aisle.
Oh, look at Mary Smith. Isn't she lovely? There's something about her, all right. You know, she and Bill Thomas are engaged.
It's a few days later, and Mary is walking down another aisle.
Mary, I'm the luckiest man in the world. I just want to make you happy forever.
That's the way men feel about girls like lovely young Mary. Girls who have that most appealing of charms, soft, smooth, adorable skin. But there's something about a lovely complexion that always makes masculine hearts beat faster. Clever girls know this. And they know, too, that gentle white Lux toilet soap gives skin protection it needs for beauty. Lux toilet soap has active lather that removes stale cosmetics and every trace of dust and dirt thoroughly. Yet the touch of this creamy lather on the skin is gentle as a caress. Protect your own precious complexion with active lather facials. The same care famous Hollywood stars use every day. You just pat Lux toilet soap's active lather lightly in. Rinse with warm water, then with cool, and pat gently dry with a soft towel. Now, touch your skin. See how exquisitely smooth it feels, how fresh it looks. Try this Lux toilet soap care regularly for 30 days. You'll agree with lovely women everywhere who say,
It's Lux toilet soap for me. The Hollywood stars use it. I use it, too.
Let regular care with this pure, fine complexion soap help you keep your skin beautifully soft and smooth. Get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap tomorrow. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of Arise, My Love, starring Ray Milland as Tom Martin and Loretta Young as Augusta Nash. Maxime's is jammed to the doors. At the far end of the bar, Tom sits waiting for his mythical Romanian lady, while Gusto takes down the story of his life.
Now, that time you took off with a hot dog stand mixed up in your landing gear, was that your only serious accident?
Except when I broke my legs.
Oh, when was that?
When I jumped off the barn with Mother's umbrella for a parachute.
Oh, that's wonderful. That goes way back in the beginning. Let me see.
Look, do you believe in give and take?
Within limits.
Well, how about me asking you a question now? In fact, asking for some advice.
Shoot.
Well, you see, the lady who's coming, the last time we saw each other, we had quite a bit of a row. I guess it was my fault. She seemed to get the impression that I was abrupt, kind of out of control.
Oh, not you.
Well, tell me, Gusto, you're smart. How could I erase a footprint that looks as though it was left by a heel?
Well, that sounds almost human.
Well, you see, I'm crazy about the girl. She's swell, really, only, well, she's got standards, and you know me.
Yeah. Well, let's see. When she comes, and after you've dined and danced, well, why hide behind the wine card?
What do you suggest?
Oh, a change of pace. Take her out of here. Out where there's a breeze and some stars. Find an old cab and drive up a cobbled street in Montmartre. Don't talk. No, not even a word. Just sit and wait.
How long?
Well, count the clop, clop, clop of the horses' hooves on the cobbles. Count to 1,000. And then possibly, now just possibly, mind you, kiss her.
Waiter,
Monsieur?
get me a cab and have it wait outside.
Monsieur.
Of course, the lady being Romanian, they loathe horses.
Look, about this dancing, do you think it's absolutely essential? You see, my waltz is bad, but my rumba's a public scandal.
I'll just hold her tight and let the music tell you.
Uh-huh. You wouldn't care to help me brush up a little?
Sure. But if she comes...
Oh, I'll keep an eye on the door now. Come on.
Say, you're not bad at all.
Yeah? Wait till I hit a downdraft.
The music's nice.
You having a good time?
Oh, yes.
Me too. You know, I almost wish my Romanian wasn't coming at all.
Say, wait a minute. It's 10 o'clock.
Is it?
Yes, isn't she late? Even for a very late Romanian?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe she isn't coming at all.
Maybe.
Maybe she doesn't even exist.
Maybe.
And maybe I walked into a trap.
Gusto.
Maybe I even helped to build it.
Yes, Gusto, you saw?
You bet I am. We could have had dinner a whole hour ago.
$995, 96, 97, 98, 99, 1,000. Come here, Gusto.
Oh, Tom, don't. Now that's enough, please. You cheated. I only made it 910.
Well, I couldn't wait. Do you mind?
No. No, hold me tight. Till we get to the corner down below.
Why, what's at the corner?
My hotel, that's where I leave you.
Yeah? Like fun, you do.
Oh, now, Tom, I'm sorry. I've had a grand time, really. Not just this evening. I mean, well, ever since I first met you. You and your cheap Romanian tricks. Oh, Tom, I've loved every second of it.
Oh, Gusto, come here.
No, please don't.
Well, listen, you tell me you like me, and in the same breath you say you're walking out. Now, what sort of a woman are you?
I'm a career woman. I've got my foot in a door that I've been pounding against for years, and I'm not going to let anything turn me away from it.
Well, what has that got to do with us?
Well, I know me. Now, some people get a slight case of love. All they need is an aspirin and a hot water bottle, and then, well, it's all over. But not me. If I fall in love in January, I'm still miserable next December. Really, I get a temperature of 105, chills, fever. It knocks me out. You know, I flunked geometry 3 times running because I was in love with a professor. Oh, Tom, I want my mind free.
But, darling, it's too late now. Your cheeks are flushed. Your pulse is unsteady.
Driver, arrêtez.
All right. Go ahead. Won't do you any good. You'll go up to your room, sit at your typewriter, and mess around with words. All of a sudden, you won't be able to stand it. You'll dash straight out of your room to the Cafe Magenta.
Why, the Cafe Magenta?
That's that little place just across the street, see?
Mm-hmm. What about it?
I'll be waiting for you until you come.
Oh, that's fine. That gives me a fade-out on your life story. He lived happily ever after at the Cafe Magenta. If you want me to describe Tom Martin, he's not exactly good-looking. He is not very good-looking. If you want me to describe Tom Martin, he's very good-looking. Oh. Who is it?
Madame, that man you were expecting is downstairs.
What? Well, I'm not here. Tell him I've died.
Oh, we did. We told him everything.
Well, don't let him up here.
Oh, they're trying to stop him now. The night porter is defending the staircase.
Oh.
Let me see. It's like a tiger. He keeps saying it is something that cannot wait.
Well, do something, please. Do something.
No, monsieur.
Tom, the crazy idiot.
He's coming now, madame.
Oh, Tom, pull yourself together. I'll see you, but...
That's all.
Oh, Mr. Phillips.
Come back.
No. This isn't the man.
Let me go, will you?
Listen, this is Mr. Phillips.
Have no fear, madame. Cut it out. I will bash him on the head.
No, don't hurt him. It's Mr. Phillips.
Oh, there.
Oh, good heavens, get out of here.
Madame.
Go on, quickly, get out, both of you.
Keep the men out
Oh, Mr. Phillips, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
my head.
Oh.
Will you kindly tell me why I have to fight my way through the entire staff of a second-rate hotel to see you?
Oh, it's all right. Hey, come on, now, you're all right, aren't you?
Yeah, just a slight skull fracture. I'll deduct that from your salary.
Well, I wasn't expecting you.
Well, who were you expecting, Jack the Ripper?
I was just trying to work.
Never mind. Gusto Nash, you're fired as of immediately.
It's not true.
No, I know it's not true. I just wanted to taste the words, the sheer rapture of
Oh.
it. Unfortunately, it's my painful duty to hand you the best assignment in Europe.
What? What's the job?
Associated News correspondent in Berlin. They're counting on you for intimate, personal stuff on Hitler and his gang.
Oh, say that again.
Special Berlin correspondent.
Oh, wait a minute. What happened to Stanley Kirk?
What happened to Stanley Kirk? He's leaving Germany by special request of the Nazi government. He goes to a reception at Herr von Ribbentrop's and keeps yelling for gefilte fish. Oh, my head.
Look, do you think I can handle the job?
No, but you get a crack at it anyway. Oh, I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all.
When do you want me to leave?
Saturday.
That's 3 days.
Yes, that'll give you time enough to have your eyebrows plucked. Say, how about Tom Martin?
What?
Yeah, what about that stuff? Did you see him?
Oh, yes, I saw him. Look, I don't want to go on Saturday.
Now, what's the matter? Cold feet?
No, I want to go right away. Tomorrow morning, the first train.
Now, don't tear yourself to pieces.
Oh, please let me go, Mr. Phillips. Look, I've got a running start. I'm in my stride. I don't want to fool around Paris. It's no good for me. I want to work. Berlin sounds tough and absorbing. It's just what I need.
Listen to the swish of that new broom.
Well, it's... I'm afraid if I stay here that...
That what?
Oh, listen. I've just got to go.
Your compartment is here, madame.
Thank you.
Hello there.
Well, what in the world... Hello.
Allow me to wish you the most delightful of journeys. And may I also take the liberty of offering you a small bon voyage gift?
Oh, thanks. How did you know I was on this train, bloodhound?
Well, I ran into Phillips last night. Congratulations, foreign correspondent.
Thanks. What's the gift?
Something to wind around your heart with my humblest compliments.
Why, it's typewriter ribbon.
That's right. That's what's ticking inside you, Miss Nash. A typewriter with 26 letters from A to Z.
Well, thanks anyway. From the bottom of my typewriter.
Monsieur! Monsieur!
Well, we're leaving. Goodbye, Tom, and Take good care of yourself.
Thanks.
Hey, you better hurry.
Oh, there's plenty of time. Would you like your window open?
Listen, what? Thomas Martin, are you crazy?
Crazy? How?
Running after me.
I'm not running after you. We just happen to be running over the same track on the same train.
It was pure coincidence.
That's right.
I see. And where are you going?
To Warsaw.
Oh, you're going to Warsaw.
Yep. Volunteer Tomislas Martinowski reporting for duty with the Polish Air Force.
Uh-huh. And when did you enlist?
Before breakfast.
Oh.
You don't believe me? Here, my credentials. Polish consulate is working night and day signing up flyers. Looks like any moment now.
Uh-huh, it certainly does. Do you mind if I read?
Yes, I do.
Well, I'm sorry, but this is very important.
What's the book? Mein Kampf? You don't intend to wade through that.
I certainly do. It's my homework for my new job.
Uh-huh. Well, wake me up when you come to the part where he claims Milwaukee. What are you looking at?
Nothing.
Oh,
Nothing
yes.
at all.
Yes, you were. You thought I was asleep. Well, if you were counting my eyebrows, I can help you. There are 2.
I wasn't doing anything of the kind. I was just looking out the window.
What do you see, Gusto?
A wood, trees.
Yeah. The forest of Compiègne. Look at it. Like a kind grandmother dozing in her rocking chair. Old trees practicing curtsies in the wind because they still think Louis XIV is king.
Who said that?
Why?
It doesn't sound like you.
Well, I was just quoting a French boy who was with me in Spain. He grew up here.
Oh.
Whenever the bullets got thick, he used to talk about it. He wanted so much to see it again, to wade in the brooks, pick wild strawberries. His name was Andre.
He sounds like a sweet boy.
Oh, he was. You know, it'd be kind of a nice gesture if we could step off this train and take his memory back. Back to the brooks and the strawberries.
Yes, it's a pretty thought. You're quite sure that Andre is no relation to your Romanian lady?
Oh, Gusto, you always think the worst of me.
I wonder why.
Well, listen, Miss Willpower, you're as safe as a church. You're worried about your career. Well, nothing can stop you now. You're traveling toward it at 70 miles an hour. Next stop, Berlin. There's no danger.
No danger whatever.
Well, now that nothing can stop you, you might just as well admit that you feel toward me exactly the way I feel toward you, exactly.
All right. All right, I admit it. Now, there's no danger.
Not at all. Even if I went over to you and took you in my arms.
Tom, not...
Even if we decided to step off this train and steal 3 days for ourselves. 3 quiet, innocent days before we say goodbye. Perhaps never to see each other again. Perhaps never to see a forest again, or a brook, or a sky at peace.
But the train doesn't stop.
I know. No stops for us. 70 miles an hour. No danger.
Tom, you better stay over there on your own side of the seat.
You might even be generous enough to say, kiss me, you big idiot.
Tom.
I said no danger.
We can't stop the train.
Only by using the emergency brake.
No.
It's right up there. See it? That brass ring. Signal d'alarme. Pull only in case of danger.
Oh, Tom, don't. Oh, Tom.
Hitler invades Poland!
Warsaw bomb! Hitler invades Poland!
Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, I love your forest.
Our forest.
Yes, our forest. Don't you think we'd better leave?
No. Let's never leave, darling. It's so cool and fresh. There's dew on your hair.
And there's an ant strolling up your cheek.
I wish it were your lips.
All right.
Such a little kiss.
That's such a little ant.
Wish there'd been an elephant.
Oh, Tom. It's as though you had a brand new set of senses, isn't it? As though you'd been tone deaf and colorblind before. As if you'd never laughed or cried.
No tears, please.
No, darling. No tears.
It's a long day, darling, and it's still early.
Maybe the sun will stop, huh?
Maybe. You know, Gusto, in Spain, when there was just one more day between me and a hole in the sod, I didn't care a hang. I threw the hours away like a spendthrift. Now I feel like a miser, hoarding the minutes, counting the seconds.
Darling, what was that?
Look, over there, see?
Oh, it's a deer.
And a fawn.
Oh, aren't they adorable? Tom, look, there's another one. Snow White must be giving a party, huh?
Maybe. But it doesn't look like a party to me. Those animals are scared.
Scared of what?
I don't know, but they've got an instinct. Look at them. They're running for their lives.
Tom, what does it mean?
Listen. Do you hear that?
Is it... Are those planes?
There they are. 50. 100.
Oh.
It's begun, Gusto. The war's begun.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Loretta Young and Ray Milland in Act 3 of Arise, My Love. Why, it's our young friend Sally, and looking mighty pleased with herself, too.
I feel pleased, Mr. Ruick. I just mailed a package to my cousin Jim, and I know it's going to make a hit. He's in the Army, you know, so I wrote him for a list of the things he really wanted. And what do you think they were?
Oh, things to eat, probably. Sweet stuff, cookies and such.
Ah, surprise, Mr. Ruick. Jim didn't say much about food. Just mentioned that the Army serves swell desserts. But he did say hard candy's good. Soldiers can carry that in their pockets. I sent him a big box of it. Here's some of the other things he wanted. Film for his camera, tooth powder, and he said, most of all, Sally, send me some soap. Send me lots of soap. And be sure it's Lux soap. We like the way it lathers.
Well, Sally, I guess it didn't take you long to fill that request.
1 dozen cakes of Lux toilet soap, Mr. Ruick, are even now on their way.
And I'll bet you get special thanks from your cousin for that gift, Sally. Lux toilet soap sells like hotcakes with our boys in the services. You know, men go for that wonderful rich lather that's so quick and abundant, even in hard water. After a tough day's work, a Lux toilet soap shower feels like $1 million. That smooth white cake lathers fast. And because Lux toilet soap is hard milled, it doesn't get mushy or soft. It can be used down to the last thin sliver. Yes, a man gets a lot of enjoyment from using this pure soap with the creamy, soothing lather. Active lather that swiftly carries away the day's dust and grime, leaves him feeling refreshed and fit. To women everywhere, here's a tip. Why not let the men in your family enjoy the luxury of using this fine white soap every day? Lux toilet soap costs so little, you know. Get a supply tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of Arise, My Love, starring Loretta Young and Ray Milland. In the first days of the war, the Nazi war machine rolled like a black cloud over Poland, over Holland, over Belgium. Then from America came word to its citizens in Europe.
This is the American Embassy in Paris acting on instructions from Washington. Due to the grave international situation, all American nationals in France are urgently requested to return to America at the earliest possible moment. For further information and
Turn it
advice,
off,
we
Tom.
suggest that you
Trying to
consult
panic
the
you, aren't they? Run. Do not walk to the nearest exit.
Yes.
Well, I suppose they have to do it for the old men and lady tourists and the kids. Wouldn't you feel kind of foolish to beat it now the race is on?
I suppose so.
Imagine being in Cleveland, seeing the war from a newsreel in the little Nemo Theater, and all he can do is hiss. And you, reading the war news instead of writing it.
Well, that's for idiots, isn't it?
Sure.
Sure, we stay. We're not turning back now. We're not running home just because we got sentimental for one day. Oh, no, we're making great gestures. We're gallant and reckless.
What's the matter, Gusto?
We're the new lost generation. You flying until it happens, till they smash you to bits. And I writing, and I wouldn't care if I never wrote another word.
Gusto.
That's female and middle class, isn't it? To think maybe our lives are worth more than 25 cents. Tom, you laugh at that little Nemo Theater in Cleveland. And to me, it sounds like heaven. Come home with me, Tom. Please take me home.
I'm sorry, but the Ile de France is sold out. Aquitania sold out. We'll let you know as soon as possible. Just stay in line, please. Mr. Martin.
Yeah?
Have you got something for us?
Yes, ma'am. The boat leaves Liverpool at 4 o'clock. Plane in 1 hour.
Good.
Your ticket, sir.
Thank you. 1 hour. That doesn't leave you much time to see Phillips.
Oh, that's all right. I'll send him my official resignation from the boat.
Look, are you sure you want to take this boat? It sounds kind of crummy to me.
It's headed for America, and that's all that matters.
Oh, Gusto, you're as hysterical as those old hens over there. Don't tell me you're afraid.
I'm scared to death.
But, Gusto, the war is 1,000 miles away.
Well, those headlines aren't nor the radio, nor all those bugles blowing right in the ears of a confused liberal. And I do mean you.
Now, look, honey, I'm not looking and I'm not listening.
Now, don't tell me. You're itching all over like a reformed drunk.
Not me. I've taken the pledge, sister.
Hallelujah.
Hey, Tom! Martin!
Shep, how are you? Hello, Pinky.
Where the heck have you been?
Hey, we thought you were in Poland.
Well, I started out that way, but didn't quite make it. This is Miss Nash.
Hi.
Hello.
How do you do?
Gusto, I'd like you to meet my wardrobe. The blue suit is Pink O'Connor, and the brown herringbone is Joe Shepard. Well, seeing you boys in this line, I take it the rabbits came across.
Just like the Johnstown flood.
Yeah, only we've changed our minds.
You mean you're going to stay?
You really didn't think we were a pair of heels, did you? Folding up and ducking for home now that the show's on again.
You can get in the Royal Air Force now.
You can?
Yeah, and there's a big chance they might send us to Poland. Imagine the three of us meeting in Warsaw.
Just a minute, boys. I want you to know something. I'm the one that's folding up. We just came out of there.
That ain't possible.
Oh, come on, Tom. Who are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. It's on the level. We're going back and we're going to be married.
And settle down in Cleveland, maybe. Maybe Tom can get back his commercial license. And I'll be writing for American Housewife. How to preserve peaches. Kind of a quiet life.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Listen, boys. It's all my fault. I begged him not to break his neck. I like it too much.
Well, come on. Why don't you say I'm a yellow belly and a big mouth at that?
You, yellow? Who thinks you're yellow? Guy that's got the nerve to get married.
Yeah, that's more than Flash Gordon ever did. You're the hero.
Why, sure. And don't worry about those Nazis either. We'll give them a special kiss for you. Well, so long, Tom.
Goodbye, you lugs.
Goodbye.
So long. See you, Tom. Cleveland, 1942.
Okay.
Tom,
Yep.
all the time we were talking to them, do you know what I was doing? I was saying your prayer. Arise, my love, and come away with me.
Stewart,
Yes, sir.
that champagne ready?
Right here, sir.
Oh, boy, that looks good.
You expecting a storm tonight, Stewart? Covering up the portholes?
Just a precautionary measure, sir. The Admiralty has complete blackout for every boat.
Oh. Well, here you are, Guster. Are you ready to drink to those two dizzy fools, those show-offs with their outsized ideals?
Tilting at very large windmills with very small knitting needles.
Here's to Augusta Nash, career woman, foreign correspondent extraordinary, queen of headlines.
Goodbye, Augusta Nash, career woman. Here's to Thomas Fuller Martin, crusader, champion of the underdog, avenger of the oppressed.
Goodbye, Tom Martin, crusader.
And here's to our voyage to Cleveland. And to our gallant ship that... Say, what's the name of this boat anyway?
The Athenia.
Athenia sunk! British liner Athenia goes down west of Hebrides.
Athenia torpedoed!
Mary!
Tom! Tom, where are you? Tom!
There's another boat just pulled up on the beach, ma'am.
No, he's not in that one. I saw it. Are those the last survivors?
Well, over at the Coast Guard station, they say that some other people were picked up by a British destroyer.
Oh, thank you. Tom!
Gusto!
Tom!
Gusto Nash!
Darling!
Gusto!
Darling! Oh, darling, it's really you.
Are you all right, Gusto?
Oh, yes. Now I am.
Bring the survivors this way.
Tom, I never thought I'd see you again.
Oh, Gusto, you looked so awfully little in that lifeboat when it pulled away.
Don't talk to me about that lifeboat. I felt like jumping right out and swimming back to you and tell you what a liar you were. What a low trick it was to get me in by saying you'd come too.
I'd have knocked you cold and thrown you in if necessary.
Oh, darling, what happened to you?
Me? Oh, I put to sea in a life belt. I was only in the water 40 minutes, and the plane fished me out.
Your eyes, they're all bloodshot.
Yeah, I guess that's from trying to see through the darkness last night.
Oh.
We were flying squares all night long.
Flying?
Yeah. 3 other seaplanes came along, and we flew around looking for survivors. It was like hunting Easter eggs. But say, those English flyers, they really know their stuff, Gusto. We had a kid from New Zealand in ours, and you ought to see the way he handled a 25-ton plane. He set it down 24 times and picked it up again on a choppy sea, and that takes it out of you. The last time he just fell forward on the stick, completely out, laughing, crying.
So you took over?
Well, I had to. And Gusto, listen. I asked them if they could use me.
Tom.
We're going after that submarine. They think they saw it when it was broaching.
Oh, swell.
We'll get those babies. There's a chance I wouldn't miss for anything in the world. Oh, Gusto, I don't see how I can pass it up, really. I'm here. They need me. Oh, darling, please don't look at me like that.
Like what?
Don't make me feel as if I'm walking out on you. It'll only be for a day or two. There are lots of boats going home.
Home? Who wants to go home? Do you think I do? Now that I've got a story, a great story, an exclusive? Oh, no, Tom, look at me. Can't you see that old light in my eyes? I'm Augusta Nash again. Why, all I can think of is where's the nearest telephone and the next story and the next.
And when was it? Only yesterday. We thought we could throw 2 people overboard. Their ambitions, their big dreams.
Yes. But God knew better. He threw us right in after them.
Yeah. Gusto, I've never loved you so much.
Well, that's the best time to say goodbye, isn't it?
Gusto.
Yes, it is. Bye, Tom. Good luck, darling.
I was on the Athenia. Exclusive eyewitness account by Augusta Nash.
Warsaw burns under Nazi attack. Story by Augusta Nash.
Norway gone. Gray tide sweeps north.
Death trap in Flanders.
Paris Falls. Story by Augusta Nash.
Look at them. In Paris, a city of light, so gay, so full of charm. Home of those 3 lovely sisters. Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité.
Mr. Phillips, that flyer is here.
Huh? What flyer?
This flyer. Hello, Phillips.
Well.
There's quite a parade out there. I only hope when they get to the tomb of the unknown soldier, he'll sit up and spit right in their eye.
Where'd you blow from?
I'm looking for Gusto Nash.
Thought you were flying someplace.
Well, I was sent to the showers. Little souvenir of Norway. They shot the plane out from under me.
Huh.
Arm broken just above the elbow.
That's too bad, Tom.
Where's Gusto?
Listen, now you'd better get out of the occupied zone before the Germans start taking inventory.
Oh, I'm all set. But before I leave, I'm going to see Gusto Nash to say goodbye. Even if it's only for a moment.
Well, you can't. She's at German headquarters with the official press.
Oh?
Nobody can get there. Nobody.
Nobody but a newspaper man.
Exactly.
Well, so I'm a newspaper man.
On what paper?
On 400 of them, from New York to San Francisco, the Associated News.
Martin, you didn't fall on your elbow. You fell on your head. You can't drop in on Gusto with a bunch of forget-me-nots. She's up at Compiègne, covering the armistice.
Did you say Compiègne?
Exactly. The forest of Compiègne. I guess that settles it, eh?
Yeah, I guess that settles it.
Your attention, please. Gentlemen of the press and lady, in a certain railroad coach about 1 kilometer from here, the terms of the armistice will be handed to the French government. You will be permitted to visit the historic railroad coach in groups of 5 after the conference begins. As the Führer will be present, the smoking of cigarettes will not be permitted there. With regard to you, Fräulein...
The name is Miss Nash.
Miss Nash, considering the importance of the occasion, it is suggested that you dispense with all lip rouge.
Don't worry. My lips will be as white as chalk.
Until then, you will have about an hour. The time is yours, but do it as you please.
Is it all right if I take a walk?
As you wish, Fräulein.
Oh, Tom. Tom, my darling. Our lovely forest.
Let's never leave, darling. It's so cool.
Let's never leave.
There's dew on your hair. No tears, please.
No tears. No, darling. No tears. Tom.
Gusto,
Yes,
it's been a long time, Gusto.
yes, a very long time.
I love you, darling. Turn around. I'm just behind you.
Tom!
It's all right. It's not done with mirrors. It's me.
Darling! Darling!
No, none of that frightened look, please. They won't shoot me. I've got a press card. Phillips fixed it.
Oh, but I can't believe you're here. Here, darling, above all places.
Wasn't it here they robbed us of a whole day?
Yes.
Well, I came back to claim it for us before I say goodbye.
Oh, darling. Can you get to England?
I'm afraid they wouldn't want me. I've got a compound fracture.
Oh, Tom.
I couldn't break a match. All I can do now is crawl aboard a refugee ship and find some cushy job in America. Flying instructor, maybe. Teaching kids what wings are for. That's a fine end.
The end? Why, you don't think this is the end. Just because in that railroad coach this afternoon they're going to be clicking their heels and saying that freedom is a sign of weakness and incompetence, and that slavery is a badge of pride and patriotism. Oh, no, darling, that can't be the end. You're not crawling back. We are marching back, both of us.
You're coming with me?
Of course I am. Tom, I've been watching them for 10 months. There are things that I've got to say. My voice isn't much, I know, but I want to use it without somebody's hand over my mouth. And you, darling, what a wonderful job you've got, making tens of thousands of pilots for tens of thousands of planes. Tom, remember your prayer. This time we say it to America. Arise, my love, arise, be strong. And they will, Tom. I know America. They'll rise up 130 million of them, and they'll roll up their sleeves and stand up straight, and they'll say to anyone under God's heaven, all right, whose way of life is it going to be? Yours or ours?
Loretta Young and Ray Miland have given fine performances tonight in Arise, My Love. And if they'll both arise right now, we'll ask them to take a curtain call.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Playing a war correspondent was certainly a novelty.
Well, war reporting was one of the last male strongholds, C.B. What would Richard Harding Davis and Floyd Gibbons have thought of it?
Well, I knew both of them, and they'd probably ask whether the lady in question was a good reporter.
Well, there's some very good reporting being done by women in this war. Offhand, I can think of Claire Booth's stories in life from China, Burma, and India. And Shelley Smith, now a prisoner in war in the Philippines.
They're in the grand tradition, Loretta, reporting the stories of our national heroes every day. It isn't until the war is over that we find many of them are heroes themselves.
In this war, radio, as well as the press, has its reporter heroes, Ray. For instance, William J. Dunn of the Columbia Network was on the very last boat to leave Java. I made that discovery while preparing the picture about Dr. Corridon Wassell, the Navy hero who brought out 9 wounded American sailors on the same boat that Dunn escaped on.
Well, I can't think of a woman broadcasting from the battlefront at the moment, but there will be. And now, before we say goodnight, Mr. DeMille, there's a little report from the home front. My home, to be exact. I always keep Lux soap on hand and use it every day. It's a wonderful help to any woman in the caring of her complexion.
Now, we'll give that a banner headline. Loretta Lord's Lux.
Thank you.
And now, let me tell you about next week's play.
What are we going to hear, C.B.?
A delightful comedy, Ray. It's the Columbia picture, You Belong to Me. And our stars will be Merle Oberon and George Brent. You Belong to Me is the story of a woman doctor and her sportsman husband who can't understand why he has to compete with medicine for his wife's attention. 3 acts of gaiety and romance next Monday night, with George Brent and Merle Oberon heading a fine cast.
Oh, that sounds really wonderful, Mr. DeMille. We'll be in the audience. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You hit the center of the target tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Merle Oberon and George Brent in You Belong to Me. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Loretta Young is currently seen in the Columbia picture Bedtime Story. Ray Miland is now being seen in the Technicolor production Reap the Wild Wind. Heard in tonight's play were Cy Kendall as Phillips, Tris Coffin as Shep, John Milton as Pink, and Howard McNair, Fred Mackay, Jose Perez, Leo Cleary, Tony Martelli, Charles Seal, Norman Field, Jack Mather, and Torrey Carlton. Tune in next Monday night to hear George Brent and Merle Oberon in You Belong to Me. Our music was conducted by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, Melville Ruick, bidding you good night on behalf of our guests, our cast, and the Lux Radio Theater. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, Suspense with Ida Lupino.
Phew, what a night.
Yeah, it's a scorcher, Dad.
You're lucky we thought of coming to the firehouse. If we had to sit around at that hen party your mother's giving, Hello, Mike.
Hello, Ab.
Say, you fellas want to put out a fire tonight. All you've got to do is turn the hoses on and squirt them anywhere.
Yep, it's hotter than Hades. We're all sitting here listening to the radio.
Dad, I wonder if they're listening to the Autolite show.
What are you hearing, Mike?
We're just switching to Autolite. Besides, we like their batteries, spark plugs, and ignition systems around here.
Everyone does. And everyone likes their show, Suspense.
Oh, here's the show.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Miss Ida Lupino in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Today, everybody's switching to Autolite. And tonight, Autolite takes pleasure in presenting Anton Leader's production of Ray Bradbury's remarkable story, Summer Night, starring Miss Ida Lupino.
Is the line still busy? I just don't see how it's still busy.
Oh, it isn't the line, Miss McCauley. It's the circuit. I've been simply swamped all afternoon. I haven't been able to get a call through to the police station for over an hour, and the mayor's office has been busy.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry to trouble you, but it's terribly important.
Well, if you want to hang on, Miss McCauley, I'll try again in a minute.
Oh, all right.
It's been this way ever since the news got out about finding poor Lavinia. You heard about it, I suppose.
Yes.
Oh, just a minute, Miss McCauley. I got another call. Yes, this is the operator. No, I'm sorry. That line is still busy. Yes, I'll call you just as soon as I can give you a connection. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss McCauley, but you see what I mean? Oh, dear.
Oh, Miss Welsh, by the way...
It was bad enough last week when they found that other poor girl, but this time the whole town is on its ear, and I can't say that I blame them, what with a maniac loose and nobody knowing who
Yes,
it
I
is.
meant to ask you, Miss Welsh. Are they sure that Lavinia... I mean, that it was the same thing as the web girl last week?
Why, yes. Why, I thought you knew.
I just knew she'd been found.
Oh, goodness, yes. There was never any doubt about it. Whoever it was, he used a knife just like on the other girl. And then there was that same crazy cross on her forehead, you know, made with orange lipstick. That's why they're calling him, you know, the lipstick killer.
Oh, yes. Yes, I thought it must be that. But I wasn't sure. I didn't know.
Oh, yes, they're looking all over the state for him by now. But, of course, they don't have much to go on. And the chances are that he's right here in this town anyway. Oh, I'll try to get your call for you now, Miss McCauley.
Thank you.
Oh. I'm sorry, Miss McCauley. That circuit is still busy.
But it can't.
Well, why don't I call you back when I get through? It shouldn't be very long.
All right. But please try to hurry it. It's really important. Terribly important. While I was waiting for the call, I went to the front door to start locking up. It was coming on evening. A warm summer evening. And ordinarily, up and down the street, the windows would be open. All but mine. And you'd hear the sound of a piano or a radio drifting out onto the still summer air. And people would be sitting in swings and hammocks on their front porches, enjoying the coolness at the end of the day. But not on this day. Not this evening. I locked my door, too. I went around the big, gloomy old house, checking all the windows, just like the others. Not that I needed to, really. They'd been locked ever since Father died. And he went away. All in that one terrible week nearly 4 years ago. Yes, they'd been locked, and I hadn't left the house more than half a dozen times, and nobody had come here. Why should they? I didn't want to see them. Nor they me. I was the town's queer one. But all that was going to be different now. From now on, everything was going to be very, very different. Yes?
I've got your body now, Miss McCauley. Go ahead, please.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh, Helen, is that you?
Yes, who's this?
It's Anna. Anna McCauley.
Why, Anna. Why, what a surprise.
How have you been, Helen?
Oh, just fine. You know, there's nothing ever the matter with me. But how are you, Anna?
Oh, I'm well. You know, I've been living rather quietly these last few years.
Yes, I know. I mean, I'd heard.
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Helen?
Why, yes. I haven't heard your voice for, well, how long has it been?
Nearly 4 years.
Has it?
3 years and 11 months this week, to be exact.
Oh, that long, has it? Well, it doesn't seem possible, and we were such good friends.
Helen, I hope you don't think. I mean, those last few times you called and I didn't answer.
Oh, darling, of course not. I knew how you must be suffering, your father passing on so suddenly that way, and you'd always been so close. I wouldn't have even bothered you at such a time, only that we'd been such good friends, and I thought maybe I could help. And then, of course, I heard later anyway that, well, that is,
Yes, I suppose you must have heard some rather strange things about me, Helen.
Oh, not strange, dear, no. But we all knew you wanted to be alone in your grief, and we respected that feeling naturally.
I know. But sometimes I've been afraid people didn't quite understand, though.
Of course they did. Well, darling, now that you're back in the world again, so to speak, you must come over and see me. I'm staying with my mother now, but you know that anyway.
Yes. Helen.
Yes, dear.
Helen, it wasn't just an accident, my calling you this way.
Well, I should hope not.
I want to ask you a favor. A tremendous favor.
Why, of course, darling, anything.
I want you to come over here to the house.
I should say I would. I'll try to make it Friday or early next week at the latest, just as...
No, I don't mean just sometime, Helen. I mean now. Right now. Right this minute.
Now?
Yes.
But, darling, I don't see how I can. I mean, I don't know what Mother's plans are.
Helen, you know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't serious.
Serious? What do you...
Please say you'll come.
Well, I'll try.
No, don't just try, Helen. Come. You've got to come.
Oh, darling, what is this? What can be so serious?
Maybe I'm being silly, but I think it's more than serious, Helen. I think it may be a matter of life and death.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Ida Lupino in Summer Night. Autolite's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
You know, Dad, Boy, Mom would sure get a kick out of this.
Out of what, Billy?
We leave home because she's got the house full of women, and so far there aren't anything but women in tonight's Autolite show.
Well, if she's listening, we'll certainly hear about it when we get home from the firehouse. Oh, say, Mike, what's over on that workbench?
But over there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, them's old batteries. We're replacing them with new Autolite stayfuls.
When your spark plug stutters, when your battery putters.
Switching to Autolite, eh, Mike?
No, we've been using Autolite for over 10 years now. You know, when you got to get out of here in 7 seconds after the alarm sounds, you got to have the surest, safest batteries there are. When we got to go, we go.
Yes, the new Autolite Stay Full battery is a great battery. Needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. This greater liquid reserve practically eliminates one of the major causes of battery failure. Car owners tell us it's the greatest battery ever built. The greatest battery ever built. Money cannot buy a better battery for your car.
Yep, that's real battery know-how. Once water goes into an Autolite Stayful, it's like going into a camel. The drinks are few and far between.
Yeah, and even on nights as hot as this, you don't find the Autolite Stayful at an old oaken bucket.
So, friends, see your friendly neighborhood Autolite battery dealer and order the new Autolite Stay Full battery for your car. It needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Remember, folks, Autolite means battery, stay full battery. Autolite means spark plug, ignition engineer spark plugs. Autolite means ignition system, the lifeline of your car. And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Ida Lupino as Anna in Summer Night. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
A matter of life and death, I told her. I knew Helen would come to see me after that. It would be strange seeing her again. Not that we'd ever quarreled. She never even suspected, of course. But after that day when he went away with her, I'd simply put her out of my life and never thought of her again. Or to be strictly truthful, I thought of her a great deal. But in a rather different way than I had before when she'd been my best friend. And now she was coming to my house again. After all these years. It should be interesting. Quite like a surprise party for both of us.
Anna, darling.
Helen, come in.
Oh, it's so nice to see you.
It's good to see you again, Helen.
Why, you haven't changed a bit. You don't look a day older. Now, tell me all about it. I can't stay but a few minutes. Ted Barton drove me over. You remember Ted.
Oh, yes.
And he's got to be back before 7, but never mind that now. Darling, what is the matter?
Helen, I'm frightened.
Frightened? Of what?
I'm afraid I'm going to be killed.
Going to be killed?
Yes, tonight.
But, darling...
You see, I used to know poor Lavinia. I used to know her quite well. And the other girl, well, I didn't know her, but it happened to her right near here, in the little woods just beyond the track.
Anna, please, dear, what on earth makes you think anything like that could happen to you? You're perfectly safe if you don't go out. Lock the door.
No, I'm not. I'm all alone here, Helen. And there's been someone prowling at night.
A man?
Last night he tried to get in.
Are you sure?
I heard him trying the doors, the windows.
Well, did you call the police?
No, I was afraid to. Oh, Helen, I didn't know who to turn to but you. Everyone thinks I'm crazy anyway.
Oh, Anna, dear, that's ridiculous. Well, we'll call them right now.
No, it'll be all right after the night. I know it will. Please, I just want you to stay with me tonight.
Stay with you?
Please, Helen, just this one night. I can't ask anyone else. I don't have any friends anymore.
But, darling, I don't even have any nightclothes.
Oh, I've already thought of that, Helen. I have everything you need for tonight.
Well, I don't have anything for the morning. No face cream, not even a...
Why worry about that now? Maybe neither of us will even be here by morning.
Oh.
So she said she'd stay. Went out and told Ted Barton. Ted Barton. It was typical of Helen. Only 2 weeks back from Cleveland, and already she had the county's most eligible bachelor squiring her around in his car. But that was going to be different, too. I fixed a little supper for both of us. And then we tried all the doors and windows. And then there was nothing to do but sit and talk to her until it was time to go to bed.
No more, thank you.
Afraid it will keep you awake, Helen?
I'm afraid I won't need coffee to keep me awake. Anna, is it true? I mean what they say about these murders.
Is what true?
Well, I mean...
You've been out in the world, Helen, more than I have lately. You should know more than I.
Well, all I meant was... Well, you seem so frightened. I thought you might have heard something special.
No.
Is it true about the lipstick?
Why not?
Oh, it sounds so crazy. I thought it might be just something the newspapers made up.
With a cross on their forehead. In lipstick. Orange lipstick.
Anna, you do know something.
Don't be ridiculous, Helen. How could I?
But lipstick, Anna. Do you suppose perhaps it isn't a man at all? It's a woman. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Did I do that?
No. Well, come along, Helen. It's time to go to bed.
Oh, yes. I suppose we might as well.
You don't mind sleeping in the same room with me, do you?
Why, of course not, dear. Oh, shouldn't you leave on a light downstairs?
No. Didn't do any good last night.
Oh. Well, I must say I don't blame you for being a little frightened, staying here all alone. Rather a gloomy old place, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think so. It's always been like this. It's the way Father liked it.
What about your mother?
I hated my mother.
Oh, Anna.
Well, it's true. Why not say it?
That's your own mother.
What does that matter? Everyone has to have someone to hate, Helen. Enough to kill them sometimes.
Oh, and I don't think that's true. How can you say that everyone...
Well, this is our room.
Why, it's...
What?
It's charming. It's so... it's so different from the rest of the house.
Yes. This was to be my bridal room, if I'd ever married.
Darling, I didn't know... Well, I didn't know you'd ever thought...
It was a long time ago. What's the news of Charles?
Charles? Well, there just isn't any. You knew we were separated, didn't you?
Yes. What was the trouble, Helen?
Oh, I don't know. After the first year, he simply became impossible, that's all. You remember, even as a child, he was sometimes wild.
And strange. Oh, yes. Yes, he and I were always the queer ones.
Why, whatever do you mean?
Oh, strange, different, a little apart from all of you somehow. Not quite right, I think they say about me now.
Oh, Anna, you're imagining that. No one ever said such a thing.
No?
Of course not.
What about Charles?
Nothing. He just left, that's all. Haven't even heard from him in 6 months.
Are you sure it was all his fault, Helen? Perhaps if he married someone else.
Oh, you know there was never anyone else for Charles. That's the funny part of it. Of course, he liked other girls. He liked you.
Yes.
Well, you're certainly lucky he didn't marry you. I don't know what happened towards the end. It just went from bad to worse. It got so I hated the very sight of him.
I told you. Everyone had to have someone to hate.
Oh, I didn't really mean
Are you
that.
sure, Helen? Haven't you ever hated anyone?
Oh, perhaps as a little girl I thought I did.
You hated me, didn't you?
Why, darling, I never...
There were some times when I hated you, too.
Oh, I don't believe it. Children can't really...
Can't they? When an ugly little girl like me sees a pretty little girl like you getting everything she wants all through her life.
Well, not exactly everything.
You could always twist the teachers around your finger. Later it was the same with the boys. And finally, Charles. Just because you were pretty.
Oh, maybe I was a little prettier than you, dear, but you were always a clever one.
Yes. Yes, I was the clever one.
Well, I suppose we really should go to bed. Why, Anna, look at this. I didn't know you used lipstick.
I don't. It's just one a young cousin of mine left here several months ago.
Oh, well, that's funny. Do you know what color it is, Anna?
What color is it, Helen?
It's orange.
No. Helen wasn't very clever. It amused me to watch her trying to think. Putting two and two together. And not being able to because she was afraid of her own conclusions. Because she was essentially a hypocrite, like everyone else. If she hadn't been, it might have saved her life. It was sometime in the middle of the night. I don't know exactly what time because it didn't matter. But Helen was sleeping as soundly as a silly child when I went over the side of her bed and began shaking. Helen, wake up. What is it? Shh, don't make a sound.
Anna, what's the matter?
He's in the house downstairs.
Who?
I don't know. Whoever it was last night, he's gotten in somehow.
Are you sure?
I heard him. I've been listening for the last 10 minutes.
Oh, Anna, what are we going to do?
We've got to get out of the house before he starts upstairs.
But how can we? He'll hear us. We'll be caught.
We'll go down the back stairs and out through the kitchen. We can go through the back lot, over the tracks to Judge Brown's house. It's not far, but we've got to hurry.
Oh, Anna, I'm frightened. What if he hears us?
We won't if we're careful, and if we hurry. The door between the kitchen and the front of the house is locked.
Are you sure he isn't in the
kitchen?
kitchen?
In the front, I tell you, I heard him. Now, get up, Helen. We've got to go right now.
All right.
Hold my hand.
Yes.
While I unlock the door, the back stairs are just to the right after we get out in the hall.
Oh, Anna.
Come along. Hold on to my hand and try not to make any noise. I won't. Here are the stairs. Just follow me.
Yes, all right.
Watch out. That's the last step.
Yes, I got it.
We're in the kitchen now. Can you see anything?
No, it's too dark.
Stand right there. Right where you are and don't move.
Where are you going?
There's something I want to get before we leave.
Anna, please. What are you doing?
I've got it now. A knife. Here, take my hand again.
All right. A knife?
This way.
Oh, I don't think I can for a minute.
Come along, Helen. In a little while, it'll all be over. As we hurried down the path, I kept thinking of her there behind me. So frightened now. I had to keep myself from laughing out loud. It was really funny. She'd always been so confident before. At school and later at the parties we used to go to. She'd been the confident one, and I'd been frightened. While she slowly poisoned my life. While she quietly and deliberately stole everything I'd ever wanted. Even Charles. But it was different now.
That must be the 2 o'clock local. On the other side of town.
Yes.
Which way now?
Straight ahead, to the grove of trees.
Anna, isn't here somewhere that they found that girl?
Yes. Why?
Oh, Anna, I can't go through there.
Helen, come along. Don't be silly.
Do we have to?
Of course we do.
Anna, what was that?
What?
Didn't you hear it?
No.
I was positive I heard something.
Now who's imagining things, Helen?
Oh, let's hurry.
No. We're going to stop here.
Stop? But why?
Can't you guess? Even now, Helen.
Oh, Anna. No.
She didn't make a sound. I think she'd fainted even before I struck. She died without ever realizing why I did it. I made the cross on the forehead with the orange lipstick. It seemed such a silly thing as I was doing it. But of course I had to. And then I dragged the body off the path and started home. At the railroad tracks, I turned south a few yards to where they crossed the river and tossed the knife and the lipstick over the bridge. And watched them disappear into the muddy stream below. Not that it was really necessary. No one would ever think of questioning me. They would all, of course, assume that the lipstick killer had struck again. And then suddenly my heart was in my mouth. From the path ahead of me, cutting sharply across the moonlight, was a shadow. The shadow of a man.
Can I help you?
I
didn't mean to frighten you. I just thought you must be in some kind of trouble to be out of... Oh, Anna. It's Anna Macaulay.
Charles. Oh, Charles. You did frighten me.
Well, if you insist on running around town at 2 a.m. in your night
Oh, Charles. Charles, is this really too much of a coincidence? Why, I didn't know you were anywhere near Boone Center.
Theoretically, I'm not. Just passing through. Business trip. Missed the 2 a.m. local. So I thought I'd kill the time waiting for the milk train by looking the old burg over again. What's your alibi?
My what? Oh, well, that's what I meant about a coincidence. I was looking for Helen.
For Helen?
I wonder you're surprised, Charles. But it's really very simple. First, there were these, well, what the newspapers have been calling the lipstick murders. I suppose you've heard about it.
I've read something about it.
Well, I suppose I was silly, but I got terribly nervous, living alone in that big house. I asked Helen to stay with me. And then in the middle of the night, she got frightened and said she couldn't stay another minute and rushed out to Judge Brown's house.
How typical of Helen.
Yeah, well, then after I thought about it, I got worried about her and went to look for her. But I guess she must have gotten there all right. I didn't find her anywhere.
You're not alone in that big house now, are you, Anna?
Why, yes, I thought you knew, Charles. My father died.
Oh, I'd forgotten.
Well, silly to be standing here, isn't it? You've got to wait for a train. Why don't you come back to the house with me? And I'll fix you some coffee or something. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yes, that would be nice. That would be very nice.
I could hardly believe my good luck. Charles, of all people. It was as though he'd come back to me. Almost as though he'd known and come back to me just at the right moment. So there we were, making coffee in the kitchen, talking over old times. Oh, dear, where is that opener for the evaporated milk? I never can find it.
Oh, here. I'll open it with my knife. Just make a couple of holes in it.
Ah, isn't that a rather dangerous weapon to carry around just to make holes in tin cans?
Oh, it has other uses.
There we are.
That tastes good.
Charles, I was terribly sorry to hear about you and Helen.
Me and Helen?
That you'd separated, I mean.
Is that what you called it?
Well, she said that you'd left her.
Helen always had a quaint way of putting things.
Didn't you? You don't still love her, do you?
Love her? Didn't she tell you where I'd been?
I know. Not exactly.
I've been in a home, Anna. A rest home, as they call it. It was Helen who put me there.
Put you there?
I'm afraid committed is the word. You see, Helen thought I was crazy.
Oh, Charles.
I only got out a couple of weeks ago. I imagine they're still looking for me.
You escaped?
I had to.
Oh, Charles, how dreadful for you.
As a matter of fact, I've been looking for Helen. There was something I wanted to give her.
But couldn't you find her?
No. I thought I had a couple of times. But it wasn't Helen after all.
What was it you wanted to give her, Charles?
This.
Lipstick?
Yes. A frightful color, isn't it? Orange. Are you sure you're not Helen?
I heard the doctors talking a little while ago. They say I won't live through the night. But I don't care. Oh, it's been such a glorious day. The happiest since I can remember. People have been calling on me whom I haven't seen for years. They say I saved the town. I must have screamed out. I don't remember. So they caught poor Charles. And for the first time in my life, I'm a really important person. I wonder when they'll find Helen.
Thank you, Ida Lupino, for a splendid performance on Suspense. In just a moment, we will again hear from Miss Ida Lupino.
Gee, what a show. I was sweating and it wasn't from the heat either.
What a show. Hey, that's right.
Gee, they had a fire.
Out of the way, son. Where's the fire, Mike?
No, it's 28 today.
They were out of here in 7 seconds. Almost before they stepped on the starter.
Mike sure wasn't fooling about those Autolite stay-full batteries, was he, Dad?
No, sir.
Talk about pistol pack in action. Switch to Autolite stay-fulls, and boy, you got it.
When your spark plugs stutter, now don't you try to putter. Switch to Autolite. When your starter's just a grinder, why, it's a battery reminder. Switch to Autolite. Keep your auto right. Just switch to Autolite. Autolite. Switch to Autolite.
For spark plug life and action, for a battery whose attraction is ignition satisfaction, switch to Autolite.
And now, here again is Miss Ida Lupino.
It's always a great pleasure to appear on Suspense. And as a listener, I'm looking forward to some outstanding programs on this new Suspense series with stars like Charles Lawton, Agnes Moorehead, Van Johnson, Madeline Carroll, and Ann Southern. And next week, I'll be tuned in to hear Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in a gripping suspense story entitled Deep into Darkness. I know you'll want to hear it, too, on
Suspense. Ida Lupino may soon be seen in Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production Roadhouse. Tonight's suspense play was written by Robert L. Richards from an original story by Ray Bradbury. The music was composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in Deep into Darkness. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake in I Wanted Wings. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of mankind's oldest dreams, traceable straight back through recorded history to the ancient myths of Icarus and Bellerophon, came true on a lonely North Carolina sand dune on December 17th, 1903, when man stretched his wings and flew. America gave man the airplane, and now, as the forces of freedom meet the powers of despotism in the battle for the world, America must give freedom wings for victory. The planes that were counted by the hundreds in the last war, when I learned to fly, must be counted by the tens of thousands now, and there must be men to fly them. I Wanted Wings is a story of some of the men who will fight this battle of the sky. A story of the cadets of the Army Air Corps, written by Lieutenant Bernie Lay, Jr., now on active duty with the Air Corps. Paramount's picture must have given everyone who saw it a deep sense of pride in these gallant boys. And tonight we have the same stars who thrilled you on the screen. Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake. Ray has just served a year's term with me in Reap the Wild Wind. For your producer, a drama like I Wanted Wings is very close to him. Because in 1917, I started the first airline to carry passengers on regular scheduled flights between cities in the United States. And we trained many pilots for the Army, too. Traveling across the country last week, I met many people who may have been strangers in fact, but seemed like old friends, because they were regular members of this Monday night family circle of ours, listeners who helped raise the curtain in the Lux Radio Theater by going all out for Lux toilet soap. As one of them, a charming lady, shook hands with me, she told me how much she enjoyed these weekly evenings in the theater and pressed into my hand what she said was her ticket for our next performance. The ticket, I discovered, was a carefully folded wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap. As a matter of fact, I think I can see her now, sitting out there in that corner of our theater, which covers the state of Illinois. So for all of you who feel the same way, here's another play and another fine group of actors. It's curtain time for I Wanted Wings, starring Ray Milland as Jeff, William Holden as Al, and Veronica Lake as Sally Vaughan, with Lynn Carver as Carolyn. Somewhere near Marshfield, an Army flying fortress wings low over the hills. too low. Lurching through the night sky, it tries valiantly to gain altitude. Its four giant motors roaring defiance to the earth. Suddenly, a ridge looms up in the darkness. With the speed of a comet, the giant plane sweeps on to its doom.
An Army flying fortress en route back from maneuvers is reported to have crashed in the hills north of Marchfield. The pilot is alive, and several members of the crew are believed to have bailed out safely. Officials refuse to comment on the unconfirmed report that a woman was found dead in the plane.
Now the pilot of the wrecked flying fortress is placed on trial. Gathered in solemn session to fix the blame for the disaster, the examining officers hear the charge.
Charge 1, violation of the 64th Article of War. Specification. In that Jefferson Young, 2nd Lieutenant Air Corps, having received a lawful command from Captain Everett Mercer not to attempt to take off from the scene of an emergency landing, did willfully disobey the order, with the result that injuries were sustained by the crew, a passenger was killed, and the airplane destroyed. Charge 2, violation of the 96th Article of War. Specification. In that Jefferson Young, 2nd Lieutenant Air Corps, did at Marchfield, California, permit an unauthorized passenger, one Sally Vaughn, on board a flying fortress airplane in violation of existing regulations and to the prejudice of good order and military discipline.
Are there any preliminary statements from defense counsel?
I wish to waive counsel, sir.
Is the court to understand the accused does not wish to be represented?
Yes, sir.
Very well. The judge advocate will proceed.
How does the accused plead to the specification, charge 1?
Guilty, sir.
How does the accused plead to the specification, charge 2?
Guilty, sir.
You have no further statement?
No, sir.
The court will be closed pending an examination of the record of the accused. Well, gentlemen, here is the record. Name, Jefferson Young III. Education, Lawrenceville Preparatory School, Yale University. Applied for Air Corps training, was admitted to Randolph Field, January 1938.
Colonel Brant, sir.
Oh, yes?
May I be permitted to speak, sir? I'm Captain Mercer.
Well, no witnesses have been called yet, Captain Mercer.
Oh, I realize that, sir. But I feel I have something to say which may bear on this case.
Who is this other man?
Ludlow, sir. Albert Ludlow. I used to be a cadet at Randolph Field.
You're an enlisted man now.
I was the crew chief on that wrecked plane, sir.
I see. You men are friends of the accused?
Yes, sir. We know why this thing happened.
And we know why he's pleading guilty, sir.
Well, I see no reason why this court shouldn't hear you. Proceed, Captain Mercer.
Thank you, sir. We'll have to go back quite a while. Just about the time you mentioned before, sir. When Jeff Young was admitted to Randolph Field. He was in the same class as Ludlow and entered on the same day. I was the officer in charge of new cadets. All right, you new men, fall in here. Give me your attention. Men, down here at Randolph Field, we don't care who you are or where you came from. The Army's only interested in two things. Can you fly and will you make an officer? And we'll soon find out. Now, before you report to the flight surgeon for your physical, take a look at the men on either side of you. Go ahead, take a good look. In 4 months, one of you won't be here. Dismissed.
1 out of 3 washed out. That's a pretty high percentage, isn't it?
Well, let's see. You're on my left. This fellow's on my right. You two should toss a coin to find out which one he's talking about.
Thanks. It'll probably be me. My name's Tom Cassidy.
I'm Al Ludlow.
Jeff Young, gentlemen, at your service.
Say, you know, this place is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Look at all those planes up there. Scares you a little.
Scared of flying, Ludlow?
Scared of not flying.
Okay with you fellas, I'll take this part of the room over here. Okay, Cassidy?
Okay.
How about it, Mr. Ludlow?
Well, it's all right by me, Mr.
Thank you.
Young.
Thank you.
Come to think of it, it's got to be all right. You're all moved in. Hey, who's the picture? Your girl?
No, just me. I keep it around to remind myself how good I am.
Let's see. What are you supposed to be doing on the horse?
That is a polo pony, my friend.
Well, fancy that. He plays polo.
That's right. I'm an 8 goal man.
Hey, Ludlow, this guy must be filthy rich.
Yeah, $8 million. $1 million of gold. That's how they rate 'em.
Say, Young, what does a tough guy like you want down here anyway?
Well, maybe I'll find out just how tough I am.
I don't have to find out. You see this statue? This is what they gave me for being the toughest left half in the Big Ten.
Well, it's too bad they don't have cheerleaders down here.
Yeah, and here's the shoe that kicked the winning field goal against Notre Dame last year.
Oh, very nice. Someday I'll show you my baby picture.
I can see this is going to be very pleasant, living in the Hall of Fame.
Say, Ludlow, what did you do before you came here?
Well, I was a mechanic, worked in garages, airplane factories. I tried just about everything.
Where'd you get your 2 years college equivalent? Night school?
No, I never stayed long enough in one place. I've got a satchel full of diplomas from correspondence schools.
But what brought you down here?
And I told you before, I want to fly.
Lower-classmen report to supply room. Lower-classmen report to barber shop.
Lower-classmen report for infantry drill.
Lower-classmen report for buzzer practice. Lower-classmen report to the meteorologist.
Lower-classmen report to photographic room.
You know something? I've made a terrible mistake.
What's the matter, young?
Oh, nothing, sir. Except I thought they taught you how to fly down here.
They do. You'll meet your flying instructor tomorrow. All right, you men, listen carefully. That thing over there is an airplane. And I'm going to teach you how to fly one. I hope. All right, let's look her over. I'll tell you everything I know about it. All I ask is your strict attention. I expect you to make mistakes, but don't make excuses. Any questions? Good. Oh, you, Young, I'll take you first.
Yes, sir.
Fall in there.
Yes, sir.
Now, the rest of you get over there and watch. You all set, Young?
Yes, sir.
Well, get your hand off this stick. All we do this morning is shake hands with flying. Start feeling at home on a plane. Get familiar with the sky. Now, fasten your belt. Try to land the airplane, Young. Nobody can land an airplane. Ease back on your stick and keep it from landing. Hold it off the ground until it lands itself. Well, that's better. That's better. Get your nose down, Cassidy. Don't land out of a stall. Get your nose down. That's it. Now you're flying. All right, Cassidy, bring her in. No, Ludlow. You keep making the same mistakes. Listen, Ludlow, don't use the whole field for a landing. Fly the airplane. Don't let it fly you. Now try it again.
Here's the list, boys. The ignoble order of blind and dumb airplane pilots.
Hey, who's ahead, Tom?
The dumbbell derby is now being led by Al Ludlow. He bounced 4 times on that last landing.
4 bumps, eh? At 2 bits a bump, he owes $1 to the kitty. Mark it down.
He's marked. He owes $30 right now.
Oh, what's the difference how good or how bad we are? They don't tell us up to solo, do they?
Yeah. Maybe they're going to wash out the whole battalion.
Oh, shut up. Hey, here comes the bouncing boy himself.
Yeah, hello, Al. Welcome home.
Yeah, I'm lucky still. I have my breakfast with me.
4 bounces, pal. $1 for the kitty.
I'll give it to you up in the room.
You know, Al, we ought to make you a wholesale rate.
A layoff, Young. The way I fly's my own business.
Okay.
Young, Jeff Young.
Yes, sir.
On the line, right away. Solo.
Yes, sir.
What? Solo? Oh, you lucky.
Hey, where's my flying suit? Don't crowd me, boys. Give me some air.
Come on, Jeff, snap it up. And listen, get out there and show them. Give them the old power play. And just remember one thing. Keep your head, kid.
Oh, don't worry about me, boys. You climb a little faster and you glide a little further. That's all there is to it.
That's right, Jeff, but don't get nervous.
I'm not nervous.
And why you got your suit on backwards?
Huh? Young, where are you?
Coming, sir. Ready in a second.
Come on, Young. You're going to solo, not to be married.
Hey, Jeff, wait a second.
Huh? What's the matter, Al?
Oh, nothing. Just good luck.
Oh, thanks.
All right, Young, get out of there.
Yes, sir. Was I all right there?
Listen, you were only supposed to stay up there 5 minutes. Didn't you see me flagging you in?
Oh, sir.
Nobody ever does on his first solo. You send them up for 5 minutes and they try for an endurance record.
Hey, Jeff.
How are you?
Oh, gosh, Jeff, you were swell.
Oh, nothing to it, my friend. You just climb a little faster and glide a little further.
Come on down. You're still 10 feet in the air.
Hey, what's that?
What's what?
Over there by the line.
Oh, well, let's see. Offhand, I'd say it was a girl.
Offhand, I'd say it was a very beautiful girl. What's she doing, taking pictures?
What do you care? You got plenty of pictures of yourself.
Oh, I've got to look into this. See you around, Tom.
Mike, bring that reflector in a little.
How's this?
Hold it there a second. A little to the left. I want it on the undersection of the wing.
Okay.
Too far, just a little bit. Oh, would you mind moving, please?
Who, me?
Well, you're the only person in my way.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to watch, that's all.
Why, haven't you ever seen an airplane before? Hold it, Mike.
Say, you're pretty free with that camera around an army post, aren't you?
Would you mind? You're casting a shadow on my reflector.
You know what? I think you're a spy.
That's it, Mike.
You know what happens to spies? They shoot them at sunrise.
Look, I'm trying to make a series of pictures for a national magazine with the full permission and cooperation of the United States Army.
A likely story. What kind of pictures?
You know, I hear it costs nearly $25,000 to make a pilot.
Well, that's very educational.
Well, don't you think you've wasted enough of the taxpayers' money? We'll set up over there for the next one, Mike.
Okay, Miss Bartlett.
Oh, of course. That's right. Carolyn Bartlett, photography's dynamic symmetry girl. Kansas corn silo, steam turbines, the private life of a blast furnace.
Yes.
Oh.
And I must say, I find them even more interesting than Junior Birdman. Bye, Junior.
Now, just one thing more. You men who have soloed are starting to feel like pretty hot pilots. During the past week, several minor violations of flying regulations have cropped up. You've heard of Cadet Barker's being turned in for low flying over Fort Houston 2 days ago. But you may not know that he met the board this morning. And they threw him out. So go easy. You men who haven't soloed yet, I'd like to give you a little tip. The Army can devote just so much time finding out if you're a flyer or not. So make every minute in the air count. That's all for today. Oh, Ludlow, I want to see you. Stick around.
Yes, sir.
Sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Ludlow, would you say that I know my business?
Well, they think so around here, sir.
Why am I losing out on a man who's got everything it takes to be a flyer?
That couldn't be me, could it, sir?
What's on your mind, Ludlow? Family? Money? Women?
What makes you... Just tell me I'm through, sir. I can take it.
Ludlow, why don't you forget her?
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Oh, yes, you do. Come on, break down.
Oh, I can't forget her. I keep seeing her, the way she was the night we busted up. I keep hearing her. You're a flop, she said. You'll never be anything but a $15 a week grease monkey. I was sore, too. I told her to beat it, and she did. After that, I threw up my job and pulled out. Things didn't go so well, and I kept telling myself it was just bad break. But after a while, I started wondering, maybe it was me. That's one of the reasons I joined the Air Corps. You see, I had to know about myself. If I wash out, then she was right.
What if she is right? I know a lot of swell guys who are $15 a week grease monkeys. Now, the trouble with you is you're trying too hard. Relax. Stop tensing up. It's part of learning to fly, a big part.
I know that.
Now, look, Ludlow. Flyers are just like all other men. And they fall into the same two groups. Those that women have made happy, and those that women have made unhappy. You can't forget this, girl. Don't try. But get this through your head. You can still be a whale of a flyer.
Now, look, Tom, it's very simple. Catastrophic instability is a characteristic of an aircraft which, having deviated from level flight, tends to...
Listen, I've soloed, haven't I? Why do I have to learn this junk?
You want to know what you're doing, don't you?
No, what for?
So. Hey, Al, tell this guy, will you?
What can I tell him? I'm still a groundhog.
Hey, Tom, you're wanted at Lieutenant Mercer's office. Yeah, what for?
They must need some expert advice. Go on, beat it.
Oh, catastrophic instability is the characteristic of an airplane.
What's on your mind, Al?
Nothing.
You've been sitting there all night tying knots in those goggles. Look at that, a perfect sheep shank.
Now, I'll roll up your flaps, will you?
That's nice talk to a hot pilot.
Yeah. You're in a class all by yourself, aren't you?
So they tell me. Just watch me up there, and maybe you'll solo, too. Come on, Al. Snap out of it. Here, give me those goggles.
Cut it out.
Come on before you break them.
Let go, do you hear?
Listen, what... See what you did?
I told you to lay off of me.
Are you crazy?
You never learn, do you?
Quit it, Al. Listen.
Ludlow. What's the matter, young?
Nothing, sir.
I know you're supposed to be a gentleman down here.
You don't have to tell me what I'm supposed to be. Here or any other place. I'm leaving. But before I go, I'm going to...
Al, cut it. Cut it, do you hear? Now go and cool off.
You're lucky he caught you, Ludlow. Wash you out fast for striking an upperclassman. Now, what's this all about? Who started?
I guess I did, sir. Had a little argument. I got sore, and I popped him. I don't blame him for losing his head.
report to orderly room for disciplinary action.
Yes, sir. You don't have to take any raps from me.
No, don't be a chump. I wouldn't want to see anybody washed out before he had a chance at what he came here for.
Well, what's the difference? They're sending me up on a test tomorrow. The last chance I'll get.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry I put the rib on. I know how you feel.
Oh, that's a laugh. How can you know? You've never been in a storm in your life.
Oh, no? I've been in a storm ever since I got here.
You? What are you talking about?
Every time I walk on that flying line, those faces nearly drive me nuts. 300 guys daring Jeff Young III to be as good as Joe Dokes.
Oh. Well, I never figured you were afraid of anything.
You want to know something else? The louder I talk, the more scared I am. But that's strictly between you and me. Here. Try wearing my goggles tomorrow. They were lucky for me.
Well, thanks, Jeff.
Keep swinging, Al. You've still got a chance.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake, will return in Act 2 of I Wanted Wings. And here's our young friend, Sally. Oh, Sally, I've got a question for you. When it comes to beauty care, don't you suppose there are lots of girls like this young lady, for instance? It's late evening, and she's getting ready for what she thinks is her beauty sleep.
1, 2, 3, 4. Up, down, side, twist. That makes 10 times. Whew. Grand exercise for the waistline, though. Oh, but I'm sleepy. Think I'll just skip the rest and turn in right now.
Goodness, Mr. Ruick. Isn't she going to do a thing about her complexion? Is she really going to leave dust and stale cosmetics on her skin all night long?
Sally, I'm afraid that young lady doesn't realize what a chance she's taking with her good looks when she neglects complexion care.
Well, Mr. Ruick, I think somebody ought to tell her about Lux toilet soap and how little time it takes to give her skin real beauty care every night.
Well, Sally, why don't you tell all the ladies in our audience about the Lux soap facial that Hollywood screen stars use? The active lather facial, they say, is such a wonderful beauty aid.
Here's all you do. You pat Lux toilet soap's active lather lightly in. It feels so rich, creamy on your skin. You rinse with warm water and follow with a dash of cool. Then you pat your face dry with a soft towel. Now your skin feels exquisitely fresh, and it is.
You mentioned Lux toilet soap's active lather, Sally.
Yes, Lux soap has active lather that removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt. It's thorough, but it's gentle, too. So creamy it's like a caress to your skin. Leaves it feeling beautifully soft and smooth.
Thank you, Sally. 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars use Lux toilet soap for their $1 million complexion. If you haven't tried it, why not get 3 cakes of this luxurious white soap tomorrow? It's as fine a soap as money can buy, you know, yet it's so very inexpensive. Try Lux Soap Active Lather Facials every day for 30 days. Just see what Hollywood's gentle, protecting care can do for you. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of I Wanted Wings, starring Ray Milland as Jeff, William Holden as Al, and Veronica Lake as Sally Vaughan, with Lynn Carver as Carolyn. Two men stand before the officers of the court-martial to testify for their friends. Captain Mercer's voice is quiet as he goes back over the record of Jeff Young, a record which does not appear on paper, but only in the minds of the men who knew him.
Jeff Young was a great flyer, sir. He still is. I always believed it was Young who pulled Ludlow through his first solo.
That's right, sir. We talked all night before it. You see, I thought I was the only one who was afraid of flopping. But when I found out that Jeff was too, why, it gave me some sort of confidence. Well, anyway, I'm sorry, Captain Mercer.
Well, that's all right. This is really your part of the story.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Proceed, please.
Yes, sir. Well, I passed my solo, and that night Jeff and I went out to celebrate. We went to a club near the field, the Club Colonnade.
I saw you last night and got that horse
Take it up, Al. We got to be on the line at 8 in the morning.
Now, don't forget, Jeff, this war dance is on me.
Oh, we'll settle that later.
Oh, no, I just drew a month's pay. I'm showing you the bright light.
Okay. Hey, look over there, that table near the wall.
Ah, what is it? Oh, it's Tom.
Yeah, and stabbing me in the back. That's my girl he's with.
Your girl?
Well, she doesn't know it yet, but I saw her first. Come on, let's break it up.
Well, take off. I'm right on your tail.
You like this girl, Al. She takes pictures.
Well, who cares what she does?
How are you, Tom? How's the boy?
Oh, hello.
Well, Miss Bartlett, a woman's work is never done, huh? What pose is this? Night life of a flying cadet?
Oh, occasionally I come out of my dark room, Mr. Young.
Well, now, that's fine. You don't mind if we try to lighten up the party?
Oh, not at all.
Yeah, sit down. Thank you. Miss Bartlett, I'd like you to know Mr. Ludlow, hottest pilot in the class.
Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Cassidy was just telling me the most fascinating story.
I know. He had the ball on the 2-yard line and his skull fractured.
My ribs, not my skull.
You see? He's irritable, tired, overworked, and overexposed. Now, look, how about my having the next dance, Miss Bartlett?
Oh, certainly. You can find somebody to dance with you.
Well, that ought to hold me for a while. I'll take a look around anyway. Aha, now there's a fancy little dish. That girl singing with the band. See her, Al?
Yeah, I see.
Well, they ought to put that on the menu.
Yeah.
Like to meet her?
Oh, no, thanks, Jeff.
Just wait here. I'll show you how it's done. Excuse me, Miss Bartlett. Hello there.
Hello.
Say, you're a swell singer. Is your dancing just as good?
Sorry, but I never dance with the customers.
Well, if you dance with me, I'll see that you're made an honorary member of the Air Corps.
Thanks. But I don't think I'm the type for wings.
Oh, yes, you are. Come on.
But I don't want to dance.
But you are dancing. Nice, isn't it?
Say, who are you?
Jeff Young?
Jeff Young? No, I know you're crazy.
Okay.
You aren't really Jefferson Young, are you?
Jefferson Young III, but just Jeff to you.
Thanks. My name's Sally Vaughan.
How are you, Sally?
You know, you don't look at all like your picture.
Well, I'm sorry you're disappointed. I'm not. You look just the way you should.
Got me all figured out, haven't you?
I think so.
You're smarter than I am. I never know what I'm going to do next.
And then we were on the 10-yard line. It was fourth down, 2 minutes to go.
Hey, Tom, not while you're dancing. You might forget and go off tackle.
Oh, cut it out.
Don't pay any attention to him. Go on, Tom.
Who's that fellow cutting in on your girl?
Tom Cassidy. My girl? Who says she's my girl?
You do. She does, too, with her eyes.
Ah, you're way off the course. Say, come over here. I want you to meet a friend of mine. Hey, Al.
Oh, yeah.
Al, meet Miss Vaughn. Look, dance together, you two. I've got to intercept a pass. See you later.
Hello, Al.
Hello, Sally.
Well, that's a warm welcome.
Lay off, Sally. I started all over down here. I'm after something new. What'd you follow me for?
Don't flatter yourself. I'm here with the band.
Oh, good. Stay with it.
Okay, Al. That's how it is.
Yeah, that's how. You messed up my life once. Once is enough.
Don't worry. I've struggled along without you. I just hope you find what you're looking for. Say, is that fellow really Jeff Young?
Yeah. And don't waste your time, Sally. He's way out of your league.
Think so? Maybe.
Where are you?
In the dark room. Come in, Tom.
Oh, Tom couldn't make it today, so I came instead.
Oh, Mr. Young.
Hello.
I'm rather busy, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. Maybe I can help. Need any good shots today? Got some great ideas.
Thanks, but I've got about everything I need.
You mean, you finished up around here?
That's right.
Then what do you do?
Well, you'll find me photographing bananas. I'm flying to Guatemala tomorrow.
Oh. Oh, I wish I'd known you were leaving. I'd have,
Yes?
Well, it kind of cuts my time down.
Excuse me, will you? I've got a picture here I'm working on.
That's it. Say, who's that cadet? Friend of yours?
I like to think of him as a friend.
I don't remember seeing him around here.
You ought to know him. You see him every day. He's no glamour boy. His ears are too big. But he'll make a magazine cover just the same.
Oh, quite a guy. What's his name?
Yankee. Joe Yankee. He's a composite of a lot of the cadets down here. His chin is yours.
Mine? Is that my chin?
Why not?
You know, it's a funny thing, but I've got a composite picture of a girl, too. Miss America, in a green smock and her hands in hyper solution. She knows all the angles and waits for development.
That's rather cute.
Say, look, would you mind if I kissed you?
No, I don't think so.
That's the way it was, sir. Miss Bartlett left Randolph a couple of days later. But she and Jeff wrote each other a lot, and they
Just a moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Are you sure, Ludlow, that all this has a bearing on the case?
Yes, sir.
Jeff Young is on trial here for wrecking an Army airplane.
It all adds up, sir. It would just give us a little more time.
Well, go on, Ludlow.
I told you, sir, that Jeff had met Sally Vaughn. But he didn't see her again until the day we had a crack-up on the field. One of the boys hit the hangar. It wasn't bad, but the plane started to burn, and Jeff was standing by. I don't think he was scared. He just couldn't move. Well, somebody else got to the plane and pulled the pilot out.
It was Ludlow who did it, sir.
I just happened to be there, sir. Anyway, Jeff couldn't forgive himself. That night, he went to the club colonnade and took a few drinks just to forget.
Well, hello, Jeff Young III.
Sally Vaughn. Now I know why I came down here.
What took you so long?
I was trying to be a flyer.
You won't be if they catch you down here on a weekday night.
Let them catch me. I'm through. I'm no Joe Yankee.
Who?
I want to fly, I'll buy a blimp.
You can buy anything you want.
Yeah, anything but wings. You got to have nerve for that, didn't you know? You got to have guts.
What's the matter, Jeff? What happened?
It crashed right in front of me. And I stood there. I knew the guy. He was a friend of mine. And I stood there while he started to burn. Jeff Young, the big shot pilot.
Take it easy, Jeff. Forget it.
Forget it? Yeah, sure. Look, Sally, stick with me tonight, will you? I don't want to be alone. Just don't leave me.
I won't. Come on, let's get out of here. Oh, it's you. Come in, Al.
Is Jeff here?
Isn't it pretty late for you to go around ringing doorbells?
They told me at the colonnade Jeff was with you.
Well, old Elsie Wellesley himself. Sit down, cadet. Have a little ring on the house. Nothing's too good for a hero. Joe Yankee himself. Kind of a cross between Sir Galahad and Daniel Boone. He's full of moxie.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that tomorrow, Jeff. Right now, you're coming back with me.
Oh, no, I'm not. Sally and I are pals. She isn't looking for Joe Yankee. Jeff Young's good enough for her.
Plenty good enough.
You said it, Sal. Hey, where's my drink? Oh, it's in the kitchen. Excuse me. Don't go away, Al.
Lay off him, Sally. I'm warning you.
You're getting what you want down here. Why shouldn't I?
You want his dough.
I couldn't be on the level, could I?
Well, you never were with me. I'll tell him to go back to the field.
You must think I'm crazy. I like this guy.
How long do you think it'd last, Sally? Jeff's no dope. What happens when he sobers up? He'll see you then for what you are. A smart little tramp with her hooks in him.
Shut up!
Why, you... Sally, I'll tell you once more. Send Jeff back or I'll spill the whole story.
Just try it.
Here we are. Come on, Al. Have a little drink, huh?
No, thanks.
Jeff, you'd better go back before you get in any more trouble.
Huh? Yeah, Al, take a little drink.
Jeff, did you hear me?
Sure, I heard you, and I'm not going.
Yes, you are. Come on now. It's getting late.
Oh. So you're running out on me, huh? You're one of those hot and cold propositions.
I'm not running out on you, Jeff. I'll be waiting around.
Sure. You're a good kid, Sal. You're all right.
Better run along now. I'll phone you tomorrow.
Okay, don't forget. Come on, Al. Going home.
That was smart, Sally.
For now it was. But you or your whole army won't get him away from me. And don't ever forget it.
Jeff pulled out of that one all right. It took a little time, but after a while he forgot it. And then Carolyn Bartlett came back from Guatemala. It was the night before we left Randolph Field. There was a dance at the field that night to celebrate.
Did you miss me, Mr. Young?
Miss you? Say, the day they turned me loose on cross country, I almost made it nonstop to Guatemala.
Why did you turn back? It was rather lonely down there.
Oh, Mr. Cameron must be slipping. I thought he kept you too busy to be lonely.
He always did, till I went to Guatemala.
Hey, Jeff, you wanted on the phone?
Huh?
It's that telephone call for you.
Tear it up. I'm not taking any calls tonight.
You better take this one.
Oh. I'm sorry, Carolyn.
Go ahead. I'll wait for you outside.
Hello? Who is it?
Hello, Jeff. Why haven't you called?
Oh, well, I've been busy, Sally.
You can't be so busy tonight. I hear there's a dance out there.
Well, it's just a little party, our last night at Randolph.
I can duck away after the first show. I think I'll drive out for a while.
Look, I wouldn't do that, Sally.
Why, Jeff, it's been weeks since I've seen you.
Look, Sally, we've been all through this. I thought we were going to be intelligent about it.
What does that mean? Goodbye, good luck, you go your way, I'll go mine? Don't try and sell me that routine.
I wish I could think of a better ending, Sally, but I can't.
No? Well, maybe I can. I want to see you tonight.
I'm sorry, Sally. I've made other plans.
Listen, Mr. Young, drop in here at my place after that dance, or I'll start making a few plans of my own. I'm expecting you.
Hello? Hello, Sally.
You weren't very long. Was it important?
Yes, in a way. Look, Carolyn, I want to speak to you.
Yes, Jeff.
Look, while you were gone,
56 days. I counted them.
You did?
I don't look so unhappy.
Well, Carolyn, you see, Gosh, it's hard to say.
Is it? Carolyn, while you were gone, I went into a tailspin and crashed right on the bandstand of the Colonnade Cafe.
How did you know?
Oh, I saw her lining you up.
But it's over now, really it is.
I'm sure you wouldn't have asked me if it weren't.
Look, Carolyn, tell me one thing, will you? How is it nobody ever married you before I will?
The next day, we were transferred to Kelly Field, and pretty soon we were within 2 weeks of getting our wings. That was about all we could think of.
You never got your wings, Ludlow.
No, sir. You see, there was a formation flight one morning. Jeff and Tom and myself. And I was the leader. I guess I was feeling too good. I led the formation pretty low over the trees and, well, hedge hopping, sir. I knew it was against regulations, but Tom went even lower than I let him. He was skimming along the ground, and I knew it was going to happen. I tried to signal him up, and he didn't see me.
Thomas Cassidy, killed in formation flight. Albert Ludlow, eliminated from the service for disobeying regulations.
What kind of a racket is this, anyway? Graduation day, and they throw out the best man in the class for something he wasn't responsible for any more than I was. We egged you into it. Tom's the one that slipped up.
Well, I killed Tom. I'll take what's coming to me.
If you'd only listened to me, Al, we could have cooked up a story.
Well, don't you think I felt bad enough about it without lying out of it? And you didn't do me any good when you horned in on the blame. You almost got yourself washed out, too.
Oh, what's the difference? I'm quitting anyway. I'm fed up with discipline. They can have it. Take a running full twist into the lake.
Oh, now, cool off, Jeff. You'll feel better after they pin those wings on you.
Wings. I'll hang them up in my trophy room.
Now, where do you get off talking like that? You've got no beef. You came down here a polo-playing drip, and they made a flyer out of you. I'm sorry, Jeff. I guess I'm always touched.
It's okay. You're right.
Young, we're flying with you this afternoon. Get out there.
Yes, sir. Stick around, will you, Al?
Yeah, sure.
Hello, Al.
Oh, hello, Carolyn.
What's the grip for?
Huh? Oh, I'm leaving. I was just watching the formation for a minute. Pretty, isn't it?
Al, you can't go like this. Jeff and I have plans for you.
Well, thanks, but I'd rather be on my own.
Where are you going?
Oh, this is a big country. Look, tell Jeff so long and to stay on the beam. You'll know what I mean.
Al, will you kiss me goodbye?
Why, sure.
Say, how many aviators do you kiss, sister?
Sally, what are you doing here?
I just drove over to congratulate Jeff.
So long, Al.
That's right. Turn up your nose.
Oh, Sally, stop it.
Try and make me. I know you, sister. I read about you. Big military wedding for Jeff Young III. Where is he?
Come on, Sally. Let's get out of here.
Let go of me. I'm tired of being pushed around. So they're giving him his wings. They won't dare when I get through. I'll give them a scandal that'll shake the army. I'll tell them a story they won't forget.
Oh, now, come on.
I'll let her go. Jeff hasn't seen her in months.
That's your story. He's seen me lots of times. Jeff Young can't pick me up and drop me without seeing where I'm going to land. I'll make him marry me.
Oh, Sally, be sensible. You can't do that.
Can't I? You'll see if I can't. You'll see.
Carolyn, do you mind?
I'm leaving, Al. Write to me, will you? Bye.
Sally. Sally, look at me. Jeff gave you a pretty rotten deal, didn't he?
I'll say he did. But I'll make it squirm. I'll take care of that pal of yours.
Ah, he's no pal of mine. Not after the way he kicked you around.
Well, I'm through being kicked around. Oh, well, I don't know what's the matter with me. I don't want to hurt anybody. But they're always hurting me.
Look, Sally, Jeff's got another half an hour in the air, and there's no sense starting anything till you've had a talk with him. Come on, let's go get a drink.
All right. Say, why aren't you up there flying?
Oh, me? Oh, they washed me out.
Wouldn't you know it? The same old Al. You and me both, a couple of also-rans. Come on, Al. I want that drink.
He didn't even wait to see me. Then this telegram came. I'm taking Sally away. We're getting married.
Married? Oh, no.
Whatever made Al do a thing like that?
Can't you imagine?
What do you mean?
Jeff, have you been seeing Sally?
Yes. She threatened to go to the commandant. I wanted my wings, so I saw her and gave her a check.
Do you think that takes care of everything?
What do you expect me to do?
But, Jeff, you can't use a checkbook for a conscience.
Well, what's that got to do with us?
A lot. Look, I've had a swell time on my own, Jeff. I've got to know what I'm giving it up for.
Look, just because Sally
She was
suddenly...
here this afternoon. She wanted to make trouble. I spoke to her, and so did Al.
What'd she say?
Don't you know? Al drove away with her. You wouldn't be getting your wings today if it weren't for him. A pleasant thought, isn't it? I wonder if you're worth what he did for you.
No. I don't think I am.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake in Act 3 of I Wanted Wings. Let's drop in now at one of the parties being given for our boys in the service.
Hey, Joe, be a pal. Look, over there. See the slim destroyer in blue? Convoy me over, will you?
That's sailor talk for I want to meet that pretty girl in the blue dress. Introduce me, will you? Now that our young sailor friend has his introduction.
Mind if I tell you blue's my favorite color? Especially when it goes with a peaches and cream complexion.
Peaches and cream. That's certainly far from a new expression, but even our modern sailor boy can't think of a better way to describe a lovely Lux soap complexion. Smooth and radiantly fresh. That's the kind of complexion that gives a girl real beauty. Beauty that never fails to attract admiring eyes. Hollywood stars know this. Here's what charming Madeline Carroll says.
There's always romance in soft, smooth skin. Complexion beauty should be cherished. I use Lux toilet soap every day. It has such wonderful creamy lather.
Now, why don't you take a tip from this distinguished star? Make luxurious white Lux toilet soap your daily beauty soap, too. When you unwrap a cake of this fine soap, notice how satiny smooth it is to the touch. That's a promise of the rich, creamy lather Lux toilet soap gives. Lather that's quick and abundant, even in hard water. Your complexion is precious to you. Are you missing out by not using a soap that's as gentle and fine as you can buy? Lux toilet soap costs so little. Now remember, it's hard milled. That means every cake can be used down to the last thin sliver. Start using Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's beauty soap, tomorrow. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Curtain rises on the third act of I Wanted Wings, starring Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake, with Lynn Carver. The story continues. The record of a man who wanted wings. The officers of the court-martial hear the testimony of Albert Ludlow.
When I took Sally away and married her, I felt good about it. At least I was doing something I didn't have to be ashamed of. I was helping Jeff get his wings. The marriage didn't last long. It couldn't. We moved to a cheap flat in Kansas City.
All right, I'm coming. Oh, did you forget your key again?
Yeah, sorry.
I was talking on the phone.
Well, go ahead.
Hello, Tony? Look, what about a spot for me at the Paradise? Listen, I'm a married woman now. I don't want a trip to Florida. I want a job. Okay, Tony, skip it. I'm sorry I bothered you. Tony Vanessi, the wolf. Well, what happened today?
Nothing.
You mean you didn't get...
I told you nothing.
Don't bite my head off. I only asked a question.
Well, it would have been a commission job anyway.
Don't kid me, Al. You didn't want that job. You don't want any job except flying.
I'm through with flying. I don't want any part of it. Is dinner ready?
I'm sick of cooking for you. I don't have to stay here. I can skip right now. You think the baby's stopping me. Well, there isn't any baby. There never was.
Oh, I knew that, Sally.
You knew? Then what did you marry me for?
Well, does it matter?
So you didn't want to help me because you thought... You didn't care anything about me. What a sucker I've been. Trying to make a go of a 2-cent marriage when all the time you're just grandstanding for a guy named Jeff Young. It's on me, isn't it, Al? All right. But I'm walking out now.
She left that night. I don't know where. I came out to the coast and enlisted in the service as a mechanic, stationed at March Field. One day I heard there was going to be maneuvers. A lot of new ships came in, bombers. And that night, Jeff flew in with Captain Murphy.
Form sheet on 64, sir. Told you to drain those pressure gauges. Taking off tonight, not next week.
Yes, sir.
Young, is that the B-17 we borrowed from Hamilton?
Yes, sir. Just rolled her in. That brings our squadron up to full strength.
We'll keep their enlisted men, but we'll supply the officers.
Yes, sir. Haven't checked the new ship yet, sir. Excuse me.
Go to it.
Crew chief.
Up front, sir. Coming.
Get down here, will you? Al.
Oh, Jeff, is that you?
Well, for the love of Pete, where were you? Where have you been?
Oh, gee, you look swell, Jeff.
Come on, spill it. Where have you been hiding? I dragged the whole country for you.
Oh, did you? Well, I moved around pretty much.
What about Sally?
Oh, last I heard she was in Florida. We're washed up. How's Carolyn?
Oh, I haven't seen her since graduation.
Oh, I don't get it. You two were dead right for each other. What happened? Where is she?
Oh, she's up north somewhere. I keep myself too busy to think about it. But say, crew chief on a bomber. Mister, you're doing all right on a year.
Oh, acting crew chief, sir.
Oh, don't give me that sir stuff. By rights, I ought to be taking orders from you.
Young.
Sir. Come on, I'll meet your commanding officer.
What's wrong with this emergency release?
Door doesn't drop, sir. Air Corps Supply won't have parts until tomorrow.
Well, Ludlow. You can't stay away from it, can you?
Well, if I can't fly them, sir, at least I can polish their wings.
I'm glad you're back with us.
Well, thank you, sir. I'll get the checklist, sir. Right back.
As a man who should be flying, Captain. Can we do something?
I've got a friend or two in the chief's office. Cases have been reconsidered before. But right now we've got other things to do.
All right, men. You get those flares installed in the bomb bay?
All set, sir.
Good enough. Oh, Al.
Oh, that emergency release is okay now.
Swell. Look, Al. I spoke to Mercer about another crack at Kelly. He said he'd go to bat for you.
Oh, do you think there's a chance?
You know Mercer. If there is, he'll swing it.
Oh, boy, the way I feel right now, I could swing the ship over my shoulder and carry it out of the hangar.
Look, I'm late for the pilots' meeting. But when we get back tonight, well, we've got a lot to talk about. See you then.
Yeah, see you, Jeff. Charlie, what about that turbo supercharger?
It's all okay. I'm working on the carburetor.
When you finish, knock off for a while. Right? And if you want me, I'll be right outside the hangar.
When I find Lieutenant Young, Al.
Oh, Sally, what are you doing here?
Al, help me. Help me. They followed me. The police are out there now.
Get out of here.
Al, I'm your wife. I'm in a jam, a bad one. Tony Vanessi's dead. Somebody shot him, killed him. They framed me. They said I did it.
Did you?
Al, please.
Did you?
Yes. And I'd do it again. I'd do it again. You've always helped me, Al. You've never turned me down.
Oh, you were born to kill somebody, Sally.
He hit me. He hurt me.
Oh, shut up. You can't stay here. Have you got any money?
No.
Oh, here. Here's everything I've got. Now, wait around the hangar until you see your chance and then get back to Los Angeles.
Will you meet me there?
No, you're on your own, Sally.
Al, please. I don't know where to turn. I've got to talk to somebody. I'm all alone. Tomorrow night, Al, at the station. Please, Al.
All right. They must have turned me out labeled sucker. Now, get out of here. We're taking off in maneuvers. The ship took off a few minutes later. Jeff was pilot, and I was on as crew chief. But what I didn't know was that Sally was on it, too. She was hiding in the bomb bay. She didn't have time to get off. When I went back, I saw her. She was scared.
Al, get me out of here. I'm sick, Al. I can't breathe. I'm scared. Take me up front with you, Al.
Oh, you must be crazy. You want them to see you? Now, you stay right here until I come and get you. And stay put. And look out for those flares. In 15 seconds, they could blow us all to glory. Understand?
But I can't stand it in here any longer. I can't.
Well, now you will. Now, get over there.
Al, don't leave me in here.
Look out.
Light flare! Light flare! Light flare!
Go on, please. Then what happened?
Well, there were sparks all over the bomb bay, and I'm not sure just what did happen.
I can take it up from there, sir. Go on, Captain Mercer. I heard Ludlow call live flare. I went back and we started to unload it through the bomb bay door. We got the flare through all right, but I slipped and fell. The bomb bay door was wide open. I tried to grab the catwalk, but the slipstream was pulling me out of the plane. Ludlow tried to hold me and we both went down. We had our chutes on, of course, but mine was late in opening. I hit a tree and was knocked unconscious. Young saw the chutes and started down after us. He landed in a narrow space surrounded by hills. When I came to for a minute, he was leaning over me. You all right, sir?
Oh, you're a fool, Young. Who taught you to land a plane in the middle of the night? A spot like this? I didn't.
We made it, sir. We're getting you out. You're pretty badly hurt. We have to get you to a hospital.
No, we're staying here. Notify Marchfield. We're staying here.
Oh, he's dying, Jeff. What are we going to do?
I'm taking off. But okay at March.
Can't get out. That ridge, we can't get out. Can't get out.
Listen, men. Yes, sir. I'm in command now. We're taking off. Anybody like to stay? All right, bring that stretcher.
All set for the takeoff, sir.
All right, give me every last inch of manifold pressure. Those engines will take that burning up. Go ahead.
Wide open, sir.
Here we go, Al. It's an awful lift, Jeff. Got to try. More pressure, more pressure. That's all we've got, sir. There's got to be more.
Watch it, Jeff. Watch it.
Jeff, look out. The ridge. Jeff! Is everybody all right? Any of the crew hurt?
Nothing serious, sir. We've sent out a message.
Lieutenant Young.
Yeah?
There's a girl back there, sir.
Girl? Are you crazy?
She must have been on the tail of the ship, sir. She's badly hurt. Ludlow's with her.
Al, hold me.
Oh, it's all right, Sally.
I heard Al. Make it stop. Make it go away. Thanks, Al. It's not hurting now. You're really a good guy.
Oh, she's gone. She's gone, Jeff.
Her troubles are over.
Nobody can hurt her anymore. You know something? I loved her. Yeah, I couldn't help it. That's the whole story, sir. That's why Lieutenant Young pleaded guilty. To shield me. He said the court would never believe that I didn't know my wife was on the ship. He said I'd be finished for good. I'd never get another chance. He said he knew he had to go, but there was no sense in both of us taking it. That's all, sir.
The court will reconvene in 1 hour. Have the accused and the witnesses present.
Excuse me, is Lieutenant Young in the court?
He's in the corridor somewhere, miss. Oh, there he is.
Oh, thank you. There hasn't been any decision yet.
In a few minutes, I think.
Good luck, Jeff.
Carolyn,
I thought you might want to see me.
want to see you? I'd like to tell you how much, but I can't.
Why, Jeff?
Don't you know? You're about to tie a tin can to my tail. But thanks for coming anyway.
I'm here to stay this time.
Nope. I wouldn't ask you to hang my dishonorable discharge where Home Sweet Home ought to be.
That won't matter.
Not to you, maybe, but it would to me.
Jeff, they want you inside.
Thanks. Goodbye, Carolyn.
I'll be waiting, Jeff. That verdict's for me, too.
The accused will face the court of the specification charge 1, not guilty. The court finds that Lieutenant Young's decision to disregard Captain Mercer's command was justified under the extraordinary circumstances. Of the specification charge 2, not guilty.
There they are. Look at that formation, Carolyn. Beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, yes. I remember standing like this with Al one time. Which plane is his, Jeff? There's so many of them.
He's the first. Right up there where he belongs.
Finally got his wings, didn't he?
Yep. They need men like Al. Men to fly the greatest ships the world can build. We're getting them. We're getting the planes, too. You think that's a lot up there? That sky will be black with them someday, and soon. Yes, we'll get our wings, American wings, for American fighters.
To the men with wings, all honor and good hunting. To Ray Miland, Bill Holden, and Veronica Lake, we dip our wings for an exciting performance.
Thanks, C.B. The Air Corps cadets of a few weeks back are the first-line fighting pilots of today. So wherever they may be, Iceland, Hawaii, Bataan, or Australia, we have one wish for them. Happy landing.
And a promise that we won't fail them.
What's the best way for us to help, Mr. DeMille?
There isn't a man, woman, or child in the country who can't help by doing his or her job a little better, working a little harder. If 130 million Americans all work a little harder, more planes, more tanks, and more guns will come rolling off the assembly lines, and there'll be more ships to carry them to armies that'll use them at the right places and at the right times. The word of the hour is work and more work.
We're going to buy plenty of United States saving bonds and stamps to pay for those planes and guns. Bonds every payday and stamps in between.
And I can hear an echo of that from Maine to California. Veronica, you're the only one in our cast who hasn't visited the Lux Radio Theater before, but I'd like to assure you now that your first visit will not be your last.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I am a stranger to this theater, but far from a stranger to Lux soap. I've used it for a long time now, so I know how really fine it is. A Lux complexion is something every girl wants.
And should have, Veronica. There's luck in that Lux soap.
What about next week, Mr. DeMille? Got a play?
We certainly have, Bill. And it's one to make us all stand up and cheer. Because it's the Warner Brothers hit, The Fighting 69th. And our stars will be Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy. This is a thrilling story of the First World War. The story of a regiment with famous names like Wild Bill Donovan and Father Duffy on its roster. If you're looking for a drama of action and adventure and raw courage, you'll like The Fighting 69th next Monday evening.
Well, it sounds great, Mr. DeMille. I want to hear it. Well, good night.
Just a moment before you all go. Bill Holden hasn't been talking about it much, but I think the audience would like to know. that he's going into the Army on April 11th.
That's from all of us, Phil.
Well, thanks, everybody. Good night.
Night.
Good night. Good night to all of you. And keep 'em flying. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy in The Fighting 69. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
William Holden is currently starring in the Paramount picture, The Fleet Sin. Veronica Lake is now being seen on the screen in the Paramount production, Sullivan's Travels. Heard in tonight's play were Warren Ash as Captain Mercer, and Leo Cleary, Boyd Davis, Arthur Gilmore, Griff Barnett, Edward Marr, and Howard McNear. Tune in next Monday night to hear Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy in The Fighting 69. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Tonight's Suspense brings you an all-star cast of Hollywood's finest radio players in the premiere of a remarkable story by Ray Bradbury called Ryabushinska.
But first, we'd like to remind you that in hotels, restaurants, and homes of distinction, wherever hospitality is a gracious art, the knowing host serves Cresta, Blanca, Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Yes, the famous name of Cresta Blanca is a symbol of good taste and good living wherever discriminating people gather. And when you serve proud Cresta Blanca California wines, you pay guests the highest compliment a host can offer. So, distinguish your table by pouring Cresta Blanca Burgundy or Cresta Blanca Sauterne. Yours to enjoy for gracious dining. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
And now, Shenley brings you radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines of Fresno, California, for your everyday enjoyment. Tonight, starring Joseph Kearns, Lorene Tuttle, Wally Mayer, and Armina Faye in Ryabushinski, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear.
Mr. Arkham had a look about him in death as he had had in life. A general appearance which might prompt one to say, there's a man who'll one day be stabbed, or shot, or booted in the head. And although Mr. Arkham had not met his end in any of the aforementioned ways, he had been strangled. And he was dead. Dead on the floor of a theater cellar. Yes, Mr. Arkham was deceived, and nobody seemed to care. Nobody but Detective Lieutenant Krovich, who'd been sent down to have a look around. On a table he saw a small, polished bronze box with certain words on the lid which read, Ryabushinska, property of John Fabian, world's greatest ventriloquist. Krovich looked from the box to the three figures standing stiffly before him. They were John Fabian, ventriloquist, Alice, his wife, and Bernard Douglas, Fabian's press agent. As Krovich lit his cigar, it happened.
Please let me out. Oh, please let me out.
The four people looked with startled eyes at the box on the table. Then Fabian, the ventriloquist, stepped forward and spoke earnestly.
No, Rhea. This is serious business, darling. You stay where you are.
Please don't, Rob. You should be kind to me now after what's happened.
If you don't mind, Fabian, we'll have the dummy act at another time. Now, let's get this matter clear. Each of you testify that you don't know who this dead Mr. Ockham is, yet he told the stage manager tonight that he knew Mr. Fabian and wanted to see him about something important. Oh, stop it, Fabian.
Pay no attention to her, Lieutenant.
Her? You mean you? What is this? Get together, you two.
We'll never be together again. Never again after tonight.
Give me the key to the box, Fabian.
Thank you.
Krovich stood motionless, just looking down, seeing Rhea Bushinska lying in her box and not believing what he saw. He thought, there were nights in life when you dreamed, and this is what you dreamed. There were women you saw in life, far down the street, walking, fragile, far away, unattainable, and this tiny figure was one of them. There were voices that you heard singing high in a dark church loft, voices that made the candle flames shudder and dance to every cadence. And this was one of those voices. On a summer afternoon, you watched a spider gracefully spinning its cloudy web. And now, that web was Rhea Bushinska's evening dress, here and now. You had heard of honesty and intelligence and frankness and unafraidness all your life. And now, it looked straight up at you, fearlessly, shiningly, from a puppet's eye. She was so beautiful your throat closed and you were sad, because you knew that she was only a puppet. John Fabian tenderly picked up Rhea Bushinska.
Oh, isn't she beautiful? She's carved from the finest wood, Rhea Bushinska is. She's appeared in London, Paris, Rome, New York. Everyone in the world knows her and loves her. Many people question Rhea Bushinska's authenticity. They think she's really alive, that she's a midget. People just cannot believe she's constructed of wood.
John Fabian's wife, Alice, stood glaring at her husband with a look of pure hatred. But he was aware of no one but the lifelike figure he held in his arms. And speaking to him, it said,
Please don't go on about me, John. Alice doesn't like it.
Alice has never liked anything about you, Rhea.
Not here and not now, John. Tell me, Lieutenant, how did it all happen? I mean, about poor Mr. Ockham.
What is this? You'd best return to your box, Rhea Bushinska.
But I don't want to. I have as much right to listen and talk. I'm as much a part of this murder as Alice. Or Mr. Douglas Eve.
Don't drag me into this, you little witch.
And the manner in which he replied made it obvious that Rhea Bushinska was more than an illusion to him, for he reacted to her as to a real person.
It's just that I want the truth to be told. And if I'm locked in my bronze casket, there will be no truth. But John Fabian is a consummate liar, and I must watch him. That's right, isn't it, John?
Yes, I imagine it is.
John loves me best of all the women in the world. And I love him. And try to understand his wrong way of thinking.
We're wasting time. If you think you'll interfere with my investigation, Fabian...
Lieutenant, I am helpless.
But she's in your throat.
No. She is in my heart, which is much deeper. Sometimes I'm powerless. Sometimes she is only herself, nothing of me at all. Sometimes she tells me what to do, and I must do it. She watches over me, reprimands me, is honest where I am dishonest, ethical where I am wicked as old sin. She lives her life, I live mine. She's raised a wall in my head between herself and me, and she lives there, ignoring me if I try to make her say improper things, but cooperating if I suggest the correct words in pantomime. So, if you intend going on, I'm afraid Rhea must be present. Though locking her up will do no good.
Lieutenant Krovich sat quietly for a few moments. Then he seemed to make a decision.
All right. Let us stay. Maybe before the night's over, I'll be tired enough to ask even a ventriloquist dummy questions.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Ryabushinska. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, selected from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. Some hosts have a way of making you feel completely welcome whenever you drop in for a visit. Theirs is the kind of hospitality that says, come in and make yourself at home. Well, such is the hospitality of millions of Americans who always keep Roma California wines on hand. For Roma wines lend sparkle and companionship to any occasion. And there's a Roma wine to please every taste. For friendly entertaining, serve nut-like golden amber Roma sherry, rich red Roma port, or mellow flame-bright Roma muscatel. You'll find that these better-tasting Roma wines add warmth and charm to any get-together, brighten those restful stay-at-home evenings with your family. Tomorrow, solve your problem of what to serve when friends drop in with Roma wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Ermina Feige as narrator, Joseph Kearns as Fabian, the ventriloquist, and Wally Mayer as Detective Krovich in Ryabushinska, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Once more, Mr. Douglas, do you recognize the dead man?
No. He looks somewhat familiar. An actor type, I believe.
One of you three is lying. From the condition of Occam's shoes, his worn clothing, he needed money. Are you in love with Mrs. Fabian?
Why,
Really, Lieutenant?
I've been watching you. Your actions.
My actions?
Yes. The way you look at Rio Buchinska's box. The way you hold your breath when she appears. The way you knot your fingers when she talks. The way you stare at her.
If you think for one moment that I'm jealous of a little piece of wood...
Aren't you?
No, I'm not jealous of her.
You needn't tell him, Alice.
Let her.
They all stared at the figurine, even Fabian, the ventriloquist, as if her cry had come from an alien throat.
Alice, tell them.
I married John 7 years ago. He said he loved me. I loved him, and I loved Ria Buchinska, too. At first, anyway. But then I began to see that he really paid more attention to her than he did to me. I began to feel hatred. Not for Ria Buchinska, because it wasn't her fault. But I felt a terrible hatred for John, because I knew it was all his fault. His cleverness, his sadistic temperament. Each jealousy on my part was a tribute to the perfection of his art. She came out of him like a woman out of a dark god. But I don't hate Ria. She's lovely, sweet, and honest. Everything that John isn't.
Tell about Mr. Douglas.
When I got no understanding, no love from John, I turned to Mr. Douglas.
Aha. The dead man was a blackmailer. He came to the theater tonight to see her husband about you. You killed him to prevent that interview.
I didn't kill him.
Douglas might have and not told you.
Why kill a man? John knew all about it.
I did indeed.
The next day, Lieutenant Krovich was back.
Yes, come in. Ah, Fabian, I have something here which might interest you.
With a tight grin on his face, Lieutenant Krovich held out the photograph of a woman. Fabian stared at the shiny picture before him, and then he fell back in his chair. He shut his eyes as if with a great ache in his head.
Petrovich turned the picture over carefully and began to read from the typewritten data on the back.
Name, Ilya Ryamansk. Weight 100 pounds, blue eyes, black hair, oval face. Born 1914, New York City. Disappeared 1934. Believed a victim of amnesia, of Russian Slav parentage.
Oh, no.
You know, Fabian, it was pretty silly to go through the files for a picture of a ventriloquist dummy. They all laughed at headquarters. And yet, here she is, Ria Buchinska. Not papier-mâché, not wood, not a puppet. But a woman who once lived and moved about and disappeared. Take it from there, Fabian.
Well, Lieutenant, there's nothing to it. I saw her picture long ago. Liked her looks and copied my puppet after her.
Nothing to it, huh? Listen, Fabian, this morning I went through a stack of Billboard magazines that high. In the year 1934, I found an interesting article concerning an act playing the smaller circuits, known as Fabian and Sweet William. Sweet William was a little male dummy. As usual in such acts, there was a girl assistant, Ilya Ryamansk. Look at that picture. The resemblance between the real woman on one hand and Ria Buchinska, the puppet, on the other, is startling.
She was my assistant, but that was all. I simply used her as a model.
It all starts and ends with Ria Buchinska. Why should you love a puppet so intensely? Because you love the original woman intensely.
All right. In 1934, I was billed as Fabian and Sweet William. Sweet William was a small, bulb-nosed little boy dummy I carved years ago. I was playing Los Angeles when this girl, Ilya Ryamansk, appeared at the stage door one night. She wanted a job. I remember. It was autumn.
John Fabian remembered Ilya Ryamansk in the half-light of the stage alley. He remembered how startled he was at her fresh beauty, her eagerness, the way the rain, when it came down through the narrow alley, caught in her dark hair and touched her feverish cheeks. She became his assistant, worked in the act, and in 4 short months, he who had always denied and scoffed at love became hopelessly lost with this woman. Then there were arguments, and things much more than arguments, things done and said that were violent and unfair. He wanted her to marry him. She never quite accepted. He went into hysterical rages at her. Once he destroyed her wardrobe. That much she had taken. But it was somewhat different on that last night when he had shouted at her, taken hold of her, and slapped her brutally 3 times across the face.
And Ilya Ryamansk vanished that night. Vanished. The police questioned me. There was talk of murder, but she was gone with no trace. A record of her was sent to all the larger cities. That was the end of it for the police. But not for me. The knowledge of her going was too much. She might be dead or just run away, but wherever she was, I knew I needed her. One night I returned home more depressed than usual. I collapsed on a chair. And before I knew it, I found myself speaking to Sweet William in the totally dark room. William. Oh, this is all over and done. I can't go on.
Coward, you can get her back if you want.
No, I can't. No, I can never get her back.
Yes, you can. Think of a way to get her back. Think of a way. Come on, you can do it. Put me away. Start all over.
Start all over?
Yes. Begin carving. Exactly. And slowly and lovingly. Carving. Make the little arching nostrils just so. And cut her black, thin eyebrows round and high. And make her cheeks in small duplicate hollows. And...
No, it's monstrous. I can never do it.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could.
And the voice faded away like a water ripple in a dark cave. Blackness rushed over Fabian. His head fell forward. He whimpered. And sweet William sighed. And then they both lay silent and solemnly unconscious. The next morning, John Fabian purchased the best grained piece of wood he could buy. But when he reached home, despair seized him. How could he fashion his warm Elia from this cold wood? How could he shape this dumb block of dead substance into anything faintly approximating her glowing light?
Go on, go on.
It was sweet William who egged him on.
You can do it.
And for 20 weeks he worked. He carved her hands into things as natural and beautiful as shells lying in the sun. And sweet William lay dust-cloaked in his box, from time to time feebly quoking some sarcasm, some criticism, some hint, some help. But he was dying, soon to be untouched, inanimate wood. As weeks passed and Fabian molded and scraped and polished the new wood, sweet William lay longer and longer in stricken silence. And one day, as Fabian held the puppet in his hand, sweet William seemed to look at him a moment with puzzled eyes. And then there was a death rattle in his throat. And sweet William was gone. And now, as Fabian carved, a fluttering, an attempting of speech in his throat began echoing, re-echoing the sounds of Ilya Ryamansk. At the year's ending, he was thinned and without money. But by then he had searched his stream of consciousness, experimented and given the doll all the gracious mannerisms and shy gestures of the real woman. And then, at last, he held Ilya Ryamansk in his arms again. They were together. He could talk to her and she could reply. And the first thing he made the little creature say was,
I love you, John Fabian.
Oh, Rhea. I see. And your wife?
Alice. She was another of my assistants. She did her work well. She loved me. I don't know why I married her.
I see. What about the dead man, Arkham?
I'd never seen him before until you showed me his body in the cellar.
That's not true. Don't lie, John Fabian.
Fabian's cheeks drained white and the bones jutted out tensely. The puppet spoke, looking straight at Krovich.
John received the first blackmail letter a month ago. It said simply, Ryabushinska, born 1914, died 1934. Born again in 1930...
Fabian seemed paralyzed, unable to answer. He had a trapped, helpless, insane expression. His lips trembled. He searched the room as if seeking some way out where a frustration and a truth did not wait to bar his way.
Arkham threatened to expose me to the world.
Go on.
I wanted my love for Ilya kept to myself. What sort of a love would it be in the future if people really guessed the significance of my carving this figurine that talked and moved? People would laugh or be disgusted. Perverted, criminal mind, they'd shout. Ugly, horrible, revolting. And how could I play my love scenes with Rhea anymore when they knew? Not when with every word I uttered, someone in the audience would nudge someone else and whisper, she lived once, you know, but disappeared. They say he killed her. They say he loved her.
How much did Arkham want?
$1,000 to start with. And more later.
And so you killed him?
No, I didn't kill Arkham, Lieutenant. I paid him $1,000.
We found no money on him.
Nevertheless, I paid him. Alice and Douglas must have heard our conversation. They've wanted to be rid of me for years now. I'm not blind. Alice saw a way of ridding herself of me and getting some money, too. Why, she's nothing but a...
Just a moment. There's something I wish to say. And yet I can't say it.
Krovich turned. He saw John Fabian's eyes widen in his head, as if a terrible conflict were raging, fighting within. His throat convulsed again and again, and lines cut deep in his cheeks, and the hollows of his face sank in.
I was in the room when Mr. Arkham came.
No, Rhea.
I lay in my box, and I listened, and I heard, and I know.
No.
Mr. Arkham threatened to destroy me, tear me up, burn me into ashes, if John didn't pay him $1,000.
Liz. And then suddenly...
There came a falling sound. Mr. Arkham's head must have struck the floor. I heard Mr. Fabian cry out, swearing and sobbing all in one. I heard a hissing, gasping, choking, horrible sound.
You heard nothing. You're deaf and dumb and blind and lifeless. You heard nothing. Your ears are calm.
But they hear. And then the hissing, choking sound stopped. I heard John drag Mr. Arkham to the door, open it, and take Mr. Arkham down the stairs, under the theater, toward the old dressing room that hadn't been used in years. Down they took the body.
It was a scene so incongruous, so impossible, so completely beyond the veil of sanity and reason that Krovich recoiled even as he watched. If ever in the time of the world the forces that manipulate man struggled one side against the other, this was the time. The shocked, pallid face of John Fabian wrenching, the horrible protrusion of the eyes, the clenching of the teeth as a censor, then relaxing again, the subtle move of the throat, and the high, sad, and accusative voice of Rhea Buczynska leaping from her tiny, shining lips. Fabian must have known what was happening, and yet he did not know.
I'm not made to live this way. There's nothing for us now, anyway. 'Cause the world will know of us. Even when you killed him and I lay in my bronze box last night, I realized, we both realized that these were our last hours. Because while I've accepted your weaknesses and lies, I can't exist in murder. It couldn't have gone on. No one can live side by side with such knowledge.
Fabian took her in his arms and held her high into the warm sunlight. She looked down at him with her clear, honest way of seeing him. There were angry, helpless tears in his eyes. His hand shook, and in shaking made her tremble too. Her mouth closed and open, silent, gaping and shutting again and again with no words. Fabian began to sob. He closed his fingers unbelievingly around his own throat. His eyes numbed. He looked like a man trying to remember something beautiful. Her voice, how it sounded, how to make it sound again. How to make her take back all she had said that was the truth.
No. She's gone. She's gone. And I can't find her. I try, but I can't find her. She's run off behind the dark wall. And so deep down and far away in the night, I'll never be able to find her again. Yes, she's gone.
Rhea Buczynska slipped bonelessly from his limp hand, folded over and glided noiselessly down to lie upon the cold, dirty floor, her eyes closed, her mouth gently sealed. Fabian didn't even look at her as Krovich led him away.
Suspense. And so closes Rhea Buczynska, starring Armana Paget as narrator, Joseph Kearns as Fabian, Wally Mayer as Krovich, and Lorene Tuttle as Rhea. Tonight's study in suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines. Yes, more Americans do enjoy Roma wines than any other wines. And this is Truman Bradley to tell you why. It's because Roma wines taste better. You see, Roma selects and presses only the choicest California grapes. Then, with ancient skills and unmatched wine-making resources, Roma master vintners guide this luscious grape treasure unhurriedly to tempting perfection. These finer Roma wines are placed with other mellow Roma wines to await later selection for your enjoyment from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. This weekend, give your family and friends a surprise. Serve delicious Roma California Sherry. Roma Sherry is a glorious gold and amber wine, soft and mellow on the tongue, with a delightful nut-like taste that's a perfect invitation to dining pleasure. And remember to insist on Roma. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Sherry, because more Americans enjoy Roma wines than any other wines.
Tonight's suspense radio play was by Mel Donnelly from a short story by Ray Bradbury. Be sure to listen next Thursday, same time, to Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX Columbia Square, Los Angeles.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ray Milland and Paulette Goddard in Reap the Wild Wind with John Carradine. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. All drama is not staged by man. What earthly showman can match the suspense of a storm at sea, of a hurricane tossing trees like matches, or the blinding flash of a lightning bolt? Nature on the loose has a terrible power and a terrible beauty. It's some of this that I tried to capture on the screen in Reap the Wild Wind. Because this powerful love and adventure story, adapted from the Saturday Evening Post novel, is also a saga of man's unending contest with the forces of nature. The fine acting of Ray Milland and Paulette Goddard accounted for a good deal of the success of this picture, this Paramount work, and tonight they co-star in the Lux Radio Theater. Suppose you were the casting director on a picture like this, and I called you in and said, "We'll need 100 beautiful girls for the scene we're shooting tomorrow morning." That's a pretty tall order, even in a place where so many girls know about Lux toilet soap. How would you go about choosing the 100 girls? Would you pick 100 blondes or 100 brunettes or 100 with blue eyes? I don't think so. They should represent all types of beauty. And if they're going before my camera, there's one thing they'd all have to have, and that's a beautiful complexion. Lux toilet soap points in that direction, and millions of women are on the right road. Our cast are in their places now. The lights are up, and the curtain rises on Reap the Wild Wind, starring Ray Milland as Steve Tolliver and Paulette Goddard as Luxie Claiborne, with John Carradine as King Cutler. In 1840, America's lifeline was the sea. Great sailing ships linked the busy states of New England with the rich Mississippi Valley. But along this lane of commerce lay the shark-like teeth of the Florida Keys, where savage hurricanes came screaming out of the Caribbean to drive tall ships onto the destroying shoals. Here, storm-riding men in frail schooners, the salvage masters of Key West, stood guard beside America's lifeline. They reaped the harvest of the wild wind, fighting the hurricanes to save lives and cargo from the wrecked vessels. But here also, drawn by tales of great salvage profits, appeared lawless captains who destroyed for their own gain the ships they were pledged to save. One of these vessels was the Southern Cross, bound north from Havana.
Back to shore! Back to shore!
What boat is it? What boat?
The Southern Cross. She's on Satan Shoal, driven hard and breaking up fast.
The Southern Cross foundered on the reef and sank to her grave. In a courtroom at Key West, a captain stands trial for the death of a gallant vessel, murdered on Satan Shoal.
This court will remain quiet. Captain John Stewart is on trial here for the gravest offense known to the sea. Except that no loss of life has been shown, this man, if guilty, might well hang. Proceed with your case, Mr. Cutler.
Captain Stewart, there is just one more question. You have heard the prosecution assert that you deliberately drove the Southern Cross onto the reef at Satan Shoal for the last time. Is this true?
No, it is not.
Thank you, Captain Stewart. Your Honor, I move that this case be dismissed. We admit the defendant's error, but you cannot convict a captain for bad seamanship.
Your Honor, we will show that behind the bad seamanship lay criminal conspiracy.
One moment, please. What is your connection with this case?
I am assisting the prosecution, Your Honor.
You have the authority to cross-examine a witness in this court?
Yes, sir.
Your name?
Stephen Tolliver.
If Your Honor, please. Mr. Tolliver is here from Charleston. He is a member of the bar and a practicing attorney.
I might add to that, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Cutler?
I might add that my worthy opponent, Mr. Stephen Tolliver, is also the sea lawyer for the Devereaux Line, the owners of the Southern Cross. I submit that his interest in this case is purely personal.
My interest lies in bringing criminals to justice and in ridding the Florida Keys of captains who wreck their commands and divide the profits with the salvages. With the court's permission, I should like to question Captain Stewart.
Proceed, Mr. Tolliver.
Thank you. Captain Stewart, on February the 18th, you assumed command of the Southern Cross in Havana, did you not?
I did.
Tell me, Captain, on the night before that, did you or did you not talk to King Cutler, the same man who is now conducting your defense?
Sure, I talked to King Cutler. I've talked to him plenty of times, and so have you.
What you talk about?
That's my business.
Captain Stewart, there are other able skippers with ships on the bottom, but you were the first to stand in defense of the pirate wreckers who haunt these keys. I don't ask what circumstance drove you to join these men, whom you must despise, but I will ask the court for leniency in your behalf if you'll join with me in the destruction of these criminals. Tell us who's behind the wrecking of the Southern Cross.
I'm not hiding behind anybody, Tolliver. They're trying to hang King Cutler, hang him for some other wreck. Nobody gave any orders on the Southern Cross but me.
You admit giving the order that drove that ship at top speed through thick fog to sure destruction?
I was their skipper.
You were also the captain of the Jubilee, weren't you?
I was.
And the Jubilee was wrecked too, was it not?
Yes.
On October the 6th, 1839. Just 4 months before the wreck of the Southern Cross.
Yes.
Now, one thing more, please. When the Southern Cross piled up on Satan Shoal, is it not true that King Cutler's schooner, the Falcon, was standing by within hailing distance?
I object, Your Honor.
Is it not true? Weren't King Cutler and his brother, Dan Cutler, on the Falcon just off the shoal?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. That's all.
Your Honor, I object. My ship was not the only one laying off the reef when the Southern Cross went down. The Claiborne was there, too, and Steve Tolliver was aboard her. Your Honor, if this man Tolliver is going to go on as prosecutor, the part he himself played in this disaster cannot be ignored. Mr. Tolliver, just why were you waiting beside the reef that sank the Southern Cross?
It is in the testimony that the Claiborne fell becalmed.
Becalmed, when the wind held till dawn. The Claiborne sailed all night, yet it was only 15 miles on its course. Why? Mr. Tolliver doesn't dare to answer, because the only living man who could have foretold that wreck is the man who planned it. He was lying there off Satan Shoal to get the cargo off a ship he himself had wrecked.
Her cargo has not been touched.
No, Your Honor. Only because no diver will go down. Your Honor, I demand an answer. Why was Stephen Tolliver at that reef?
Mr. Tolliver, will you answer?
No, I will not.
Of course he won't answer. He can't.
If you please, Your Honor, I can tell you why Mr. Tolliver won't answer that question.
Silence! Silence! What is this, please?
My name is Loxie Claiborne, Your Honor. The Claiborne is my boat, and I was on board that morning also.
Your Honor, Miss Claiborne cannot testify unless she's called.
Mr. Tolliver, do you wish Miss Claiborne sworn as your witness?
I do not.
But you've been charged with something you didn't do.
Your Honor, there is nothing to be gained by calling her.
I will call Miss Claiborne myself as a witness for the court. Take the stand, Miss Claiborne.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State your name.
Loxie Claiborne.
Be seated, please.
Miss Claiborne, You have heard all the testimony at this trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you acquainted with the accused, Captain John Stewart?
Yes, I am.
How long have you known him, please?
I first saw him in October of last year, the morning the Jubilee was wrecked.
The Jubilee. That was the first ship that Captain Stewart drove on the rocks?
Yes.
Under what circumstances did you meet Captain Stewart?
I went out to the wreck with Captain Philpott.
You mean you went out as a salvager?
Yes, Your Honor. My father was a salvage captain.
But a woman, a girl. Well, go on, please.
The morning the Jubilee foundered, I was on the balcony with a spyglass. I could see her smashing up on Sambo Key. Her mainmast had snapped and she sloped on her beam ends, and the waves were grinding her hard against the rocks. Captain Philpott came running to the house. He had our salvage schooner ready and waiting.
Ahoy, Loxie. Can you sight her?
Yes, she's on Sambo Key.
What ship?
Looks like the Jubilee of the Devereaux line.
The Jubilee? Why, her cargo's dead rich. Come on, gal.
Captain Phil, I'm worried about the crew.
The crew? There ain't no money salvaging the crew. I'll see you on board.
I won't be a minute. Soon as I change my clothes.
Cousin Loxie, you're not going out to that wreck, are you?
Of course I am, Cousin Drusilla.
Mercy sakes,
Now bring
Loxie.
along my pettiskirt, Drusilla. Oh, Mama Mariah, help me rig for wrecking.
Now, Miss Loxie, you know what way your mama thinks about you going out to them wrecks.
Now give me my sea boots, quick.
Loxie, what are you doing?
Don't get in my way, Mommy.
Loxie, I won't allow you to go. I forbid it.
The Cutlers won't pick the bones of this wreck if I can help it.
Loxie, what's your cousin Drusilla going to tell the family about you when she gets back to Havana?
Anything she likes.
Cousin Loxie, I think you're so brave going out to that wreck.
Brave, she's just pig-headed. Oh, if only your father were alive.
If Father were alive, I wouldn't be running the salvage business. Throw me that sou'wester, Drusilla.
Captain Phil, look! The Morrow's fallen astern. We'll speak the wreck ahead of them all.
Wreck ho! Clear away!
Dead ahead on Sambo Key.
There she lies, Loxie. See her?
Yes, and I see the Falcon, too. The Cutler brothers are there before us.
Why, them folks so rats they must have knowed. No man alive can foretell a wreck less than he plans it himself.
We'll get no part of her cargo, Captain Phil. Cutler and his brother are boarding her now.
Then we'll board her ourselves. Heave to! Lower the dory! We're boarding the Jubilee! Ahoy, Cutler! King Cutler! Hang on, Loxie. Ahoy, King Cutler! What do you want, Philpott? Get off this ship.
We want salvage shares in this vessel, Cutler.
Oh, you don't say. You're a little late, Miss Claiborne. I'm taking charge of the cargo. You can take the crew. Why, there ain't no pay for that, you benighted blowfish.
Oh, take 'em anyway, Captain Phil. Cutler'd let 'em drown.
All right.
Morning, Captain Philpott. Late again, huh?
Listen, Dan, you and your brother seem to be mighty sharp at reaching these wrecks.
We get up early, Captain. You folks taking the crew off?
Yes, we are.
Well, there's the captain laying over there in the scuppers.
What's the matter with him?
Got a wallop on the head, Miss Loxie. He's out clean.
He's had a wallop, all right. Look at his head.
Oh, he's coming around a little.
Lobberjaw.
Lie still, mister. We're taking off your crew.
Oh, who are you? What are you doing here?
I'll be here just as long as you need me.
Yeah? I hope that'll be a long time.
That was the first time I saw Captain Stewart. We took him ashore and carried him to our house. It was a week before he was well enough to see anyone, and his first visitor was Captain Philpott. He'd come to talk about the wreck.
I tell you, son, that fella Cutler'd sink his own grandmother to salvage the gold in her teeth.
You're not saying he pushed that reef in front of my ship, are you, Captain Phil?
No, I'm saying he's a bad Yankee. I'm a good one. How'd you get knocked out the morning of the wreck?
I don't know. The lookout called breakers ahead, and I started to give an order, and that's all I remember.
Uh-huh. That's when somebody stepped up behind you with a belaying pin and then drove the Jubilee out of the reef.
Well, I thought that wreck was planned. I'd make a topsail out of Cutler's hide.
Well, you hark to me, sonny. That shark
Now,
Cutler...
no more bilge talk, Captain Phil. You up anchor and let him rest. He needs it.
Oh, sure. Just leaving, Loxie. Morning, Captain Stewart.
Morning, Captain.
Now, you get to sleep. Do you hear me?
All right. Tell me, is your room?
Yes. Oh, does it bother you being in a lady's bedroom? My cousin Drusilla's in the guest room.
Bother me? To Took me a long time to be sure I wasn't in heaven. I feel like a hulk putting you to so much trouble.
You stop looking at me and get some rest.
Just remembering where I saw you before.
Under a sou'wester?
No, you sort of came out of that storm like one of Mother Carey's chickens. Only you were good luck for me.
Will you please close your eyes?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you want me, I'll be right outside the door.
I'll rest easy knowing that.
Just sing out.
I will, don't worry.
Cousin Loxie, is he better?
Oh, he's coming along fine, Drusilla.
Oh, he's mighty handsome, isn't he?
A man like that would rather lose his life than his ship.
Loxie, why do you all hate King Cutler so?
'Cause he needs hanging a little.
Cousin Loxie?
Well, he does.
But his brother's different, isn't he?
Different front name, that's all. What are you studying about Dan Cutler for?
Oh, I'm not. Really, I'm not.
I thought girls raised in Havana never even looked at men till they were married to them.
Loxie, did anyone say anything about getting married?
No, Drusilla, and I hope nobody ever will. Not to a seagoing rat like Dan Cutler. When Captain Stewart got on his feet again, he left the house. But I used to meet him often down on the docks. He was waiting sailing orders from Charleston. One evening, just at sunset, I saw him on the deck of the Arcturus. They were storing cargo in the hold and making her ready for sea.
Loxie! Loxie, here!
Oh, Jack. Jack, you left your spyglass at our house, and I brought it down to you.
Thanks. I've been meaning to come over and thank your mother for all the bother.
Oh, you'd better not. Mother's making a heap of to-do about you and me. They're planning to ship me off to visit Aunt Henrietta.
I got my orders, too. I sail tonight. A month at sea and then Charleston for a showdown with Steve Tolliver. He loves me about as much as the devil loves holy water.
But he doesn't sound very dangerous.
No, he wouldn't be. Except he holds a power of influence with Commodore Devereaux. You see, Loxie, there's just 3 things I want out of life. One is to command the Southern Cross steam. And with the Southern Cross under me, I'd get my second wish. Because the man who commands in steam will be head of Devereaux and Company someday.
Will you have to wear a stovepipe hat, Jack?
Well, Steve Tolliver looks all right in one. He means to be head of the company himself. Now that I've lost the Jubilee, he'll crack down with everything he's got to break me.
Break you? That's a man-sized job.
I promise you he won't do it. You see, I found something in these keys worth fighting for. Nights on watch, I'll see you like this, Loxie. With your hair catching fire in the sunset. That look in your eyes 10 fathoms deep.
What was the third thing you wanted, Jack?
You think I'm going to say you, don't you?
Oh, aren't you?
Yes.
Oh, Jack.
You're in my blood, Loxie. Same as the sea. I'm coming back for you.
You won't have to come back. I'll be waiting for you in Charleston. They're not going to break you, Jack. And you're going to have the Southern Cross. Days after Jack sailed, I went to Charleston. At a tea party there, I met Steve Tolliver. He was everything Jack had told me, or so I thought then, a Charleston dandy with lace cuffs and a fancy silk cravat. When we were introduced, I noticed that he carried a tiny black dog in his arms. I thought it very strange.
Miss Loxie Claiborne, Mr. Stephen Tolliver.
Charmed, Miss Loxie.
How do you do?
Oh, excuse me, Romulus. Miss Loxie Claiborne, Mr. Romulus Tolliver.
Miss Loxie. A talking dog? Well, I never.
Yes, and speaks pointedly good English, don't you think, Miss Claiborne?
You're not a very good ventriloquist, Mr. Tolliver. I saw your lips move.
No. Romulus, did you hear? She doesn't believe you can talk. Now, what do you think of that?
I don't mind. I think she's lovely anyhow.
What a wonderful pair of performing dogs. You know, Mr. Tolliver, I've heard a great deal about you.
Oh, yes? Where?
In Key West.
Well, we're flattered.
You're jumping at conclusions, Mr. Tolliver.
Sorry. And who's been telling you about me?
One of the finest men I ever met, Captain Jack Stewart. I found out then that Stephen Tolliver was the real head of the Devereaux line, and I made it my business to be friendly with him. I saw him every day for weeks. We went out walking together and for picnics along the river.
Loxie, have I ever told you that you were very beautiful?
Yes, twice.
Oh? Well, there's...
Steve, there's something I most especially want to talk to you about.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Oh, Romulus generally does that.
Well, I'm a little worried about Romulus. He's been a changed dog ever since he met you.
Oh, don't, Steve. This is really important. It's about the Southern Cross.
What I have to say is much more important than the Southern Cross.
Oh, but she's the newest ship in the line.
Yes, I know, and she's steam and all. But she's hardly fitted for a honeymoon.
Honeymoon? Oh, but Steve, you don't mean...
Yes, I do, Loxie. When you walked into Mrs. Mottram's tea party, it was like all the winds of the Caribbean getting together at the same time. I was shipwrecked, Loxie.
Oh, but Steve, my whole life is Key West. This is another world to me.
There's only one world, Loxie, inhabited by two people.
But, Steve, listen,
Mr. Tolliver! Mr. Tolliver!
Oh, here's trouble on horseback. What is it, Bixby? Anything wrong?
Mr. Tolliver, sir. Commodore Devereux says, can you come to the counting house at once, sir? Captain Jack Stewart has just landed in Charleston.
What happened in the counting house that day I learned long afterwards. Jack Stewart standing before the Commodore and his sailing masters, and Lieutenant Farragut of the United States Navy. Behind him on a shelf stood the models of all the Devereux boats that had gone to the bottom. Rotten Row, it was called. A line of crippled ships leaning against the wall.
Don't talk to us of barratry when you've got no proof. In short, Captain Stewart, you were not only unconscious when your ship struck, but you don't even know what hit you.
I've already said, Commodore Devereux.
I'm not interested in excuses. I'm interested in performance. Take up the model of your command, sir. Put her in Rotten Row. Go on, put her with the rest of the fine ships that you and your kind have sent to rot on the bottom.
Commodore, you can cat-haul me both ways. But if you'll just give me a chance
Choke
to...
your luff. Get out, man.
I'm only asking you, sir, to give me a...
I said get out.
Very well, sir.
Weren't you a little hard on him, Commodore?
Hard on him? Steve, that parroting Jack Stewart has cost us one of our
It wasn't Jack Stewart who cost us the Jubilee, sir. It was the Florida Reefs.
Am I to remove the reefs or the captains who can't miss them?
Well, perhaps you should remove the Key West pirate wreckers who swarm those reefs like a school of killer whales. And get rid of the man who's behind them all, King Cutler.
Cutler or no Cutler, I'll get my ships through if I have to hire and fire every captain on the line. Gentlemen, I asked Lieutenant Farragut to sit with us today, hoping the United States Navy may give us protection against Cutler and his kind.
Gentlemen, the Navy is more anxious than you are to blast those vultures out of the Keys.
Good.
But you present no evidence against this man Cutler. Give us proof of deliberate wrecking, and we'll do the rest.
Proof? No one dares testify against Cutler. We sent men down there to find witnesses. What became of them, Steve?
I don't know, sir, but I suggest that you send one man more.
Who, for instance?
Well, me, for instance.
You? Why, Tolliver, you wouldn't last 15 minutes in that pirate's nest. I know Cutler, Steve. Why, you wouldn't stand any more chance than a rat in a tar barrel.
Wait, gentlemen. I say, let Tolliver go if he wants to. Confound it, if they kill him, then he's not the man for the job.
That's very aptly put, sir. Perhaps Jack Stewart could sail south with me. The Southern Cross is refitting at Havana.
You mean you give the Southern Cross to the man who just lost us the Jubilee?
Gentlemen, we're in business. Captain Stewart has increased the earnings of every vessel he's commanded. I personally don't like him, but he gets the most out of a ship.
And then throws it away on a Florida reef.
I expect to get proof that Cutler, not Stewart, wrecked the Jubilee.
Very well. Ormsby, order Captain Stewart to proceed to Key West immediately as mate of the Pelican. There he will be set ashore without pay to wait orders.
But that's unfair.
Oh, you'll have his papers in your pocket. If you find proof that clears him, give him the Southern Cross.
Yes, sir. I'll tell him.
You'll do nothing of the sort. Let him sweat on the beach and see how he takes it. And my personal opinion of you is that you're a young fool.
Thank you, sir.
And what's more, I'll give odds that you'll never leave Key West alive.
Oh, but I have to, sir. You see, I expect to be married very soon.
After a brief intermission, Ray Milland, Paulette Goddard, and John Carradine will bring us Act Two of Reap the Wild Wind. Now, here's Libby Collins, and she's going to tell you what you would see if you met this lovely young star.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, when I first met Veronica Lake, I was impressed with how frank and unaffected she is. After I got over being dazzled by her blonde young beauty, of course.
You thought her really beautiful, huh?
Decidedly. She has such delicate, transparent-looking skin. She's a Lux girl, of course.
You mean a girl who uses Lux toilet soap every single day?
Yes, that and more. Veronica's a girl who feels active lather facials with Lux soap are really a wonderful beauty aid. Really give delicate skin the protection, the gentle, cherishing care it needs. She says, this care's easy. All you do is smooth the Lux soap lather well into your skin. Rinse with warm water, splash with cold, and pat with a soft towel to dry. And one look at Veronica would convince any woman that the care she uses really does the trick.
Well, thanks, Libby. You've certainly convinced me. And I think that a 30-day trial of Hollywood's beauty care will convince any woman who hasn't tried it that Lux toilet soap can help skin to look smoother, fresher, lovelier. Why not get some Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Use it faithfully and see. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host, Jerry Hendigas. And now let's get back to Reap the Wild Wind.
Act 2 of Reap the Wild Wind, starring Ray Milland as Steve and Paulette Goddard as Loxie, with John Carradine as King Cutler. In the crowded courtroom at Key West, Loxie Claiborne tells her story. A tale of the raging sea and the wild wind, and the men who draw ships to their doom on the reefs. Of this crime, Captain Jack Stewart stands accused. It is of him she speaks.
I learned that night that Jack Stewart had lost his rating as a captain. He came to a ball my aunt was giving, and I saw his eyes flashing as he moved across the room. Jack, tell me, how did it go with the Commodore?
They got me busted flat in a haddock.
Oh, but your new command. Aren't they going to give you the Southern Cross?
The Southern Cross? I'm second mate on the Pelican. We sail within the hour for Key West. They're beaching me there till I dry rot.
Oh, no, Jack. Nobody's going to break us up that easy, and that's what he's trying to do.
He? Who?
You just wait here a minute, will you? Mr. Tolliver's bitten off just a little bit more than he's going to be able to chew.
This couldn't have been a better night to say what I had to say, Loxie.
Anything you have to say to me, it better be fast, Mr. Tolliver. I'm leaving for Key West in the morning.
You are? So am I.
But before I go, I want to tell you that what you've done is the most cowardly thing I've ever heard of.
What?
You think you're mighty clever, don't you? Putting Jack off on an old tub and beaching him in Key West as if he were a...
Oh, easy now. What really happened was that I...
What really happened was that you saw I loved Jack Stewart.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, yes, you did, and you're right. I do love him, and I'm going to marry him.
That's enough. In the first place, you're not in love with him. In the second, I intend to marry you myself.
You? Do you think, after knowing one real man like Jack Stewart, that a girl would even look at a popinjay like you? If I played up to you so you wouldn't break Jack, that's all. So you'd give him command of the Southern Cross and no other reason.
Oh, I see. That's very enlightening, Miss Loxie.
What are you taking your gloves off for?
I take it you prefer the rough ways of your Key West pirates. Well, we'll see.
Well, what are you going to do?
Something your folks should have done to you more often when you were a child. Take you across my knee and spank the living daylights out of you.
Don't you put your hands on me!
Hang up to me, will you? Go on, scream.
Oh, let me go!
Fine. It doesn't hurt me nearly as much as it hurts you.
Oh.
There you are. And
Why,
don't forget, we're still going to be married.
Stand by the stern line. Ready with the gangplank.
When the ship docked in Key West, my cousin Drusilla was there to meet me.
Welcome home, Loxie. Did you have a good time in Charleston?
She looked very happy, and I noticed then that she was wearing a new shawl. It was a beautiful piece of India silk.
Isn't it lovely? It was a gift. Loxie and Steve Tolliver aboard. We heard he was coming.
Steve Tolliver had made the trip with me. He was coming down the gangplank in all his lace and frills and the lapdog barking at the people on the dock. Suddenly a boom swung over his head and a huge barrel hung there. It couldn't have been an accident. It seemed to follow him along the dock. I tried to scream and warn him, and then the rope broke. The barrel hurtled toward him through the air.
Steve, are you hurt?
Let's see. No, I don't think so. But the barrel of molasses came near being flavored with Tolliver.
Steve, listen to me. That wasn't an accident. That rope was cut by one of Cutler's men. They know you're here.
Well, thanks for the warning, Miss Loxie. Romulus, I guess we made an impression at last.
I was only worried about the dog.
Well, we're both very grateful.
Your mother's waiting for you, Loxie.
Oh, thanks, Captain Phil.
You all right, Mr. Tolliver?
Oh, just a little splattered with molasses.
Well, that was a close call, my friend. Let me congratulate you.
Mr. Tolliver, this here's Mr. King Cutler. You two men maybe heard about one another?
Oh, yes.
Tolliver, eh? Well, well. As one lawyer to another, let me welcome you to Key West.
Thank you. That was quite a welcome.
I saw it. Unpardonable.
Yes, terrible waste of molasses. I didn't know you practiced law, Mr. Cutler, although I've heard of your other practices.
Thank you. I hope I can make your visit to the Keys interesting.
I'm sure you'll do your best, Mr. Cutler. Good day.
Good day.
Captain, you happen to know some nice, quiet nook where I could sleep without any molasses?
I guess so. Come on aboard my sponge boat. But you better leave word who to notify in case there's any, suddenness.
Listen, Loxie, those voodoo drums. They've been going all night.
Ma Mariah?
Yes, Miss Loxie?
Ma Mariah, what are the voodoo drums beating for tonight?
Long about dusk, I see something. Couldn't be in this world or the next. It was shaped like Miss Drusilla, and it was traipsing along the edge of the jungle with a demon. Only the demon make himself look like Dan Cutler.
Ma Mariah, that's ridiculous.
Of course, Miss Drusilla. The drums do that.
Drusilla, look at me.
Loxie, I wish I didn't have to go back to Havana tomorrow.
Are you meeting Dan Cutler on the sly?
Are you? Yes.
When did you see him last?
This evening. He gave me this shawl. He wanted to see me wearing it.
Oh, Drusilla, honey.
You love Jack, don't you? You know what it's like to love a man so much that nothing else matters. Well, that's the way I love Dan. And I'm going to marry him.
Drusilla, I'm a pretty poor one to be giving advice, but you go on back to Havana and ask your mother about it first.
Won't make any difference what she says. I'm coming back, Loxie, on the first boat I can get.
Drusilla, you... Oh, Ma Mariah, close the windows. Those drums will drive me mad.
You can't shut out the voodoo drums, child. They're talking of trouble. Trouble and pain. Fighting and dying and...
What do you mean? Who's in trouble?
Oh, all I know is what the darkies say. And they say Steve Tolliver's the one.
Steve? Well, what about him? What is it you know, Ma Mariah? Tell me.
Oh, they say Cutler's sending some men to Captain Phil's sponge boat. They say they're taking Steve Tolliver off and selling him to a whaler.
A whaler? Oh, Ma Mariah, we've got to warn them. Do you hear?
I can't go out in no voodoo night, and none of the other darkies either.
All right, I'll go myself.
No, child, no.
Get me a lantern, Ma Mariah.
No, your mama tell me if she knows.
Cousin Loxie, you can't.
Don't tell Mommy where I've gone.
Miss Loxie, don't go out into a voodoo night. Don't go out, child.
Loxie!
Oh, Jack.
What's your course, lady?
Jack, we've got to get down to Captain Phil's old boat. Steve's in trouble.
Steve Tolliver? What do you care what happens to him?
Oh, you ninny, this is no time to be jealous. Come on. We reached Captain Phil's boat in time to warn them, and then the Shanghai crew came aboard. But I guess they weren't expecting the reception they got.
Watch that one! I got the big one, take the others! Don't let him get away!
The fight didn't last long. Jack and Steve and Captain Phil were too much for them, and the crimping crew got off. Those who could, anyway. Does your arm hurt, Jack?
Yeah, a little.
The sailor brought you to a right lively party, Miss Loxie.
Hey, Tolliver, help me pass a line around this carrion shark. He's coming too.
Right there.
Jack.
Yes?
But that paper that fell out of Steve Tolliver's pocket, did you see it? Look.
What is it?
It has your name on it, Jack.
My name?
I guess if it's about you, we can read it.
That'll hold him, Captain.
Jack, look at this. It's your appointment. The Southern Cross. Oh, Jack, you're captain.
Captain, let me see. That's what it is, all right. Why didn't Tolliver tell me?
I don't know.
Go below, Captain.
Tolliver, who's going to command the Southern Cross?
What? Oh.
This is my appointment, isn't it?
Yes.
How long you been carrying it?
Since I left Charleston.
Commodore Devereaux gave you that appointment to give to Jack. Why didn't you give it to him?
I had my reasons.
And I know what they were, too. Why, you'd stoop to anything.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
Land of love. I'll bet that's the quickest Steve Tolliver ever went to sleep in his life.
Come on, Loxie. I'll row you home before I call on Mr. Cutler.
State your business, Captain Stewart.
All right, Cutler. I was aboard that sponge boat tonight when you sent your men on that crimping job.
My men.
That's all the proof the government needs on who sunk the Jubilee.
Except you haven't got any proof, have you? Where's Tolliver?
He's still on board.
Oh, yes? Too bad.
Maybe I can agree with you on that.
What's the matter? Don't you like your new boss?
Tolliver won't boss the Devereaux line. I got command of the Southern Cross right here in my pocket.
Yes? Well, I've got a dispatch here that says different. Commodore Devereaux is dead. Steve Tolliver's the new head of the company.
What?
You stood in your last quarterdeck, Stewart. Tolliver won't even let a lobster crate take you aboard. You'll sleep on the beach and scratch for food. And Loxie Claiborne will stick by you. She'll sew your filthy rags together if you ask her to. Only you won't ask her. You're slow in the head, but you're more of a man than that. Steve Tolliver will marry her after a while. She'll be raising his kids.
Shut up about her. I'll tear that jaw out of your face.
All right, Stewart. But you're finished, and you know it.
I'm not finished yet.
You'll never make another penny on the sea, boy.
Listen. You know what cargo the Southern Cross carries from Havana?
Teak, ivory, spices, silks, and indigo.
Can you get me to Havana before she sails?
Yes. Why?
I'll show you how to get rich in one night. Get your wreckers out to meet me at Satan's Shoal. I'm going to pile up the Southern Cross.
Steve Tolliver suspected that Jack Stewart had made a deal with Cutler. The next day he commandeered my boat, the Claiborne, and headed out to sea. I was on board. I demanded that he turn about and make for Key West.
Keep her on her course.
This is piracy. Stand away from that wheel.
She stays on her course. I'm acting under federal authority.
You've done everything you could to down Jack Stewart, and now you're racing to Havana to break him.
You believe in Jack above all things on earth, don't you?
I'll always believe in him.
Come here, Loxie.
And I'll never forgive you, Captain Phil, for helping.
Honey, you got to know the truth. Jack made a deal with Cutler, and he's going to wreck the Southern Cross.
Did Jack tell you that himself?
No, he didn't.
Well, I wouldn't believe it even if he had. Oh, Steve, won't you put back, please?
No. Jack Stewart will never sail in command of the Southern Cross.
Oh, but that's ruin. How will he ever get another
He'll
command?
never command so much as a mud scow in this world or the next once I reach Havana.
Then you'll never reach Havana.
Loxie, put down that axe.
Come about or I'll part the hand.
No, Loxie, you'll wreck her.
Will you put back?
Not while she floats.
All right, then.
Loxie! Jack Cross is smashed. Get her action on that sail.
I reckon you won't stop the Southern Cross now, Mr. Tolliver.
I had crippled the Claiborne. She lay drifting for hours while the fog closed in around us. The wind fell and we stood becalmed, just off Satan's Shoal.
If the Southern Cross goes down, you'll be guilty of barratry, Miss Loxie.
The Southern Cross isn't going down, Mr. Tolliver. Captain Stewart's in command.
Leadsman, what's the word? No bottom, sir. Well, we missed it by a split hair.
Missed what?
I wasn't going to say nothing to you folks, but we pretty near drifted out of Satan's Shoal. That's the worst pack of reefs around here anywhere.
Oh, that horn's driving me crazy. Near all the time, but never gets here. I never heard a horn like that. It sounds like something out of the bottom of the sea.
That horn's worked by steam. It's the Southern Cross.
The Southern Cross? Well, suppose it is. Jack knows what he's doing. He can pick a channel.
Listen, I suppose you know what boat that is, too, eh?
That's Cutler's Falcon.
Yes. Cutler. You don't need to smell the bait to know somebody's going fishing.
Oh, but the steamer's safe. She's got power, wind or no wind. She's not drifting around helpless like a cracker box like us.
No bottom, sir.
Yeah. Harky,
What is it?
you hear? That's her engines. The Southern Cross.
Can you see her?
You'll be seeing her soon enough.
She's coming closer.
That's the Falcon leading her on.
If only this fog would lift.
Listen, she's pounding hard. She's got full steam up.
Full steam in these waters?
There she rises, laying straight for the reef.
It's the Southern Cross, all right.
Oh, no, Steve. No, it can't be.
Give me that horn, Sam.
You'll never stop her now. She's almost on the reef.
She's going to strike. Jack! Jack, horn astern, Jack! The reef! The reef! You're going to strike!
Down by the head. She's a killed ship.
Yeah. There ain't nothing left now but to get her people off.
There's one thing left. To arrest the man who murdered his own command.
Stand by your boat tackle.
Blow it away. Blow it away.
Well, Stewart's done the job, Loxie. He's killed the Southern Cross.
Oh, Captain Phil, why didn't he kill me instead?
In just a moment, Ray Milland, Paulette Goddard, and John Carradine will return in Act 3 of Reap the Wild Wind. And now, here's a sound familiar to many of our boys today. Well, it takes tons of smokeless powder to keep those big guns booming. The big guns that help our fighting men to victory. And right in your own kitchen, Mrs. America, you can help supply that ammunition. How? By saving every ounce of precious fats, the source of glycerin, which is needed to make explosives. Glycerin is needed, too, to make many vital medical supplies.
But fat is so hard to get nowadays. I need it all for cooking.
The government asks you to save and turn in only waste fats, those left from cooking. Drippings from meat pans, leftover vegetable oils and shortenings. Even the grease skimmed from soup or stew is needed.
But we have such a small family. What I'd have left over would hardly matter.
Almost any home kitchen can contribute at least a tablespoonful a day, and that small amount will add up to a pound a month. And if every housewife in America turned in only a pound of waste cooking fats a month, it would make 540 million pounds of smokeless powder a year.
Goodness, I had no idea. I guess I can help then. Tell me, Mr. Kennedy, what do I do with the fat after I've saved it?
Strain the liquid fat into a clean, smooth-edged can. Glass or paper containers are not practical. And when the can is full, take it to your meat dealer, who will pay you cash for each pound. Just about 21 days after you've turned it in, the fat will be on its way to the munitions plant or to the medical supply manufacturers. This is a vital service nearly every woman can perform for her country. Something real and important she can do for that boy she knows out fighting on the battle line. Remember, all waste fats and greases that are a product of cooking are usable. And should you have any difficulty in disposing of the fats, advise your local salvage committee. Begin tomorrow this urgent patriotic service. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
After the final curtain, we'll take you behind the scenes with our stars. But now here's the curtain for Act 3 of Reap the Wild Wind, starring Ray Milland and Paulette Goddard, with John Carradine. Slowly but surely, the testimony given by Loxie Claiborne is weaving a net of evidence, a net which is drawing tighter and tighter about the men who wrecked ships on the Florida Keys. The court is silent, hanging breathlessly on her every word.
That's why Steve Tolliver lay off Satan's shoal when the Southern Cross went down. Because the Claiborne was becalmed. I disabled her. I think that's all, Your Honor.
Have you any questions, Mr. Tolliver?
None.
Mr. Cutler?
I certainly have, Your Honor. So, Miss Claiborne, you disabled this vessel, virtually knocked her apart with your own little hands. Oh, no, gentlemen. What you've heard is a girl caught hopelessly between two men who have fought over her as dogs fight over a bone.
Your Honor, object.
Sustained.
Didn't you play these men one against the other, encouraging each in turn? Isn't that why they're both hopelessly entangled in this disaster?
I won't answer that.
You won't answer. Gentlemen, isn't it obvious to you that this girl is trying to protect Steve Tolliver? And why? Because she knows that Tolliver had entered into a conspiracy to wreck the Southern Cross. What man on board was responsible for the death of that ship, we do not know. But certainly, Captain Jack Stewart had no knowledge of it.
Then why did he order his stokers driven under the whip? Why did he, in a heavy fog, demand more and more steam until the Southern Cross was tearing ahead at full speed straight for the reef?
That has not been shown.
I'll show it now. Your Honor, there was a Barbados freeman called Salt Meat, served as stoker aboard the Southern Cross. I should like him called as a witness of the prosecution. Your name is Salt Meat?
Aye, sir.
You know Captain Stewart's voice, don't you?
Well, I reckon I does.
Didn't you hear him order full speed?
Why,
Object.
Sustained.
You were in the stokehole at the time of the wreck, were you not?
No, sir. I was in the orlop.
You were in the orlop? In the hold of the ship?
Yes, sir. That's where I was when the steamer, she smashed against that reef. And I heard that dying scream.
You heard what?
The ship, sir. She screamed like a woman.
You mean you heard tearing timbers and escaping steam?
20 years I know the sea like I knows day from dark. But I ain't never heard no sound like that, except when a woman died.
Was there a woman aboard the Southern Cross?
No, sir. I think she go ashore before we sail.
Who?
A lady would talk to the captain in Havana.
A lady? What did she look like?
Well, I don't rightly remember how she was dressed, but she was wearing a mighty pretty shawl.
A shawl? What kind of a shawl?
I don't know, but it was mighty pretty, kind of red and yellow.
Your Honor, I request permission to interrupt this testimony and recall Jack Stewart to the stand.
Granted.
Captain Stewart, did the Southern Cross carry passengers?
No.
But a woman came aboard just before you cast off in Havana.
What of it? She didn't sail.
Are you sure of that? She might have stowed away in the hold.
She wouldn't have stowed away.
Then you knew her.
Yes, I knew her.
Jack, was it Drusilla?
Yes, it was Drusilla.
Oh, Jack.
Who screamed? Who screamed, Stewart?
Dan, keep out of this.
If that scream was Drusilla, Stewart, I'll tear the throat out of you.
Dan, shut up, you fool.
Order! Order in this court!
Your Honor, I call Dan Cutler to the stand. You were Dan Cutler?
Yes.
King Cutler's brother.
Yes.
You loved Drusilla Alston, didn't you?
Yes.
You were going to be married?
Yes.
She promised to come back to you soon from Havana, didn't she? On what ship?
First one she could get.
And that happened to be the Southern Cross. We heard the Falcon's call through the fog. Your boat, Dan, waiting like a bird of prey for the Southern Cross, which you knew would strike, didn't you?
Don't answer that.
But you did not know that your sweetheart was aboard that doomed ship, did you?
I don't believe she's down there.
We don't know, Dan. But some woman is down there, under 10 fathoms of green water, all alone in a dead ship, where the shark and the giant squid moved through the shadows. It wasn't the ship that screamed, Dan. It was a woman. Maybe Drusilla. And you know the men who were responsible, don't you?
Don't answer.
If Drusilla's under that sea, I'll see the men hung who put her there.
Even your own brother?
Even my own brother.
Your Honor, please. All day we've heard the prosecution present a mass of lying insinuations. Now I challenge Mr. Tolliver himself to dive to the sunken hull, to bring up the proof he claims is there.
Mr. Cutler, such a dive is impossible.
If murder has been done, this court must know it.
I cannot order men to almost certain death.
You don't have to. That dive isn't impossible. I'll make it myself.
You will, Captain Stewart?
If Tolliver will come down with me.
Mr. Tolliver would be a madman to accept.
Perhaps, Your Honor, but I have no choice. I move that this court be adjourned to the wreck of the Southern Cross.
Stuart, are you ready?
All set, Cutler. Tighten the bolts on the helmet.
Listen, Stuart. If that girl is down there, come back alone. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you have your knife?
Yes.
Well, use it. Remember, come back alone.
Steve, listen to me before it's too late. Don't make this dive, Steve. Please don't go down there.
I have to, Loxie. If Drusilla's there in that wreck, we've got to know.
Watch yourself, Steve. Keep an eye on Stuart.
Don't worry.
Steve, if Drusilla is down there, you'll see her shawl, yellow and red.
I hope we don't see it, Loxie. Ready, Captain Phil.
Good luck, Steve. And try to forgive me.
What's delaying you, Tolliver?
Nothing. Bolt the faceplate home. Lower away.
How far down are they, Captain Phil?
10 fathoms. Must be on the wreck by now.
Are they still taking out line?
No, sir. They've stopped. Stop. There, Loxie.
Oh, Steve, be careful. Be careful, Steve.
Watch yourself. Keep an eye on Stuart. Keep an eye on him. There's the wreck. Move slowly. Don't foul your line. Keep an eye on Stuart. Watch it.
If the girl is there, come back alone. Come back alone. Remember.
There's the hatch. Move slowly. Down the ladder. Into the hold. Watch Stuart. Watch it.
If the girl is there, come back alone.
There's the cargo. If Drusilla was aboard, she... What's that? Behind that chest. Floating up in the current. There again. It's a shore. A red and yellow shore. Drusilla's shore.
So,
Stuart sees it too. He's coming this way.
if the girl is there, come back alone.
There's a knife in his hand. Watch him. Be careful.
Come back alone.
Watch him.
Use your knife. Use your...
Wait. Get back. Go back, quick. He stopped. Why? Why did he stop?
Tolliver.
Behind you. Look behind you. It's a squid. A giant squid. Get back. Get out of the way. Don't you shoot. A squid, you fool. It's turning. He's...
What's the matter with him down there? Are you getting any signals?
No, sir. Not for the last couple of minutes.
Captain Phil, what's happening?
I don't know. Start bringing them up. Taking your slack.
I can't, sir.
What?
The lines are fouled, both of them.
Get out of my way. Let me at those lines.
Look, there's ink coming up from the hatches.
Ink? That's a giant squid.
Squid. Where? A giant squid. The ink's coming up right over the wreck.
Captain Phil, get them up. They'll both be killed down there. Get them up!
Keep those pumps working.
We can't budge the line, sir.
Are they taking any slack?
No, sir. Not an inch.
Cutler, is that ink still coming up?
The hatch is black with it.
Pass those lines over the winches.
Captain Philpott, one of the lifelines is carried away. One of them's lost down there.
Keep both the pumps working anyhow. Have you got that line over the winch?
Yes. Wait. One of them's coming up. There's slack in the line.
Which one's coming up? Who is it?
We can't tell you.
All together, you men. Get on that line. Heave! Haul! Heave! Haul!
I can see him. I can see a body.
Ease off now. Ease off! Don't smash him in the hull!
I can see his helmet. Here he comes.
Lift him in. Lift him in!
Captain Phil, who is it? Which one is it?
Get back, you men. Get back. It's Steve Tolliver.
Steve. Oh, Steve.
Get that faceplate off him. Get it off. There we are.
Is he badly hurt?
Looks to me like that squid tore him up a bit.
Where's Jack Stewart? Did you get him up?
No. His lifeline parted. He's gone.
Why, he could have got away. He came back to help me. He stayed down to save my life. It cost him his own.
Steve, did you find... Was Drusilla?
I brought the shawl.
That's the shawl I gave her.
Look at it, King. You did this.
Shut up, Dan.
That wreck was yours.
You put her on the rocks the same as you did 100 others.
Shut your mouth and I'll shut it for you.
I'll shut up when I see you hung and not before.
No, you won't see it. Now get back.
Take a shot, Dan.
Don't anybody move a step.
Get him there. Grab him.
Oh, no, you don't. I'll kill the first man who... Well, that's the first time I knew that pistol of mine would shoot.
Looks like a good job, Captain. Cutler's dead.
Steve, come here. It's Dan. He's...
Dan Cutler. Can you hear me?
King wrecked the Jubilee. And the Southern Cross, too. Tell Lucilla I've got a pretty shawl for her.
Stand by for it.
Well, Romulus, you glad to be getting back to Charleston? And how you like your new mistress, Miss Loxie Tolliver? Dog, what's the matter, dog? Is you busted?
No, not me. I just shot.
Land sakes, Romulus done turned back.
They seem to be having a little trouble getting acquainted.
As I remember it, darling, so did we.
The curtain comes down, the lights come up. And thanks to Ray Milland and Paulette Goddard, we reaped a hurricane of good acting tonight.
Thank you, C.B. I have a very embarrassing question to ask. A fellow I know says that there never was a giant squid anywhere near as big as the one you had in Reap the Wild Wind. How about it?
Uh-oh.
Well, I've been defending that poor little giant squid ever since the picture came out, Ray. Actually, several have been found much larger than the one we used. Ours had a tentacle spread of 60 feet. One was killed in the waters off St. Augustine that was twice as large, 120 feet.
Sounds like one of the sea monsters the sailors were afraid of when Columbus crossed the ocean.
Well, there's been at least one instance of a giant squid attacking a boat, Paulette. A fishing smack in the North Atlantic. So perhaps the superstitious sailors weren't so far wrong after all.
Well, after wrestling around underwater in a diving suit with that squid for about 2 weeks, I can testify that he was a hard-working actor, C.B.
Any actor that works for DeMille is a hard-working actor.
Just a minute, Paulette. Don't blame me. You got yourself into it. Back there when I was trying to cast a half-breed girl in Northwest Mounted Police.
Oh, yes. That was when she borrowed that buckskin outfit from the costume department and went into your office and said, what did you say?
How you like, huh?
I guess he did, huh?
Well, what could I do, huh? I'm going to give your next director a little advice.
No, I'll give you some advice, Mr. DeMille. Something you should watch out for. You see, you aren't being fair to your audience unless you make sure that every woman knows what a Grand Complexion Care Lux soap is. I use it both at home and in my dressing room at the studio, so I know.
Well, after all the Technicolor film I've shot of you, Paulette, I know all about you and Lux soap. Now let me tell you about next week.
Yeah, who'll be here, C.B.?
Next Monday night, Ray, our stars will be Ronald Coleman. And with him, we'll have Otto Kruger and Edna Best. The play is the Broadway stage success, Libel, one of the strangest stories I've ever come across. You'll hear Ronald Coleman as a veteran of the First World War, faced with the almost impossible task of proving, against the doubts of his friends and even his wife, that he is himself. It's a great part for Ronald Coleman and a great play for all of us.
Well, count me in as a listener, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, mate. That was an exciting voyage. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Coleman, Otto Kruger, and Edna Best in Libel. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
John Carradine is currently seen in the MGM picture Reunion in France. Heard in tonight's play were Fred Mackay as Jack, Norman Field as Philpot, Lois Collier as Drusilla, Jack Mather as Dan, Lillian Randolph as Mum Maria, And Stanley Farrar, Griff Barnett, Bruce Payne, Leo Cleary, Crayon Denton, Regina Wallace, Art Gilmore, Charlotte Treadway, Earl Keane, and Horace Willard. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Ronald Coleman, Edna Best, and Otto Kruger in Libel.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at ChestertonRadio.com.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from Hollywood, Season of Disbelief and Hail and Farewell, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. Two unusual and provocative character studies by one of America's most original authors, Ray Bradbury. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bradbury.
It has always seemed to me that life, to all of us, is an endless coil of rope playing through our hands every moment of every hour of the day. The long line of the rope goes back to the time we were born and extends on out ahead to the time of our death. In between lies the eternal now, the flickering moments when each of us must play the rope as best we can, without burning our fingers, snarling the coils, or breaking the line. This is a study of one woman and her rope.
Season of Disbelief. Old Mrs. Bentley was a saver. She saved tickets, old theater programs, bits of lace, scarves, railroad transfers, and such things. All the tags and tokens of her experience she saved.
I have a stack of records. Here's Caruso. That was in 1921 in New York. I was 40. John was still alive. Here's June Moon. 1929, I think, right after John died.
That was the huge regret of her life, in a way. The one thing she had most enjoyed touching and listening to and looking at, she hadn't saved. John was far out in the meadow country, dated and boxed and hidden under grasses. And nothing remained of him but his high silk hat, his cane, and his good suit in the closet. But what she could keep she had kept. Pink-flowered dresses crushed among mothballs and vast black trunks, and cut-glass dishes from her childhood. Her past lived with her. Then, the thing with the children. It happened in the middle of the summer. Mrs. Bentley, coming out to water the ivy on her front porch, saw the two cool-colored, sprawling girls lying on her green lawn, enjoying the immense prickling of the grass. At the very moment she was smiling down on them with her yellow mask face, around a corner like an elfin band came an ice cream wagon. The two girls sat up, turning their heads like sunflowers after the sun.
Little girls, would you like some?
The wagon stopped. There was an exchange of money for pieces of the original Ice Age. These she gave to the girls, who thanked her with snow in their mouths, their eyes darting from her buttoned-up shoes to her white hair.
Don't you want a bite? No, child. I'm old enough and cold enough. The hottest day won't thaw me. Come up on the porch and sit in the shade. But mind you don't drip.
I'm Alice. She's Jane.
How nice. I'm Mrs. Bentley. They call me Helen.
I didn't know old ladies had first names.
Well, you never hear 'em used. My dear, when you're as old as I, they won't call you Jane either. Old age is dreadfully formal.
How old are you?
I remember the dinosaur.
No, but how old?
75.
That's old.
I don't feel any different now than when I was your age.
Our age?
Yes, once I was a pretty little girl, just like you, Jane. Well, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, you don't have to go so soon, I hope.
Well...
Is something the matter? What?
My mother says it isn't nice to fib.
Of course it isn't.
And not to listen to fibs.
Who was fibbing to you, Alice?
You were.
About what?
About your age. About being a little girl.
Well, but I was. Many years ago, little girl like you.
Come on, Jane.
But how ridiculous. It's perfectly obvious. Everyone was young once.
You're joking with us. You weren't really 10 ever, were you, Mrs. Bentley?
You run on home. You get away from here. I won't have you laughing.
And your name's not really Helen.
Of course it's Helen.
Goodbye.
Thanks for the ice cream.
Once I played hopscotch. You hear me? I did. The idea. No one ever doubted I was a girl before. What a silly, horrible thing to do. I don't mind being old. Not really. But I do resent having my childhood taken away from me.
After supper, she gathered together certain items in a perfumed kerchief. Then she went to her front porch and stood there stiffly for half an hour. As suddenly as night birds, the two girls flew by, and Mrs. Bentley's voice brought them to a fluttering rest.
Girls! Girls!
Yes, Mrs. Bentley?
Come up on the porch.
Yes, Mrs. Bentley.
I've got some treasures to show you. Sit down, both of you. Now, here. I wore this when I was 9.
It's a comb. Let's see. It's pretty.
And here's a tiny ring I wore when I was 8. It doesn't fit my finger now.
Why, it just fits me. The comb fits my head.
And here, a picture.
Who's this little girl?
It's me.
Oh, it doesn't look like you. Anybody could get a picture like this somewhere.
But it's the truth.
Any more pictures, Mrs. Bentley? Of you later? You got a picture of you at 15? And one at 20? One at 40? 50?
Oh, nonsense. I don't have to show you anything.
And we don't have to believe you.
But this picture proves I was young.
That's some other little girl like us. You borrowed it.
I was married.
Where's Mr. Bentley?
He's been gone a long time. If he were here, he'd tell you how young and pretty I was when I was 22.
But he's not here, and he can't tell.
I have a marriage certificate.
You could have borrowed it. The only way I'll believe you were ever young is if you have someone say they saw you when you were 10.
Thousands of people saw me, but they're dead, you little fool. Dead or ill or gone away in other towns. I don't know a soul here. Just moved here a few years ago, so no one saw me young.
Well, there you are. Nobody saw her.
Listen, you must take these things on faith. Someday you'll be as old as I. People will say the same. Oh, no, they'll say those vultures were never hummingbirds. Those owls were never orioles. Those parrots were never bluebirds. One day you'll be like me.
No, I won't.
Me. Oh, you wait and see. You, child, your mother. Haven't you noticed over the years the change?
No, she's always the same. I guess we better go home. Thanks for the comb, it's fine. And thanks for the ring. It just fits. And the picture of the little girl.
No, come back. You can't have those. They're mine.
No, you stole them. They belong to some little girl. You stole them.
No! Oh, come back! Oh, come back!
She lay awake for many hours into that night, among her trunks and trinkets. A night wind blew in the room. The white curtain fluttered against a dark cane, which had leaned against that wall near the other bric-a-brac for many years. The cane trembled and fell. Its gold ferrule glittered in the moonlight. It was her husband's opera cane. It seemed as if he were pointing it at her, as he often had, using his soft, sad, reasonable voice.
Those children are right. They stole nothing from you, my dear. These things don't belong to you here, you, now. They belong to her, that other you, so long ago.
And then, as though an ancient phonograph record had been set hissing under a steel needle, she remembered a conversation she had once with Mr. Bentley. Mr. Bentley, so prim, a pink carnation in his whisk-broomed lapel.
My dear, you never will understand time, will you? Don't you see, no matter how hard you try to be what you once were, you can only be what you are here and now. Time plays tricks. When you're 9, you think you've always been 9 years old, and will always be. When you're 30, it seems you've always been balanced there on that bright rim of middle life. And then, when you become 70, you are always and forever 70. You are in the present. You are trapped in a young now or an old now. But there is no other now to be seen. Ticket stubs are trickery. Saving things is a magic trick with mirrors. You're saving cocoons, corsets in a way you can never fit again. Why save them? You can't really prove you were ever young.
Pictures, John.
No, they lie. You're not the picture.
Affidavits.
No, you're not the dates or the ink or the paper. You're not these trunks of junk and tricks. You're only here now, the present you.
Yes, I see. I see. In the morning, I'll do something final about this and settle down to being only me and nobody else from any other year. That's what I'll do.
The morning was bright and green, and there at her door, like moths bumping softly on the screen, were the two girls.
Got any more things to give us, Mrs. Bentley? More of the little girls' things?
She led them down the hall to the library.
Take this.
The dress in which she had played the mandarin's daughter at 15.
And this. And this.
A kaleidoscope, a magnifying glass.
Pick out anything you want. Books, skates, dolls, everything. They're yours.
Ours?
Only yours. And will you help me with a little work? I'm building a big fire in my backyard. I'm emptying the trunks, throwing out this trash for the trash man. It doesn't belong to me. Nothing ever belongs to anybody.
We'll help you, Mrs. Bentley. It'll be fun.
And now, on summer afternoons, you can see the two little girls like wrens on a wire on Mrs. Bentley's front porch. They sit in their cool dresses, not stirring, waiting for her. And when the silvery chimes of the ice cream man are heard, the front door opens, Mrs. Bentley floats out with her hand deep in the throat of her silver-mouthed purse, and for half an hour you can see them there on the porch, the two girls and the old lady, putting coldness into warmness, eating chocolate icicles, laughing. At last they are good friends.
How old are you, Mrs. Bentley?
75.
How old were you 50 years ago?
75.
You were never young, were you? And never wore ribbons or dresses like these?
No, Jane. Never.
Have you got a first name?
My name is Mrs. Bentley.
And you've always lived in this one house?
Always.
And never were pretty?
Never.
Never in 1,000,000 trillion years?
Never in 1,000,000 trillion years.
Presenting now the second of our duo,
and Mr. Ray Bradbury.
The rope of life hisses through our fingers. We reach, it's gone. The beauty of any particular flower, song, poem, or person lies often in the fact that roses must fade, songs die with the breath, poems burn in the fire, golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. But what if beauty could be made to last? Would it still be beautiful or monstrous? Here's the study of a person who seized the traveling rope of life, a moment of beauty, and felt it freeze in his hands.
Hail and farewell.
He was going away. There was nothing else to do. The time was up, the clock had run out, and he was going very far away indeed. His suitcase was packed, shoes shined, hair brushed, it expressly washed behind his ears, and it remained only for him to go down the stairs, out the front door, and up the street to the small town station where the train would make a stop for him alone. Then Fox Hill, Illinois, would be left far off in his past. And he would go on, perhaps to Iowa, perhaps to Kansas, perhaps even to California.
Willie?
Yes?
Almost time.
All right. I'll be down.
In the mirror on his dresser, he saw a face made of June dandelions and July apples and warm summer morning milk. There, as always, was his look of the angel and the innocent, which might never in the years of his life change. He picked up his valise, looked once more around his room, and went downstairs.
Here I am.
You can't really be leaving us, Willie.
People are beginning to talk. I've been here 3 years now, but when people begin to talk, I know it's time to put on my shoes and buy a railroad ticket.
It's all so strange. I just don't understand. It's so sudden. We'll miss you, Willie. We'll miss you very much.
I'll write you every Christmas.
It's been a great pleasure and satisfaction. It's a shame it had to stop. Shame that you had to tell us about yourself. An awful shame you can't stay on.
You're the nicest folks I ever had.
Oh, Willie. Willie.
It's not easy to go. You get used to things. You want to stay. But it doesn't work. I tried to stay on once after people began to suspect. How horrible, people said. All these years playing with our innocent children, they said. And us not guessing. Awful. And I finally had to leave town one night. It's not easy. You know darn well how much I love both of you. Thanks for 3 swell years. Well...
Willie, where will you go?
I don't know. I just start traveling. When I see a town that looks nice and green, I settle in.
Will you ever come back?
Oh, in about 20 years, maybe it should begin to show on my face. When it does, I'm going to make a grand tour of all the mothers and fathers I've had.
Oh, Willie.
We can't complain, Anna. Better to have had a son 36 months than none whatever.
Well, I guess it's time. Goodbye. Thanks.
Willie kissed Anna quickly, touched Steve's hand, seized his luggage, and was gone up the street in the green noon light under the trees, not looking back. A small boy, 12 years old, with a birth certificate in his valise to show that he had been born 43 years ago. The boys were playing on the Green Park Diamond when he came by. He stood a little while among the oak tree shadows, watching them hurl the white, snowy baseball into the warm summer air. The boys' voices yelled, and the ball lit on the path near Willie.
Hey, Willie! Where you going, Willie? Gonna visit a cousin of mine for a few days. Huh? You guys just throwing the ball around, huh?
Yeah. You taking the train alone, Willie?
Yeah.
Boy, that's neat.
Hey, how about a couple of throws? I got a little time.
Sure, I guess so.
Willie dropped his bag and ran back. The white baseball was already up in the sun and plunging down to him. And away again to their white figures, up in the sun again, rushing, life coming and going in a pattern. He thought of the last 3 years, now spent to the penny, and the 5 years before that, and so on down the line. The baseball flying here, there. Mr. and Mrs. Robert Hanlon, Creek Bend, Wisconsin, 1932, the first couple, the first year. Henry and Alice Bolts, Limeville, Iowa, 1935, the Smiths, the Eatons, Robinsons, 1939, 1945, husband and wife, husband and wife. No children, no children, no children. A knock on this door, a knock on that.
Pardon me. My name is William. I wonder if I could...
A sandwich? Come in. Come in and sit down. Where are you from, son?
The sandwich, tall glass of cold milk, the smiling, the nodding, the comfortable, leisurely talking.
Well, son, you look like you've been traveling. You run off from somewhere.
No.
Are you an orphan?
We always wanted kids. Never worked out. Never knew why, one of those things. Well, getting late, son. Don't you think you better hit for home?
I got no home.
A boy like you? Not dry behind the ears? Your mother'll get worried.
I got no home and no folks anywhere in the world. I wonder, could I sleep here tonight?
Well, now. Well, son, I don't just know. We never considered taking in a...
We've got chicken for supper tonight. Enough for extras. Enough for company.
The voices and the faces and the people and always the same first conversations. The years turning, flying away. The voice of Emily Robinson in a rocking chair in summer night darkness. The last night he stayed with her. The night she discovered his secret. Her voice saying...
I look at all the little children's faces going by, and I sometimes think, what a shame. What a shame that all these flowers have to be cut. All these bright fires have to be put out. What a shame all these have to get tall and unsightly and wrinkle and turn gray or get bald and finally all bone and wheeze be dead and buried off away. When I hear them laugh, I can't believe they'll ever go the road I'm going. They're so eager for everything. I guess that's what I miss most in older folks. The eagerness gone, 9 times out of 10. The freshness gone. So much of the drive and life down the drain. I like to watch school let out each day. It's like someone threw a bunch of flowers out of the school front doors. How does it feel, Willie? How does it feel to be young forever? Are you happy? Are you as fine as you seem?
Oh, I worked with what I had. After my folks died, after I found I couldn't get man's work anywhere, I tried carnivals, but they only laughed. Son, they said, you're not a midget. And even if you are, you look like a boy. We want midgets with midgets' faces. Sorry, son. What was I? A boy? I looked like a boy, sounded like a boy. So I might as well go on being a boy. What could I do? What job was there for me? And then one day I saw this man in a restaurant looking at another man's pictures of his kids. Sure wish I had kids, he said. Sure wish I had kids. And that instant, sitting there, I knew what my job would be for all the rest of my life. There was work for me, making lonely people happy, keeping myself busy, playing forever. I knew I had to play forever, deliver a few papers, run a few errands, mow a few lawns. All I had to do was to be a mother's son and a father's pride.
But, Willie, didn't you ever get lonely? Didn't you want things that grown-ups wanted?
I fought that out alone. I'm a boy, I told myself. I'll have to live in a boy's world, read boys' books, play boys' games, cut myself off from everything else. And I played it that way. Oh, it wasn't easy. There were times.
But it's nice being a child for over 40 years.
It's a living, as they say. And when you make other people happy, then you're almost happy, too. And anyway, in a few years now, I'll be in my second childhood. All the fevers will be out of me, and all the unfulfilled things, and most of the dreams. Then I can relax.
He threw the baseball one last time and broke the reverie. Then he was picking up his suitcase. The two boys stood beside him. They were embarrassed at his shaking hands with him.
Oh, Willie. Ain't as if you're going to China or something.
Oh, that's right. It isn't.
So long, Willie. See you next week.
Yeah. So long, Sam. So long, Jamie.
And he was walking off with his suitcase again, looking at the trees, going away from the boys and the street where he had lived. And as he turned the corner, a train whistle screamed, and he began to run. In the early morning, with the iron smell of the train around him and a full night of traveling shaking his bones and his body, he awoke and looked out on a small town just arising from sleep. A porter moved by, a shadow in the shadows.
Sir, what town's this?
Valleyville.
How many people?
10,000. Why, this your stop?
It looks green. It looks nice and quiet.
Son, you know where you're going?
Here.
I hope you know what you're doing, boy.
Yes, sir. I know what I'm doing.
He was down the dark aisle, luggage lifted after him by the porter, and out into the smoking, steaming cold beginning to lighten morning. He stood looking at the porter in the black metal train against the few remaining stars.
Boy!
Wish me luck!
What?
Wish me luck!
Oh, best of luck, son. Best of luck to you, boy.
Thanks!
He watched the black train. He didn't move all the time it was going. He stood quietly, a small boy, 12 years old again, on the worn wooden platform, and only after 3 entire minutes, until the train was completely gone away and out of sight, did he turn at last to face the empty streets below. Then, as the sun was rising, he began to walk very fast so as to keep warm down into the new town.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented 2 studies by Ray Bradbury, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. The first, Season of Disbelief, with Virginia Gregg and John Daner, Dawn Bender, Marion Richmond, and Herb Butterfield. The second, Hail and Farewell, with Richard Beals, Stacey Harris, Vivi Janis, Lawrence Dobkin, Paula Winslow, Roy Glenn, Billy Chapin, and Peggy Weber. We wish to thank Mr. Bradbury for being our special guest. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we present the eminent Shakespearean teacher, Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English at the University of Southern California, and Mr. William Shakespeare, noted author, who will be our special guests, presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at ChestertonRadio.com.
St. John Paul II stated that, for the disciple of Christ, evangelization is a duty, an obligation of love. And the Catechism of the Catholic Church states that evangelization is necessary for salvation.
So we know we're called, but how do we do it?
St. Paul Street Evangelization can help. To learn more, contact us at streetevangelization.com. That's streetevangelization.com.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at ChestertonRadio.com.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ray Milland, Ruth Roman, and Frank Lovejoy in Strangers on a Train. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Travel by train, ship, or plane usually puts us in the mood to be kind to strangers. A question which would ordinarily receive a courteous but unencouraging answer is almost welcomed when we find ourselves in strange surroundings without the security of friendly conversation. It's a commendable custom, but at times may lead to unexpected and terrifying complications, as our stars tonight are about to portray. Ray Milland and Frank Lovejoy, who are the strangers on a train, and Ruth Roman, who recreates her starring role. Not only was this Warner Brothers picture directed by that noted master of suspense, Alfred Hitchcock, but one of the major roles was played by his daughter, Patricia Hitchcock. And we're happy that Patricia could appear tonight in her original part in Strangers on a Train. I'm sure there are no strangers in our audience to the improving qualities of Lux Toilet Soap as a beauty care, because Lux facials are the daily companions of lovely ladies who know they can depend on Lux Soap for the complexion care that leaves their skin lovelier. Here's Strangers on a Train, starring Ray Milland as Guy Haynes, Ruth Roman as Ann Morton, and Frank Lovejoy as Bruno Anthony, with Patricia Hitchcock as Barbara. A few moments ago, a northbound train left Washington, D.C. Among the passengers settling down in the club car are two young men.
I beg your pardon.
Hmm? Oh.
I hate to interrupt your reading, but aren't you Guy Haynes?
That's right.
I'm quite a tennis fan. I saw your match last season in South Orange against Faraday.
Well, that was one of my lucky days.
I certainly admire people who do things. By the way, my name is Anthony, Bruno Anthony.
How do you do?
Well, I guess you want to get back to your book. You go ahead and read.
Thanks.
You know, it must be pretty exciting to be so important.
What, tennis player isn't so important?
Oh, but people who do things are important. Now, me, I never seem to do anything. I suppose you're going to Southampton for the doubles, hmm?
You certainly read the sport page, don't you?
I wish I could be there to watch you, but I've got to be back in Washington tomorrow. Cigarette?
No, not now, thanks.
You don't happen to have a match?
Yeah.
Oh, a lighter. Thank you. Oh, my, that's elegance engraved, too, from A to G. I bet I can guess who A is. Ann Morton.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, it's simple. See, sometimes I turn the sports page and look at the society section. Pictures, too. She's very beautiful, Senator Morton's daughter.
You're quite a reader, Mr. Anthony.
Yes, I am. You ask me anything, I've got the answer. Even about people I don't even know. Like who would like to marry whom when his wife gets a divorce.
Maybe you read too much.
Well, there I go again. I meet somebody I like and admire, and I say the wrong thing.
Oh, forget it. I guess I'm just a little jittery.
Oh, well, there's a cure for that. Waiter, Scotch and plain water, please. A pair, doubles. That's the only kind of doubles I play.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to drink both of them.
And I can do it. When's the wedding?
What?
Oh, you and Ann Morton. The wedding. It was in the papers.
Well, it shouldn't have been unless they've legalized bigamy.
It's wonderful, you know, having your company all the way to New York.
As a matter of fact, I'm getting off at Metcalf.
Metcalf? Who'd want to stop at Metcalf?
It's my hometown.
Oh. Oh, I get it. A little chat with your wife about the divorce. Well, here's luck, Mr. Haynes. Drink up, then we'll have lunch sent to my compartment.
Thanks very much, but I think I'll go to the dining car.
Oh, that's filled up. There's no seats for about 20 minutes.
Well, how about lunch in my compartment?
Oh, I wouldn't think of that. Come along, Mr. Haynes. You know, this is a real pleasure. And all told, I went to 3 different colleges. I got kicked out each time. Drinking and gambling, not like you, huh, Guy? All right, so I'm a bum.
Who said you were?
Well, my father. He hates me. With all the money he's got, he thinks I ought to punch a time clock somewhere and work my way up selling paint or something.
Well, I think possibly he's...
I hate him, too. I tell you, I get so sore at him sometimes, I want to kill him.
You know, I don't think you know what you want.
Well, I want to do something and everything. You know, I've got a theory you should do everything before you die. Have you ever driven a car blindfolded at 150 miles an hour?
No, not lately.
Well, I did. Flew a jet plane, too. Man, what a thrill. Almost blew the sawdust out of my head.
Say, what are you trying to prove?
Well, I'm not like you, Guy. You're lucky and you're smart. First of all, you're a wonderful tennis player. On top of that, you've got a swell job. Assistant to a United States senator. And on top of that, you're going to marry the boss's daughter. Makes a nice shortcut to a career, doesn't it?
Marrying the senator's daughter's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, now take it easy, Guy. I'm your friend. Remember, I like you. I'd do anything for you.
Look, we'll be stopping soon, and I've got to change trains.
Oh, yes, that's right, Metcalf. What did you say her name was? Your wife's?
Miriam.
Miriam. I suppose she played around a lot, huh?
Skip it, Bruno.
Okay. Say, want to hear one of my ideas for a perfect murder?
Murder? Look, I may be old-fashioned, but I thought it was still against the law.
Well, what's a life or two? You know, some people are better off dead. Someone like your wife and my father, for instance. Now, let's say that you'd like to get rid of your wife.
You know, you've got quite a sense of humor, Bruno.
No, seriously. Let's say that you had a very good reason to want her dead. But you'd be afraid to kill her, and you know why? You'd be caught. What would trip you up? The motive. Now, here's my idea.
I'm afraid I don't have time to listen.
Oh, it's so simple, too. 2 fellows meet accidentally, like you and me here on the train. No connection between them at all. They never even saw each other before. But now each one has somebody that he'd like to get rid of. So they swap murders.
Swap murders?
Each fellow does the other fellow's murder. There's nothing to connect them. Each one has murdered a total stranger, like you do my murder and I do yours.
You're coming into my station.
For example, your wife and my father. Crisscross.
What?
Yes, we do talk the same language, don't we?
Thanks for the lunch, Bruno.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Think my theory's okay, huh, Guy? You like it?
Sure. Got some great ideas. Nice meeting you.
Good luck at Southampton, Guy. Bet I got some great... Oh, Guy, your lighter. You forgot your cigarette lighter. Huh. From A to G. I'll send it to him sometime. Yes, I must send it to him sometime.
I hope you don't mind meeting in the park, Guy.
No, Miriam. No, this is fine.
I couldn't very well meet you in the store, could I? I arranged to take my lunch hour later.
You're looking well, Miriam?
So are you. You got a nice tan playing tennis with all your rich friends.
When can we see your lawyer?
What's your hurry, Guy? You know, I think you're handsomer than ever.
You know, I think it's pretty late to start flirting with a discarded husband. Now, let's see your lawyer and get this over with.
Did you bring the money? Lawyers are expensive.
It's in this envelope. Here.
Thanks. You know, if I'd have known that you'd start doing so well, I wouldn't have run out on you.
What are you trying to say, Miriam?
I got a big surprise for you. I'm not getting a divorce.
But it's what you've wanted. That's all you've been harping about for more than a year.
It's a woman's privilege to change your mind. Now I can buy some pretty clothes. I wouldn't want you to be ashamed of me in Washington.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't look so mad, Guy. You always smile when you have your picture taken for the newspapers, especially when Ann Morton's hanging on your arm.
Let's not talk about Ann Morton.
Well, you can throw all your little dreams about her right in the ash can and make a real pretty story, wouldn't it? The senator's daughter all involved with a married man.
What's happened, Miriam? Your boyfriend run out on you?
No man runs out on me, Guy, not even you.
Just get one thing straight. I never want to see or hear of you again.
I could be very pathetic in a courtroom, Guy. The poor, deserted little wife. Better think it over, honey.
I'm warning you, Miriam. Either we go ahead with a divorce or
I wish I had time to listen to you, Guy, but I've got to get back to work. I'll see you in Washington in 2 weeks.
Hello? Hello, operator.
I have your party now, sir. Go ahead, please. Hello? Guy, is that you?
Ann? Hello, darling.
Where are you?
I'm in Metcalf.
Oh, then you've seen Miriam. Guy, did everything go all right?
No, everything went all wrong. She doesn't want the divorce.
Guy, it's unbelievable. I mean, after all these months, but what did she say?
Does it make any difference what she said? Oh, I'm sorry, Ann. It's just that I feel
Yes,
so...
darling, I know how you feel. But you sound so savage, Guy.
I'd like to break her neck. I'd like to break her foul, useless little neck.
Oh, there's no use talking like that, dear.
I know. I suppose I'd try to see her again, but I've got to get to Southampton. My train will be here in a moment.
Then write me. Please write me.
Sure, I'll write on the train.
And don't worry, darling. We've waited this long. We can wait a little longer.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
I love you, Guy.
Well, I've got to rush, dear. My train's coming.
I'll see you on Thursday.
Yeah, sure.
Good luck, darling.
Hello?
Guy, this is Bruno. How are you, Guy?
Who? Who'd you say this was?
Bruno Anthony, don't you remember, on the train?
Oh, yes.
I would have called you sooner, but the operator had a little trouble finding you in Southampton.
Look, would you mind telling me why you're phoning?
How are the matches going, Guy?
I don't play until the morning.
Oh. Guy, about your visit in Metcalf. Are you getting a divorce?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bruno.
She won't give it to you, right? Miriam won't give you a divorce?
No.
She double-crossed you. You gonna see her again?
Now, look, Bruno, why don't you just...
I told you I liked you, Guy. I'm your friend. Should never forget that. You just leave Miriam to me.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out, Guy. Just be patient, that's all. You just be patient.
I don't care what Bruno's doing. I said I wanted to talk to him.
Well, if you're talking about me, Father, I had to call a friend of mine long distance.
Really, Charles? Must you always take this tone with Bruno?
Oh, it's all right, Mother. I'm used to his tone by now.
You can wipe that injured look off your face right now. You were out last night, weren't you?
Well, I'm a big boy, Father. I go out at night all the time.
You had another accident. You hit another car.
Charles, really?
Now it's hit-and-run driving, and you knew about it all the time.
But, dear, it was a parked car. No one was in it.
Why don't you tell that to the police?
Well, they won't do anything to Bruno.
This was the last time, Eunice. So help me, I'll never lift a finger for him again.
It's all right, Mother. Now, dear. You know I can't stand to see you crying. There anything else you want to say to me, Father?
Yes. Get out of my sight. Get out of my sight before I...
I'll be back tomorrow, Mother.
Bruno, where are you going?
Oh, just a little trip, Mother. It's something for a friend of mine.
Oh, you just don't understand him, Charles. You just don't understand him.
What's he going to do next? Tell me, what's he going to do next?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all.
It's not normal. If it's the last thing I do, I'm going to have that boy taken care of. If necessary, put under restraint.
I'll never permit it. Never. Never.
It can't go on, Eunice. Things like this just can't go on.
Guy? Over here, Guy. Well, hello.
Bruno?
That's right, Guy. How are you?
What are you doing here? At this time of night?
I was waiting for you to get back to Washington. I thought of meeting you at the station, but then I figured this might be better here in front of your apartment.
Now, look, it's 1 o'clock in the morning,
You
and
don't
I'm...
seem very pleased to see me.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Oh, I I just come back from Metcalf, Guy. I brought you a little present. See, it's a pair of glasses. You didn't tell me that Miriam wore glasses.
You've seen Miriam?
Oh, it was very quick, Guy. She wasn't hurt in any way. It was all over in no time.
What are you trying to tell me?
I knew you'd be surprised. Nothing for us to worry about either. Nobody saw me. Only Miriam. I was very careful, Guy. Even when I dropped your cigarette lighter, I went right back and picked it up.
Cigarette lighter? Why, you maniac.
Look, Guy, we planned it on the train together. You wanted it, you remember? Where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going? I don't believe you, but I'm going to call the police just the same.
Oh, you can't, Guy. We'd both be arrested for murder. You're just as much in it as I am. We planned it together, crisscross.
Why, you crazy fool. Do you think you can get away with that?
Oh, come now, Guy. Why should I go to Metcalf to kill a total stranger unless it was part of the plan and you were in on it? You're the one who benefits, Guy. I didn't even know the girl. But if you go to the police now, you'll just be turning yourself in as an accessory, you see. You had the motive.
You crazy fool.
You must be tired. I know I am. I've had a strenuous evening. I got to talk to you about my father. I've done my part. Now you'll do yours.
Shut up.
We have to arrange things.
Get away from me before I...
Oh, Guy, you're not yourself. Now, when you think things over, you'll see that I'm right. Tomorrow we can...
I don't know you. I never saw you before, and I never want to see you again.
Your lighter, Guy. The one that Anne gave you. You left it on the train. Don't you even miss it?
Give it to me, Bruno. Give me that lighter.
I don't have it, Guy. That is, I don't have it with me. Well, as I said, we can arrange everything tomorrow.
Hello? Anne? Oh, I'm sorry, darling, but I just got in. Well, of course I'm all right, but you sound upset. Anything wrong? All right, darling. Yes, I'll come over right away.
Thanks for coming over, darling.
Anne, what is it? You're trembling.
I wonder if you know how much I love you. Come along, Guy. Father and Barbara, they're waiting in the library.
Thought we might be alone, Guy, but Anne insisted, and so did Barbara.
Now, really, Daddy, if I'm going to be Guy's sister-in-law, the least I can do is stay.
Sit down and keep quiet. Guy, we wouldn't have called you at this hour if it weren't important. It's about your wife.
Miriam? What about her, sir?
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. She's been killed, Guy. Murdered.
The police have been trying to locate you everywhere.
You're to call headquarters in Metcalf.
Miriam. Murdered.
Tonight about 9 o'clock, she was strangled.
In a few moments, we'll return with Act Two of Strangers on a Train. But now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, with the Lux movie news of the week.
The big news here, John, is the premiere of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor production of Quo Vadis. Most every celebrity in Hollywood was there.
All Hollywood is still talking about it.
And everyone thought Robert Taylor was magnificent as Marcus, the pagan Roman warrior. His love scenes with Deborah Carr playing Lydia, the gentle Christian hostage, provide some of the most compelling drama ever seen on the screen.
And Leo Genn as Petronius turns in a terrific performance.
Every moment of Quo Vadis is really epic drama. The chariot races at the Colosseum, the spectacular burning of Rome, the martyred Christians that the mad tyrant Nero orders thrown to the lions.
I understand that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer built an entire city outside of Rome for the picture.
And spent 2 years filming it.
Lovely Deborah Carr's costumes are certainly gorgeous. Just right for her exciting kind of beauty. Her milk-white skin against her copper-colored hair is something.
Well, John, Deborah Carr's complexion is something special. It's truly Lux Lovely.
Yes, when you see a lovely complexion like hers, you realize why screen stars are devoted to the gentle, protecting care of Lux toilet soap.
They know it's easy to be Lux Lovely, John. Daily Lux beauty facials do wonders for the skin. Really make it softer and smoother.
Lux soap has active lather that ensures gentle, thorough cleansing.
Yes, you simply cream the rich lather well in. Rinse with warm water and follow with a cold splash. Then pat dry with a soft towel. This simple care does wonders. Leaves skin fresh as a flower.
Yes, there's a reason why Lux is Hollywood's own beauty soap. If you haven't tried it, why not start your active lather facials tomorrow? Be Lux lovely, like 9 out of 10 screen stars who use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. Now our producer, Mr. William Keeley. Act 2 of Strangers on a Train, starring Ray Milland as Guy Haynes, Frank Lovejoy as Bruno Anthony, and Ruth Roman as Ann Morton. 20 minutes ago, on a street corner, Guy Haynes listened to Bruno Anthony tell an incredible story of how he had murdered Guy's wife. And now, in Senator Morton's home, Guy learns that Bruno's fantastic report is completely true.
It happened in an amusement park, Guy. Some sort of lover's lane, I believe. Terrible.
Apparently, she'd gone there with some other people. 2 of the young men found her. It was done by someone else.
They don't even have a suspect, Guy, except you, probably.
Barbara, I wish you'd keep quiet.
But the police will say that Guy wanted Miriam out of the way so he could marry Anne.
She's right, Senator.
But if you have an alibi, you have nothing to worry about.
You can tell them where you were at about 9 o'clock tonight.
Well, I was on my way here. I was on the train.
Well, there you are.
Who saw you? Did you speak to anyone? You need a witness.
Yes. Yes, I did speak to someone. He was the only other passenger in the club car.
Someone you know?
No. No, he said his name was Collier or Collins or something. Said he was a professor at Delaware Tech. He'd been drinking.
Drinking?
Yeah, had been to some meeting, had a couple of drinks.
But he was on the train. He saw you. Then everything's all right.
He'll still have to answer some questions.
It's a dreadful business. Dreadful. Poor, unfortunate girl.
Miriam was rotten.
She was a human being.
Father, it's getting late and Guy looks so tired.
Of course.
Well, you two, now you can be married right away. Think of it. You're free.
You won't forget to phone the Metcalf police, Guy. Captain Turley.
Yes, sir. Good night, Senator. Good night, Barbara.
I still think it'd be wonderful to have a man love you so much he'd kill for you.
You know, I kept saying over and over again I was being silly, Guy. But there was one horrible moment tonight when the news came through. I kept remembering what you said on the phone for Metcalf after you'd seen her.
That I could break her neck?
No, don't even say it. Forget you ever said it. And there was something even more terrifying than the murder itself. The horrible thought that if you had anything to do with it,
Anything to do with it?
We'd have to be separated, perhaps forever. I couldn't stand that, Guy. I couldn't bear it.
Anne! Anne, you don't think that I...
Oh, no, darling, no, of course not. Just hold me, Guy. Just hold me.
Captain Turley, Mr. Haynes, it's good of you to come down here so quickly.
I'm just as anxious as you are, Captain.
Well, we've managed to locate the gentleman you spoke with on the train. Well, Professor, this is Mr. Haynes.
Well, I can't tell you how foolish I feel, Captain. I really don't remember meeting this gentleman.
You don't remember? But you...
Just a moment, Mr. Haynes.
Unfortunately, I remember very little of my trip. You see, we had a little celebration. I'm not a drinking man, and... Well, just 1 or 2 drinks.
But we were sitting opposite each other. You were going over some speech you made about calculus, mathematics or something.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Haynes. I certainly must have been celebrating.
If you'll wait outside, Professor.
Yes, of course.
Is it so important whether he remembers me or not? Surely the important thing is that I've been able to name a man who was on the train with me. Now, you've been able to find him. Isn't that proof of where I was last night?
Yes, I'd say you were in the clear, but there is a little more checking I'd like to do.
But if I'm in the clear...
Take it easy, Mr. Haynes. You're free to go back to Washington right now.
Thank you, Captain.
Then the police verified his alibi, Father, and said he could go. Isn't that about it, dear?
Except that... when an alibi is full of scotch, it casts a little doubt.
Then the professor was boiled.
He didn't remember me.
But he knew you were on the train. Wasn't that enough to prove that that's where you were?
I wish I knew. For sure, I mean.
Oh, everything's all right, Anne. The police are just being thorough. What's your next move, Guy?
Well, whatever it is, the police will know about it. Take a look out the window. My guardian angel.
Why, Guy, you're being tailed.
That's Detective Leslie Hennessy. He works 16 hours a day. Someone named Hammond takes over for the next 8. As a matter of fact, Hennessy seems like a pretty nice fellow.
For your own peace of mind, Guy, perhaps if you worked here at the house for the next few days, well, it would be less embarrassing for you.
It would be less embarrassing for you, sir, if I resigned as your assistant.
That's ridiculous.
Of course it is.
Besides, don't you have to play in the tennis tournament?
I'm withdrawing.
But wouldn't it look awkward if you suddenly canceled all your plans?
Father's right, Guy. You've got to go on as though nothing had happened.
Escorted by Mr. Hennessy.
I beg your pardon?
What is it, Bessie?
A telephone from Mr. Haynes, miss. They say it's urgent.
Oh, you can take it right there, Guy.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Hello?
Hello, Guy. This is Bruno. I was hoping you'd call me before I had...
What's the matter?
Must have been some mistake. Wasn't for me.
I'm learning more and more things about you, Guy. I never dreamed you were so interested in painting.
Well, I feel a very warm attachment for this art gallery. For the first time all week, we've actually been alone for an hour.
By the way, where's Hennessy?
Waiting out front.
Hadn't we better be leaving?
I suppose so. I wonder if we'll ever...
Guy! Have a minute, Guy?
Come on, we'll find Hennessy and get a cab.
But that man, he's calling you, Guy.
Oh, excuse me, dear. I'll see what he wants.
Sorry to have to follow you here, Guy.
Will you stop pestering me?
You never even answered my note.
For the last time, Bruno.
You're spoiling everything. You're making me come out in the open. Why didn't you call me? My father's leaving for Florida next week. There's not much time.
The detective outside. He'll see us together.
Isn't that Ann Morton that you're with? Slight improvement over Miriam. Eh, Guy?
I'm telling you to stay away from me.
Who is he, Guy?
Oh, just some tennis fan. Never saw him before.
That's funny.
Funny?
I mean, I saw him yesterday.
Where?
Well, he was at the tennis club watching you practice.
Oh.
He was sitting with Mr. and Mrs. Darville. He must be very amusing. He had them in stitches most of the time.
Who were the Darvilles?
Oh, he's connected with the French embassy. You'll meet them tomorrow night, darling. They'll be at the party.
Oh, yeah. Yes, the party. And do you really think I should be there?
But I thought we settled that, dear. Of course you should be there. He's watching us, Guy, that man.
Come along, dear. Let's go home.
Is he, Barbara? That young Frenchman with the Darville?
Oh, he's not French, Daddy. They just introduced me to him. His name's Anthony, Bruno Anthony. Doesn't he look interesting?
Why is he looking at you?
Daddy, not so loud. He's coming over here. Oh, this is my father, Mr. Anthony.
Well, I'm delighted to meet you, Senator.
How do you do?
Oh, it's a wonderful party, sir. You know, sometime I'd like to talk to you about my idea for harnessing the life force. It'll make atomic power look like the horse and buggy.
Well, I'm sure
I'm already developing my faculty for seeing millions of miles. Senator, can you imagine being able to smell a flower on the planet Mars? I'd like to have lunch with you someday soon, sir, and tell you more about it. I'll see you later, won't I?
That'll be fine. Later, yes. I still don't remember inviting that young man.
I told you, Daddy. The Darvilles just brought him along.
Just a minute, Barbara. Where are your glasses?
My glasses?
You're supposed to wear glasses, Barbara.
Oh, but Daddy, even at parties?
Not another word. Get your glasses and put them on.
What are you so concerned about, Guy? If the Darvilles brought him, well, what difference does it make?
He shouldn't be here.
But you said you don't even know him.
Well, I just don't like his looks. I don't like the way he's been staring at Barbara.
Well, I'm not so sure I blame him. Barbara's very cute, especially when she wears glasses. Besides, he seems to be talking to Judge Donahue right now.
Judge Donahue?
Oh, now, come on, let's go to dinner.
There's something else that I want to ask you, Judge Donahue. After you've sentenced a man to the chair, isn't it difficult to go out and eat your dinner after that?
Really, young man? Well, when a murderer has been convicted, he must be sentenced. When he's sentenced to death, he must be executed.
Oh, quite impersonal, isn't it?
Besides, it doesn't happen every day.
Yeah, so few murderers are caught.
If you don't mind, I believe I'm being paged.
Well,
Mr. Anthony, you seem very interested in the subject of murder.
Well, no more than anyone else, madam. No more than you, for instance.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I'm not interested in murder.
Oh, come now. Everyone's interested. Surely you're not going to tell me there hasn't been a time that you didn't want to dispose of someone.
Good heavens, no.
You mean to tell me there wasn't a tiny moment when you were made very angry?
Well,
What did you say? Well, there you are, you see? There you are. Now you've decided to commit a murder. How would you plan to do it? I didn't get your name.
Mrs. Cunningham.
Well, Mrs. Cunningham, how will you do it?
Well, I suppose I'd have to get a gun from somewhere.
Oh, no, Mrs. Cunningham. Bang, bang, bang all over the place and blood everywhere?
Well, what's your idea, Mr. Anthony?
Well, I have the best way and the best tools.
Yes?
My two hands. It's simple. It's silent, and it's quick.
Why, of course. Oh, you must be very strong, Mr. Anthony.
Now, let me show you what I mean.
Uh-huh.
You don't mind if I borrow your neck for a moment, do you?
But that's so silly. Very well. Go ahead.
Now watch what I'm doing.
Uh-huh.
And when I nod my head, you just try to cry out.
Yes.
And I'll bet you won't be able to make a sound.
I'm ready.
All right, now. Just wait till I nod my head.
She'll be all right, Father. Mrs. Anderson's with her and Judge Donahue. They're up in the bedroom.
But, Mrs. Cunningham, what happened? How could he have choked?
Well, I don't know for sure. Mrs. Anderson thinks they were playing some sort of game, and then when Bessie screamed, he fainted.
Where is he, Anne? Where's Anthony?
Guy took him into the study.
Then tell Guy to get him out of here as soon as he can. This is a nice item for the gossips. Well, I better get back to the guests.
Anne. Oh, Anne.
Barbara, what's the matter?
It was awful. I saw him. What was he trying to do to her?
You saw him?
I was standing in the doorway. His hands were on her throat, but he kept staring at me. And he was strangling me.
What do you mean?
He went into sort of a trance. Oh, it was horrible. He thought he was murdering me. But why, Anne? Why me?
Don't be silly, dear. You're upset. That's all. Now go find Father.
What happened, Guy? I fainted, didn't I? I started getting so dizzy.
You mad, crazy maniac. You ought to be locked up. Will you get out of here now and let me alone?
But, Guy, I like you. Now we've got to talk about my father. You promised to... You shouldn't have done that, Guy. You shouldn't have hit me.
Maybe that'll knock a little sense into you. Do you have a car here?
Yes, it's outside. It's down the block.
Come on, we'll go out the back way.
Guy, did he leave?
Anne?
I didn't mean to startle you, dear. He has left.
Yes. Anne, why'd you come out here?
I had to talk to you. Yesterday at the art gallery, that wasn't the first time you met Bruno, was it?
What makes you say that?
I don't know. Guy, what did Miriam look like?
But I've told you.
I want you to tell me again.
Well, she was dark, not too tall, sort of pretty.
What else?
What else is there?
She wore glasses, didn't she?
Yes.
Barbara wears glasses, too. And Barbara looks something like Miriam, doesn't she? Doesn't she?
No. No, not at all.
How did you get him to do it, Guy?
Get him to do it?
He killed Miriam, didn't he? Tell me. Didn't he?
Yes. Yes, he's a maniac. I met him on the train going to Metcalf. He had some crazy scheme about exchanging murders. If I do his murder, he'd do mine.
What do you mean, your murder?
Well, he'd read about me in the papers. He knew about Miriam, about you.
You must have known he was talking nonsense.
But he wasn't. And now a lunatic wants me to kill his father.
It's too fantastic. You've known about Miriam all this time.
Yes.
Why don't you call the police?
And have them say what you did? How did you get him to do it?
If we could only talk to Father or someone about it.
It's no good, Anne. I can't drag anyone else into this.
Guy, what are we going to do?
I don't know. I don't know. Bruno, this is Guy. I've decided to do what you want about your father. Yes, I want to get it over with. Detective? Oh, don't worry about Hennessy. There's a way out across the roof here to the next apartment. Does anyone know you've come home? Then you'd better go out again and stay out until after daylight. I'll be there in 40 minutes.
Before we return with Act 3 of Strangers on a Train, I'm going to introduce my guest for tonight. She's very special, a blue-eyed blonde who's to be congratulated on playing the leading role in the very first picture she's made. And when I tell you her name, you'll know she sings, she dances like a dream. Here she is, Miss Aileen Stanley, Jr.
Named for my aunt, Aileen Stanley, who starred in so many Broadway musical comedies. I only hope that
you'll live up to the Aileen Stanley name. You've certainly made a fine start.
Well, I have Warner Brothers to thank for the opportunity and for casting me opposite a star like Gordon MacRae.
We'll all be watching for you, Aileen. Aren't you sorry you won't be in New York on Thursday for the world premiere of Warner Brothers' new musical?
Oh, you mean, I'll see you in my dreams?
That's it. That song is the title of their new picture, portraying the story of the famous songwriter Gus Kahn. The cast has Danny Thomas playing Kahn, Frank Lovejoy as his collaborator, Walter Donaldson, and Doris Day as his wife, Grace Kahn, sings his wonderful songs, Making Whoopee, Pretty Baby, Nobody's Sweetheart.
And there's something more to make I'll See You in My Dreams a picture to watch for. That's Patrice Wymore's dancing. Patrice is lovely as the dancing star of a Ziegfeld musical that features Kahn's songs.
Patrice Wymore is always someone to see. She has that fresh, Lux-lovely look.
Yes, she's a Lux girl, all right. In fact, Patrice tells me that after a day of strenuous dancing rehearsals, she really appreciates her Lux beauty bath. And I certainly agree. It's the most refreshing pickup I know.
Yes, a daily Lux beauty bath is Hollywood's way to all-over loveliness. Lux Active Lather makes your daily bath a real beauty bath. It leaves skin so soft and smooth. The delicate Lux fragrance really clings, makes you sure of skin that's sweet. Thank you, Aileen Stanley, Jr., for coming here tonight. Now, here's a suggestion for lovely women everywhere. Tomorrow, get this generous satin-smooth bath cake. You'll delight in the creamy, rich lather, abundant even in hardest water. It leaves your skin really fresh. Lux lovely all over. 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network. The curtain rises on Act 3 of Strangers on a Train, starring Ray Milland as Guy Haynes, Ruth Roman as Ann Morton, and Frank Lovejoy as Bruno Anthony. To Guy Haynes, there is only one way out. Now, in the quiet of the night, Guy has entered the Anthony home. With the key and the map of the house that Bruno sent him, Guy has no trouble finding Mr. Anthony's bedroom.
Mr. Anthony. Mr. Anthony. Don't be alarmed. I must talk to you about your son. About Bruno, Mr. Anthony.
Wouldn't you feel more at home with the light on, Guy?
Bruno?
My father isn't home. I was about to tell you that over the phone, but you made such a sudden decision. I wondered why.
Well, I thought your father'd be interested to know he has a lunatic son.
Then you have no intention of going ahead with our little arrangement?
I never had. Bruno, look. You're terribly sick. I don't know much about these things, but why don't you go where you can get some kind of treatment? Not only for your own sake, but you can't go on causing more and more.
I don't like to be double-crossed, Guy. I have a murder on my conscience. I killed your wife. But it's not just my murder. It's yours, too, isn't it?
I guess it's no use trying to talk to you, Bruno. I'll leave.
Yes, that man from the police who's supposed to be watching you. You mustn't let him get suspicious, Guy.
You can put that gun away, Bruno.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to shoot you, Guy. It might disturb my mother. I'm a very clever fellow. I'll think of something much better than that. Good night, Guy.
Hello?
Hello, I'd like to speak to Mrs. Anthony, please. Bruno Anthony's mother.
This is Bruno's mother.
I'm Ann Morton, Mrs. Anthony, Senator Morton's daughter.
Oh, Miss Morton, good morning. How nice of you to call.
I'd like to see you, Mrs. Anthony, just as quickly as possible.
Why, that would be lovely. Do come over, do.
Thank you. I'll leave right away. And no one knows I'd come here, Mrs. Anthony, but I simply had to tell you.
Oh, Miss Morton, really. I know Bruno's been in some very awkward scrapes, but nothing so ridiculous as a murder.
But you have to make him do something about this. Don't you see that just one word from him would get Guy out of a dreadful situation?
Well, but how can you take this seriously? It's just some practical joke, dear. Bruno's so terribly irresponsible. Oh, he gets into all sorts of escapades.
But you don't seem to understand. Your son's responsible for a woman's death.
Did Bruno tell you this?
Well, no, of course not.
Well, there you are. Well, now, it was very nice of you to call, Miss Morton. Do come and see us again sometime, won't you?
I'm afraid Mother wasn't very much help, was she?
If you don't mind, I think I'd better leave.
Mother hasn't been too well for some time. She's a little, well, how shall I say it? She's confused. You know, I'm very upset with Guy. He shouldn't have sent you.
Guy doesn't know I'm here, Mr. Anthony.
He's at the tennis club, isn't he?
He will be.
Yes, he's playing Reynolds this afternoon. It's a very important match. He must be very desperate to try to involve me.
Try to involve you?
Well, I've been protecting Guy ever since he told me how much he hated his wife. Do you know, Miss Morton, that Guy tried to get me to go back to that amusement park some night after dark and look for his cigarette lighter?
What's a cigarette lighter got to do with it?
Well, he dropped it there right after he... Well, after that night. You see, all the police are waiting for is one piece of evidence to convict Guy for the murder. I can't tell you how worried I am.
Please stop.
Miss Morton, I do sympathize with you, but I just couldn't do what he asks. Why, that would make me an accessory.
I left his house and came straight here to the club, Guy.
You shouldn't have gone there, darling.
Well, Bruno told me if the police ever found your lighter there, that's all they'd need. Something to prove you were there when she was murdered.
Bruno has my lighter.
I know, you told me.
That lie about my wanting him to get it back. That means he's going back to Metcalf, back to the amusement park. He's going to drop it there, somewhere where they'll find it.
Oh, Guy, I wanted so to help, but I'm afraid all I did is make things worse.
He said last night he'd think of something. Well, give him credit, he certainly has.
Well, you've got to get to Metcalf before he does. You haven't time to play. You better tell them now.
No. If I try to avoid this match, Hennessy's bound to get suspicious. I have him out of his sight all day.
Then I'll go. There's a train and an
You
all.
stay right here. I'll try to give Hennessy the slip right after the match.
But, darling, that'll be too late.
Didn't Bruno say I wanted him to go there some night after dark?
Yes.
Well, he won't expose himself in daylight. If I can finish off this match, I'll still have time.
All ready, Guy. You go on in a few minutes.
I'll be right out there. Now, look, Ann. Here's what you better do. Get hold of Barbara just as soon
Isn't he wonderful, Mr. Hennessy?
Huh?
Oh, how are you, Barbara? Oh, this here's Mr. Hammond. Mr. Hammond, this here's the senator's other daughter. Hi.
Oh, yes, I've seen Mr. Hammond outside the house. He's a detective, too. You and he take turns, don't you?
Yeah, something like that.
But if he's your relief man, why would the two of you be here together?
Look, you're a nice kid, Barbara. Now, watch him hit the little ball and don't ask so many questions.
I've got it all arranged, Anne. The cab's outside waiting to take Guy to the station. I gave him $10.
But what about those two detectives?
They're still over there near the dressing rooms, waiting for Guy to finish the match. Gosh, I've never seen Guy play so fast in my life.
Well, he's got to get on that train. Barbara, now, once again, as soon as the match is over, Guy's going to run out through the clubhouse. Just do your best to delay those detectives from coming after him. All Guy will need is a few seconds.
Oh, just leave it to me, Anne. Oh, I'm real good at getting in people's way.
Looks like we're out of luck, Hammond. Haynes beat us to it by about 2 minutes. The guy says he bought a ticket to Metcalf.
Well, what are we waiting for? The train just pulled out. We can still have him flag it down before
Relax. Let him go to Metcalf. We'll phone Captain Turley and let them take over at that end.
That nutty little thing.
Barbara's a nice kid. Maybe it was an accident.
Pushing you in the fish pond?
Just one thing that puzzles me. What's Haynes' big rush to get to Metcalf? What's he going back for?
Come on, Hennessy. Let's phone Turley.
Here you are, folks. Here you are. Get them while they're hot. They're fresh roasted. They're jumbos. Peanuts, mister?
What time does it get dark around here?
What's the hurry, Jack? Here you are, folks. Those fresh roasted peanuts.
What time does it get dark, I said?
Well, hang around, bud. Hang around. You'll find out. Get them right here, folks. They're all roasted peanuts. How about
They're sure doing business down at this end of the park.
Are they?
Oh, day and night. Ever since that girl got murdered. People want to see the scene of the crime.
Oh. Well, where did it happen?
Right over there. Them picnic ground across the lagoon. Lover's Lane. Yes, sir. They sure been cleaning up.
I don't think it's a very nice way to make money.
Well, these folks got to eat too, ain't they? For a while, the smoochers wouldn't go near the place.
I'm afraid I don't know what a smoocher is.
Okay, so I ain't educated. Wait a minute, mister, you got a match?
No.
Well, you got a lighter. Keep fooling with that lighter in your hand.
Oh, it's just a... Here, buy yourself a box of matches.
Characters. Places full of characters.
Hello, this is Sergeant Adams. I'm phoning from the station. Put Captain Turley on the phone.
This is Turley.
Haynes just got off the train, sir. He took a cab. He told the driver to take him to the amusement park.
All right, good. Pick up your men and go to the park. I'll take a group from here. We'll be waiting for him. That's all, Adams.
Hello, Bruno. I've been looking all over for you.
You shouldn't have come here, Guy. This could be very dangerous for you.
It'd be more dangerous if I left you here alone, wouldn't it, Bruno?
But this is where it happened, Guy. This is really where it happened. They try to make people believe it happened near the concessions. They figure it'll make more money that way.
I came after my cigarette lighter. I want that lighter, Bruno.
Don't be foolish, Guy. You're just proving a theory for them. Murderer returning to the scene of his...
Give it to me. Give it to me before I...
Stand where you are, Haynes. Stand where you are.
I've got the man you want right here. He's... Stop him. Stop him. He'll get away.
Don't make a move, Haynes, or we'll shoot.
He's getting away. I can't let him get away.
This way, Captain Turley. The roller coaster. They ran toward the roller coaster.
All right, just watch your fire. There are too many people here. Keep those people back.
Captain Turley.
All right,
The one we want. It's the other one, the one who ran.
What do you mean it isn't Haynes?
I remembered him. I seen him here that night when the girl was killed. 2 young fellas was with her. And this one, he kept following. He kept looking at her. I remember real plain.
You realize what you're saying?
I was talking to him before. I asked him for a match. It's the same one.
All right, you men, surround the area.
Over here, Captain, the roller coaster. They're under the roller coaster, under the tracks.
Well, shut it off! Turn off the roller coaster.
Well, it's out of order. It's closed down.
Who turned it on?
He did. The one who was running away. Turned the switch and kept the key.
That's one way of keeping us out of
But
there.
the track is being repaired. When those cars come down there, they're scattered all over the place.
All right, find the main switch and turn it off.
Stay where you are, Guy. Don't come any closer.
Well, you run to now, Bruno. They're all around here. The police, Bruno.
He won't get me, not alive. I've got a gun.
That's not for you, Bruno. You're much too clever to use a gun.
I'll kill you and then I'll kill myself. I'll kill you first and then I'll...
You better start talking, Haynes. What's this all about?
Well, he had my cigarette lighter. He came back here tonight to plant it, to pin the whole thing on me.
Cigarette lighter, huh?
Let me talk to him, please.
All right, take it easy now. Over here.
He's in a pretty bad way, Captain.
Can't you lift that stuff off him?
We've done everything we can until the crane comes.
Hello, Guy. Who was that with you?
This is Captain Turley, Bruno. Police.
Oh, they got you at last, huh, Guy?
Tell him, Bruno. Tell him you have my lighter.
But I haven't got it, Guy. Must still be over there where you dropped it that night.
You dropped it, huh?
Sorry, Guy. I want to help you. But I don't know what I can do.
Captain Turley, may I go through his pockets?
No, of course you can't. Besides, he says he hasn't got it.
But if he dies before he...
There's no more it. This man's dead, Captain.
His hand. He's got something in his hand.
See what it is, Mac.
It's a lighter, Captain. A cigarette lighter.
Here, let me see that. From A to G.
From Ann to Guy.
Looks like you were right, Haynes. Well, I better keep this for a while. How about staying in town overnight? I imagine there's a lot you may want to tell me.
Yes, I imagine there is. Captain, may I use the telephone?
Sure, go ahead.
There's one up near the entrance. Say, who was he, mister? That guy.
His name was Bruno Anthony. A very clever fellow.
Oh, yes, Guy. Yes, darling. Well, of course I'll be there. I'll leave right away. Father, Barbara, it was Guy. He's safe and he's free. Guy?
Yes, dear?
That man across the aisle, he keeps looking at you.
Oh?
He's a minister. I didn't know you knew any ministers.
I beg your pardon, but aren't you Guy Haynes?
I'm sorry, sir, but when I was a very little boy, my mother warned me never speak to strangers on a train.
We want you to meet our stars in person, and Mr. Keeley will tell you about next week's show. In the meantime, here's a tip from lovely Maureen O'Hara. With her shining dark hair and flawless white skin, Maureen is a real Irish beauty. She says, yes, indeed, I'm a Lux girl. I've found regular Lux Care does wonders for my complexion. Makes it softer, smoother, really lovelier. Why don't you take Maureen O'Hara's advice? Here's all you do. Simply work Lux Soap's rich, active lather well in. The lather's so creamy it agrees with delicate skin. Then rinse with warm water, splash of cold. Right away, your skin looks fresher, prettier. So try Hollywood's own beauty soap tomorrow. You'll find it's easy to be Lux lovely. 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux girls. Now here's Mr. Keeley with our stars. And we call them back for another bow. Ray Miland, Frank Lovejoy, and Ruth Roman. Ray, what have you been doing since we worked together on our latest picture?
Well, I liked it so well at Warner's that I've just finished a Cagney production there called Bugles in the Afternoon.
In the afternoon? I thought bugles were for early morning.
Well, Frank, stories about the U.S. cavalry's continual fights with the Indians, which caused a great deal of bugle blowing back in the 1870s.
How about you, Ruth? What part of the Warner Brothers cast you in recently?
A rather unusual role. I could play myself. And so does Frank Lovejoy. The picture is called Starlift.
Oh, of course, based on the actual trips Hollywood stars make to the airbase where the boys take off for Korea.
Yes, that's right. We play 2 of the stars who go to the base to entertain the boys.
They really should have called it the Lux Starlift, Bill, because the actresses who go in the Starlift are naturally Lux girls.
Including yourself, of course, says Ray.
Certainly, I'm a Lux girl. It's my favorite beauty care.
You know, by a happy coincidence, Ray is just about to leave on a starlift of his own, all the way to Alaska to entertain our troops for the holidays.
Well, it's a privilege to do so, Bill. The only trouble is, what if they're expecting a Lux girl? Won't be a bit of a disappointment?
Well, you would be to me, Ray. But remember, the boys are starved for entertainment. They'll really appreciate you.
And speaking of entertainment, how about next week's show?
Oh, it'll be great entertainment, Ruth. Starring on one of our most popular comedians, a fellow who also spends a great deal of his time entertaining the armed forces, Bob Hope, and as his co-star, glamorous Marilyn Maxwell. We will present them in the Paramount picture Laugh Riot, The Lemon Drop Kid.
I hate to miss that one, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and don't talk to any strangers.
How would you like double the wear from every pair of stockings you own? Then take this tip from the people who make them. Always wash nylons in Lux. Yes, over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux. Why? Because the Lux way makes stockings last twice as long. Strain tests prove it. No other soap, no suds of any kind, can make stockings last longer. And what's more, new Lux enriched with color freshener keeps colors clearer, makes stockings look sheerer than ever. It's the stocking care famous Hollywood screen stars insist on for their own glamorous nylons. Get a big box of new Lux with color freshener tomorrow. Give your stockings, all your lovely washables, that bright as new Lux look.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Hope and Marilyn Maxwell in The Lemon Drop Kid. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood. Frank Lovejoy can soon be seen in the Milton Sperling production for Warner Brothers entitled Retreat Hell. Heard in our cast tonight were Patricia Hitchcock as Barbara, Ed Begley as father, Martha Wentworth as mother, and Gene Bates, Herb Butterfield, Norma Varden, Bill Conrad, Norman Field, Ted DeCorsia, Wally Mayer, Bill Johnstone, Olin Soule, Ralph Moody, Eddie Marr, Margie List, Brad Brown, and Alan Wood. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear The Lemon Drop Kid, starring Bob Hope and Marilyn Maxwell. This is the CBS Radio Network.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at ChestertonRadio.com.
Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, bring you Dimension X. 20 years had passed since the last of the giant migration ships had crashed to the surface of Mars, bearing its pitiful handful of survivors of the Earth Wars. 20 years of scratching at the stubborn Martian soil. 20 years of trying to devise new solar engines that would use the strange fuel they found on Mars. 20 years of longing, of turning eyes toward the green Earth as it hung on the horizon like a beckoning light. And now it was done, and the first new ship, built of shining Martian chromaton, had lifted bravely toward home with 3 men locked in its metal belly. Would they return to an Earth made barren by cosmic dust, to a blackened radioactive hell? Or would they find intelligence still alive on the scourged planet? What had 20 years of death and radioactivity done to our beloved Earth?
That's it, Captain. We've intersected the course vector.
Williams.
Yes, sir.
Prepare for deceleration.
Forward fission ready, Captain.
Read us off, Athens.
We'll enter the gravitational field of the Earth in exactly 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Fire 2 and 4.
1. 2 and 4.
What's our momentum, Evans?
-3.
Fire 1.
1. -4 now.
Steady as she goes. How are we?
On parabola now. If we can hold, we should breach the heaviside layer somewhere north of what used to be Murmansk.
Let's have a look at her. Visor, please.
Yes, sir. Mother Earth.
20 years. We're going home.
Evans, we're going home.
Home to what, Captain? Home to a burned-out, radioactive planet that is incapable of supporting human life?
Evans and I don't agree with that, Williams. We think the Earth is ready for us again. That should give us another chance.
I'm sorry, Captain, but I was born and brought up on Mars under the new central government. We younger men disagree with you about migrating back to Earth. For us, Mars is home.
Well, we'll see.
If there is some form of life on Earth, we'll find out soon enough.
Williams, head for New York.
There it is, Captain. You can barely see the top of the Atomic Trades Building in the twilight. They never finished building it.
Dark as a tomb. Slow to cruising speed.
Cruising speed. It begins to look as if Williams is right, Captain. Not a sign of life on 4 continents.
We'll make a radiation check and then head back for Mars.
You agree with me, gentlemen? That for all practical purposes, the planet is dead?
It's still my Captain. What is it?
Am I going out of my mind? Look out that way to the west. Could that be?
By heaven, it is. Those are lights. Turn the ship.
Heading west, southwest.
Full speed.
Full speed. They are lights. Captain, it's a city, a whole blasted city lit up like a Christmas tree. Well, what do you think of your dead planet now, Williams? We shall see, Evans. Remember, the Commission wants evidence of life as we know it.
Decelerate to -5. We're going to take her down. There's an open area just on the edge of the city.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, gentlemen. We're about to land.
Landing jacks are down, sir.
Open the airlock. Close. All right, gentlemen. Before we go out, security at all times. Williams, you have the blast gun?
I have it.
If anyone becomes separated, fire a shot and make for the ship. How's the radiation, Evans?
Safe enough so far. This seems to be a light area.
Very well. Open the lock. Explain the light.
I don't know. Municipal building. Shall we have a look here, sir? Possibly the records might contain some clue.
Good idea. Keep your weapons ready. This door is in good working order. Almost as if it had been oiled recently. Long corridor. Lights blazing in every office. William, stand watch here in the corridor. Fire a blast if you need us.
Yes, sir.
Evans, you come with me. We'll start right here with the city clerk's office. Better check radiation again.
Not enough to do any damage.
Gives me the creeps, doesn't it? Look at this desk. Papers crumpled. Inkstand. Just as if somebody came in and worked here every day. Calendar. June 18th, 1987.
Why, that's the day of the evacuation. The dust cloud had already blanketed New York and was heading west.
Dog license. Hunting permits.
Somehow I have a peculiar feeling that... Good Lord.
Pick it up, Evans.
Hello? No answer. Hello? I hear something. A scratching sort of noise.
Good day, Doctor.
What?
How are you? I called to ask some advice about a trepanning problem. Can you tell me if the lateral cut should be made first?
Hello? Hello? This is absolutely
Thank
insane.
you,
Hello.
Doctor. I'll do that. By the way, how was your wife, Alice? And the girls? And your son, John? Fine boy, John. I'll call again tomorrow. Goodbye, Doctor.
Hello. Hello. It's gone dead.
Who was it?
I don't know. A strange voice carried on a conversation about some surgical operation without paying the slightest attention to anything I said. Captain, the lights are out.
Good Lord.
Captain! Captain!
I have a torch. Come on. William, what is it?
I don't know.
You fired a shot.
Yes, sir. Just as the lights went out, I'm sure I saw a figure. It looked like an old man in a white robe. It moved across the end of the corridor down that way.
Flash your torch down there, Evans. Nothing there. Are you certain, Williams?
I'm not certain. The lights, they're on again.
We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Wait.
What?
Listen. Quietly. Someone is coming, walking slowly toward the corridor.
Coming closer. Cover him when he turns the corner.
It'll be a pleasure.
Don't fire unless I give the word.
What? Jumping Jupiter.
Are you... Is it really someone, or am I having hallucinations?
We are no vision.
No. Oh, you seem to be real. I saw the ship come down. I thought perhaps I was losing my mind. It's been so many years.
I'm Captain John Parsons. These are my assistants, Dr. Evans and Mr. Williams. We've returned to Earth from Mars.
Oh, then it's happened. We're not alone anymore. Forgive me, gentlemen. I seem moved. I waited and hoped for so long.
You survived the radiation?
We did.
There are others?
My family were the only ones.
I answered the phone a moment ago. Who was it?
You heard my voice, Doctor.
Your voice?
To break the loneliness, I've recorded my voice and rigged up an automatic telephone. It's pleasant to hear the phone ring. I come here to do my work.
I take it you're a medical man.
My name's Cornelius Hathaway.
Hathaway? Hathaway, the brain surgeon?
You know my name.
Who doesn't? I watched you on television at college. I saw you 23 years ago. You performed a difficult surgery for a cerebral tumor. Marvelous.
Thank you. I'd almost forgotten. My mind, you see, I'm almost 80 now.
You look fine, sir.
Well, we've had the best of everything. An entire city to choose from. Cold storage, the best equipment. But come, when I saw your ship, I told Alice, my wife, you know, to prepare a feast. This is a great day for me, gentlemen. A great, great day. This is my wife, gentlemen. Alice, Captain Parsons, Dr. Evans, and Mr. Williams.
How do you do?
Now, if you'll follow me, gentlemen, we'll meet my children.
Lord, what a beautiful woman.
She looks no more than 35.
These are my daughters, Susan and Marguerite. This is my son, John.
Nice.
Sit down, gentlemen. Sit down. We'll have a feast in honor of this occasion. Susan, Marguerite, get the best silverware and the damask napkins. John, fetch the glasses.
Oh, yes, Father. It'll only take...
Excuse me, John.
Sir?
How old are you?
23, sir.
Thank you.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
What is it, Captain? Something wrong?
Nothing except that it's impossible. You see, Dr. Hathaway's son was already in college when I started. That will make him at least 45. That was a wonderful meal, Mrs. Hathaway. Doctor, your wife is an exceptional woman.
Thank you, sir.
How would you gentlemen like some fresh gingerbread with your coffee? I baked it this morning.
Oh, wonderful. Smell that, Evans?
Oh, it's like coming home, Mrs. Hathaway.
We enjoy having you here.
Mrs. Hathaway, may I compliment you on your having preserved your youth and beauty so well?
Thank you. We have had no worries here, no competition. Only the things we need for material comfort.
Parsons and I were wondering, Dr. Hathaway, if the radioactivity had any effect in preserving tissue. Your children all look so young, too.
It is possible, gentlemen, of course. Radiation does strange things to living tissue. Alice, could we have some champagne?
Of course. I'll only be a moment.
An amazing woman. Did you ever see such grace? Such complete relaxation.
It doesn't seem quite natural.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen?
Captain Parsons was just about to ask how you and your family managed to escape, Dr. Hathaway.
We were very fortunate. I was working in the Sierra Mountains at the time. I had a lead-lined laboratory where I did X-ray research on my pet project.
And what is that, sir?
The study of machines as they relate to human function and the corollary of... Well, to continue, when the dust cloud covered America, we remained in the laboratory, well supplied with food and water. Later, when the radiation permitted, we made our way east, back to our old home, in the hopes of finding other survivors. But by that time, every living creature had been evacuated to Mars. We were stranded. The migration ships didn't wait for stragglers.
That's true. My father and I were on the last rocket out of New York.
I've always loved this old house. But the loneliness of those first years...
At least you had your wife and children.
Yes. Yes, I had my family. If it were not for them, gentlemen, I assure you I would long ago have put a bullet in my head.
Here we are. Champagne, Captain.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hathaway. May I propose a toast?
Oh, let me. Gentlemen, to Earth.
To Earth.
Earth. May she never be a stranger to man again.
Hathaway, what is it?
Nothing really. It's just a rather sharp pain in the chest.
I think you should lie down, Doctor.
Yes. Perhaps you're right.
Let me help you.
No. John and Susan will help.
Of course, Father.
Why don't you gentlemen go out on the porch, enjoy the air? I'll see you all in the morning.
Good night, Doctor.
Good night. Come, John.
Yes, Father.
Well, what do you think of old Mother Earth now, Williams? Smell that summer breeze. Look at that view of the city lighted up against the sky.
It has a certain quality. Well, score 1 point for the back-to-earth proposal. I didn't say that.
You're beginning to feel it, though, Williams. I can tell.
If you don't mind, gentlemen, I'm quite tired. I think I'll turn in. Excuse me. Well, Captain?
Well, what?
What do you make of all this?
I don't know what you mean.
This Hathaway and his family. There's something strange and unnatural going on here. I can sense it.
I think you're reading things into it, Evans.
Oh, perhaps. Well, I'll turn in, too. Are you coming?
In a moment, I want to smoke a cigarette.
Beautiful view.
What?
Is it not?
I didn't hear you come out. How is he?
Resting. I've never seen him this bad.
Yes, he's an old man. I'm sorry, but the difference in your ages is so apparent. You must have been married very young.
My husband is a very great man, Captain. It's too bad there was no one to appreciate him. Once, he wired the whole city with sound speakers, and when he pressed a button, the whole town lit up and made noises, as if 10,000 people were living in it.
He must have been very lonesome for people. Although with a woman such as you, I don't understand.
Perhaps one day you will understand. Good night, Captain.
Good night, Mrs. Hathaway.
Captain Parsons. Who's there? It's Dr. Evans.
What time is it?
2 a.m.
What's wrong?
I couldn't sleep. A few minutes ago, I heard someone slip out the front door. The moonlight, I saw it was the old man. He was headed toward our ship.
What are you suggesting, Evans?
Nothing, except that it's fairly unnatural for an old man with a bad heart to go wandering off at 2 in the morning.
Very well. We'll follow him. See him yet?
No.
Look. Ahead there on the hillside. Isn't that Hathaway kneeling in the moonlight?
Yes, I think so. Can we get closer?
Let's head for that clump of bushes. This is far enough.
What do you suppose he's doing there? What are those things on the ground?
Good Lord. Those are grave markers. 4 of them.
You're right. Seems to be praying over them.
Listen.
Do you forgive me for what I've done? I had to do it. I was so terribly lonely. You do forgive me, don't you? Yes, I feel you do. I'm glad. I think perhaps I can rest now. I think
He's having another attack. Come on. Hathaway. Dr. Hathaway. Raise his head, Evans.
His lips are moving.
What is it, Doctor?
Leaping closer. I'm sorry I had to spoil all of this. I've expected it for some time.
We'll fix you up.
No, this is the end for me. It really doesn't matter. Except for them.
What about them, Hathaway?
You suspected, didn't you?
Yes, I suspected, but I couldn't believe it until now. Do they know?
No, they wouldn't understand. I wouldn't want them to know, ever. The Earth.
Don't try to talk.
The Earth is so fair.
Doctor.
He's dead, Captain. He knew it was the end this time.
Yes, he knew.
What was it he meant about your suspect?
Light a match, Evans. Look on those 4 grave markers and tell me what you see.
Good Lord.
Well?
Alice Hathaway, Marguerite Hathaway, Susan Hathaway, John Hathaway. Died July 1987. But that's 20 years ago. If these markers are correct, then who are those others?
Can't you guess, Evans? Can't you guess? Mrs. Hathaway, are you awake?
Yes, Captain?
May I come in?
Yes. It's about my husband, isn't it?
You knew.
I saw him go out tonight. He felt it was near the end.
He died less than an hour ago. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
He told us it would happen one day, and that he didn't want us to cry. He didn't teach us how, you know. He said it was the worst thing that could happen to know how to be lonely and unhappy. What will happen to us now that he's gone?
I don't know.
Will you stay with us?
I would like to, but I cannot.
You know about it.
Yes, I know. I didn't think that you knew yourself.
The children don't. I've been aware for a long while.
No one would have guessed. You are so perfect.
Oh, he would have liked to hear you say that. He was so very proud of us. After a while, he came to love us. And at the end, he took us as his real wife and children. He even forgot sometimes that he had made us.
You gave him a great deal of comfort.
Yes. Over the years, we sat and talked. He loved so much to talk. I was first, you know. Then he became lonesome for the children. And so he made them. He told me about the things he did, about his laboratory.
Well, surely the children must suspect.
Oh, no. You see, there were no other beings with which to compare themselves.
He must have been a great, great genius.
Each morning he took a recording of his voice into town and put it on the automatic telephone. Each night it would call us. I think, what with the phone ringing and the sound of voices and the lights on, he was happy. There was only one thing. One flaw.
And that?
He couldn't make us grow old. And so he had to watch himself become an old, old man while we stayed young. It was a great blow to him.
And so we commend the body of this man, Cornelius Hathaway, to his Maker. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust returneth. Amen.
Come, John.
Yes, Mother.
Susan. Marjorie.
Evans, Williams, stay here a moment, please.
What is it?
Let them go back to the house. I want to speak to you.
I know what you're going to tell us, Captain. I saw the names on the grave markers.
Well?
It's a mockery. A blasphemy of everything we believe in. For a man to do something so evil.
Can't you imagine what he faced? Can't you imagine what it must have been like to have watched his wife and children die slowly of radiation burns? To know that he was the last man on the face of the earth? Alone? Eternally and unalterably alone? Good Lord, man, what would you have done if you'd had his medical and technical genius?
That's incredible.
Yes, it is. But with an entire American city on which to draw for supplies and equipment, a brilliant man might accomplish anything, even that.
What are you suggesting, Captain? That we take them back?
We haven't enough space in the ship for that. Every ounce counts. Still, to leave them here, like that, alone.
I think I have an answer, cold-blooded as it may seem.
Go on.
I suggest that we turn them off.
Do you think that I could do that?
No, but I could. After all, they aren't human. They're worse than robots. They're ghoulish.
Have you talked to her? Has she smiled at you with that quiet, beautiful smile?
Captain, we can't take them with us, and it would be less than human to leave them here without Hathaway.
Could you do it, Evans?
Give me the blast gun, Williams.
We'll wait in the ship. Take off in half an hour.
Half an hour.
6:25. He should be back soon.
Yes.
He's doing the only humane thing, Captain. They are less than human.
Are they?
Well, it's done now, and no one will ever... That's the airlock. He's back.
Well?
Here's your gun.
Did you do it?
When I entered the house, she she looked at me with those fine, intelligent eyes. I couldn't do it. It would be murder, cold-blooded murder.
I prayed you wouldn't be able to do it. There will never be anything as fine as they are. Built to last 200, 300, perhaps 1,000 years. Well, get the course in the integrator, Williams. We'll take off in 20 minutes. I should be back by then.
You're going out, sir?
I'm going to say goodbye.
You've come back.
Only to say goodbye.
It was nice of you.
I wanted you to know that I am coming back someday.
When will you come?
I don't know. It will take many years to prepare fuel for another trip. 6, 7, perhaps 10 years.
I will watch the sky at night, just as he watched it.
Oh, I'm afraid I must go now.
I understand. Strange. I have a new feeling. One which he did not teach us. A feeling of longing, of sadness.
That one is not taught. It comes of being alive.
Yes. I am alive. Even though he created me, I'm a person now.
Goodbye, Alice Hathaway.
Goodbye, John Parsons.
Just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of... When the time comes for man to explore the universe, to deal with the strange inhabitants of other worlds, there will be much to remember. Perhaps the most important lesson of all will seem too fundamental to be included in the training manuals. Listen at this time next week as Dimension X brings you a story from the pages of the August astounding science fiction. A story called Courtesy.
Dimension X is presented each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Sweet & Smith, publishers of the magazine Astounding Science Fiction. Today, Dimension X has presented Dwellers in Silence, written for radio by George Lefferts from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Peter Capell as Captain Parsons, Bill Griffiths as Dr. Hathaway, and Gertrude Warner as Alice. Your host was Norman Rose, music by Albert Berman. Dimension X is produced by William Welsh and directed by
True,
Fred
Good,
Way.
and Beautiful at ChestertonRadio.com.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Shadow of a Doubt, starring Ann Blythe and Ray Miland. Now to introduce tonight's program, here is our director, Fletcher Markle.
Tonight, we introduce to you rather nervously a gentleman known as Mr. Charles Oakley, also as Mr. Charles Spencer and Mr. Charles Otis. But mostly he's Uncle Charlie, and when he's being Uncle Charlie, the family favorite, this man is probably a lot like someone you may know yourself. Tall, attractive, with a slight blur of gray at the temples, who often wears a curious, preoccupied expression, as if he had an important secret to keep. But we hope you don't know anyone with a secret like the Uncle Charlie in Thornton Wilder and Sally Benson's story, Shadow of a Doubt, because life with anyone like him is quite unpredictable, as you shall hear.
Mr. Spencer. Mr. Spencer.
Yes?
Oh. Mr. Spencer, I hate to bother you. I knew you was resting, but I thought you'd like to know there was 2 men here. 2 men asking for you, a young man and a kind of a older man. The older man was here twice before. I was sorry you wasn't in. I said you wasn't.
Mrs. Teeler, don't stand there. Don't behave like a landlady. Come in and sit down.
Well...
And close the door. Forgive me for not getting up. It's good to lie down and rest on a hot day. Did they say they'd be back?
They didn't say exactly, but I think they will. Just now when I had to walk down the A&P, I seen them standing there at the corner. Maybe I should have let them in, only you said not to disturb you, and...
Yes?
And I'm sure they'll be back. Mr. Spencer, you do look awful tired to me, and that's a fact. Maybe New Jersey doesn't agree with you. Have you got a headache or something? I think maybe you need a real rest. That's what I think.
Maybe I do, Mrs. Teeley.
Well, I better go, and you better lock the door when I'm gone. Those friends of yours told me not to say they called, wanted to surprise you, but I thought you'd like to know, somehow.
Thank you, Mrs. Teeley.
You go ahead with your nap. I'll pull a blind down. You rest now, Mr. Spencer. You rest.
No. No! Yes. You're there, down at the corner. But what do you know? You're bluffing. You don't know anything. You've got nothing on me. I'll get out the back way. Operator, Western Union, please. What do they know? They're bluffing. And it was very easy getting out the back way. Western Union? Oh, I want to send a telegram to Mrs. Joseph Newton, Santa Rosa, California. That's right. Here's the message. You ready? Homesick for you all. Coming to stay a while, arriving Wednesday. We'll wire exact time later. Love to everybody and a kiss for little Charlie from her Uncle Charlie. Yes, operator, that's the signature, Uncle Charlie. Yeah, that's right. Going to Santa Rosa, California.
Charlie. Charlotte.
Who is it?
It's me.
Oh, come in, Papa.
Well, look at you all stretched out on the bed at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. What's the matter? Don't you feel well?
Oh, I'm perfectly well. I've just been thinking for hours, and I've come to the conclusion that I give up. I simply give up.
I'll sit down if you don't mind. What are you going to give up?
Have you ever stopped to think that a family should be the most wonderful thing in the world, and that this family has just gone to pieces?
We have?
Of course we have. We just sort of go along and nothing happens, and we've gotten in a terrible rut.
Oh, come now. Things aren't that bad. The bank gave me a raise last January.
Money. How can you sit there and talk about money when I'm talking about souls? We eat and sleep, and that's about all. We don't even have any real conversations. We just talk.
And work.
Yes, poor Mother, she works like a dog.
What were you thinking of doing about it?
Oh, nothing, I suppose. I guess we'll just have to wait for a miracle or something.
Oh, you two are up here, I'm told.
Oh, here she is. In Charlie's room, Emmy.
All I'm waiting for is a miracle.
Now, Charlie.
Well, what's all this about? Oh, what's the matter, Charlie? Joe, what's the matter?
Well, it seems
Oh,
like...
it's just that I've become a nagging old maid, and... Oh, Mama, you went downtown in that awful hat you promised me you'd throw away.
Goodness, what on earth does it matter what hat I put on? Yes, Roger, I know.
I don't see why you let that child yell at you like that, Mother. If he has something to say
I'm
or
going
if
downstairs in a moment anyway.
And I'm going down right now. Hope there'll be some dinner soon.
Mama, I'm going downtown to send a telegram. I want a short walk before dinner anyhow.
Why, Charlie, who do you know to send a telegram to?
Mama, I know just the person to come and save us. A wonderful person who'll come and shake us all up so we'll be good and dignified and intelligent again.
Charlie, have you gone crazy? What do you mean, save us?
All this time, there's been the one real right person to save us. Mama, what's Uncle Charlie's address? Wasn't he living in Philadelphia last we heard?
Darling, you're not going to ask Uncle Charlie for money.
No, that wouldn't help us. I just want him to come.
Oh, but think of asking a busy man like that to come all the way out west for nothing.
He'd come for me. I'm named after him. I'm going to go right now and wire him right away.
Well, hello, Charlotte. I just called up your house a little while ago. A telegram for your mother.
Oh, did you, Mrs. Seastrom?
Uh-huh. Here you are. It's from your uncle, the spoiled one.
My uncle? My Uncle Charlie? Oh, let me look.
Yes, youngest ones in a family always get spoiled the most, I guess. That's the way it was with my young brother.
Mrs. Seastrom, do you believe in telepathy?
Well, I ought to. It's my business.
Oh, no, not telegraphy. Mental telepathy. Like, well, suppose you have a thought, and suppose the thought's about someone who's in tune with you. And then over thousands of miles, that someone knows what you're thinking, and they answer you. And it's all mental.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I send telegrams the normal way. Give my regards to your mother.
He heard me. Uncle Charlie heard me.
Sir, you'll like it here in Santa Rosa, Mr. Otis. Nice little town.
I'm sure it is.
I got all your bags here ready to unload. I'll help you down, Mr. Otis. Here, let me take your arm.
Thank you.
That's it. I sure hope you feel better, Mr. Otis. Too bad you had to stay in your room all the way. There you are, sir.
Thank you very much. Here, you've been very kind.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Otis. Thank you, sir.
Look, down there. I think that's him.
Oh, I think it is, too. Yes, I think so. Are you...
Why, young Charlie.
Oh, gosh, at first I didn't know you. You look so sick standing there. Why, you aren't sick, are you?
Me sick?
Papa, here he is.
Well, I thought so.
Why, Uncle Charlie, you aren't sick. That was the funniest thing, the way you were standing there. Come on, let's go. Mother's waiting at home.
But that's enough talk about my travels. All that's past. Dinner's almost over, and we haven't talked at all about you folks. And say, I've been forgetting something all this time. These parcels on the sideboard here. A few things I brought along with me. Now then, here we are. These are for you, Emmy. One new and one old.
Oh, Charles, you didn't have to think of me.
Presents are for children, Charles.
Of course they are. Here you are. And Roger.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Charles. What is it? It's sort of lumpy.
Open up and see. And this is yours, Joe.
For me, Charles?
Oh, Joe, look. Oh, really, Charles, a fur scarf.
It's Kalinsky, Mama. 4 skins.
Oh, I wanted one all my life.
Oh, and it's exactly right, Mama. It's what you should have.
Open the little one, Emmy.
Why, look at this. Say, I've never had a wristwatch. Fellows at the bank will think I'm quite a sport.
I got a big brown bear. And look what I got.
Isn't it wonderful, children?
Oh, gee whiz, thanks,
Why,
Uncle
Charles, the portraits of Mother and Father in a leather case.
Yes, Emmy?
Charles, did you have these all along?
All along. All these years, safe in a deposit box, stored away safe, no matter where I was.
Grandpa and Grandma?
Yes. Look, everybody.
Let me see, Mama. Gee, 1888 it says. That's over 60 years ago.
Oh, she was pretty, and he's sweet, isn't he?
Everyone was pretty and sweet then, Charlie. The whole world. A wonderful world, not like the world today. It was great to be young then.
But we're happy now, Uncle Charlie, now that you're here. Why, look at us. For once, we're all happy at the same time.
And now for your little present, Charlie.
Oh, I don't want anything. Right now, I have enough. Before you came, I didn't think I had anything, but now, I don't want another thing. I'll go get the coffee. Excuse me.
Charlotte!
She's crazy. She doesn't mean it, really. If you ask me, I think she's putting on.
She's not crazy. Smartest girl in her class at school.
She'll like this when she sees it. You folks just sit here and I'll take it to her.
Well, tell her the sugar and cream are on the kitchen table, Charles.
Charlie?
I meant it. Please don't give me anything.
Nothing? Why?
I can't explain. You came here and Mother's happy, and I'm glad that she named me after you and that she thinks we're both alike. I think we are, too. I know it. And it would spoil things if you should give me anything.
You're a strange girl, Charlie. Why would it spoil things?
Because we're not just an uncle and a niece. There's something else. I know you. I know that you don't tell people a lot of things. I don't either. I have a feeling that inside you somewhere there's something nobody knows.
Something nobody knows?
Something secret and wonderful, and I'll find it out.
It's not good to find out too much, Charlie.
But we're kind of like twins, don't you see? We have to know.
Give me your hand, Charlie. Now, you wear this ring for me.
Thank you.
But you haven't looked at it.
I don't have to look at it. No matter what you gave me, it'd be the same.
Yeah, now, let me show it to you. It's a good emerald, a really good one. And good emeralds are the most beautiful things in the world.
Why, look, Uncle Charlie, you've had something engraved on it. Oh, that's different.
I haven't, but I will if you'd like me to.
Oh, but you have, Uncle Charlie, you have. It's very faint. It's way down under the stone. T.S. from B.M. Why, they must be somebody's initials.
The jeweler cheated me.
It doesn't matter. Really, it doesn't.
The jeweler cheated me. It's second-hand. The whole world is crooked. The whole rotten world. Give it back to me.
But I like it this way. Someone else was probably happy with
Give
this
it back
ring.
to me. I'll have that taken off.
No, it's perfect the way it is. Now you bring the sugar and cream, and I'll carry the tray.
Charlie.
Come along.
Charles, more coffee?
Not yet, thank you, Emmy.
What is that tune I'm singing? Anybody know?
Sing at the table, you marry a crazy husband.
Superstitions have been proved 100% wrong.
Well, to finish what I was about to say, Emmy, I've been thinking about transferring some of my money out here from the East. Deposit it in Joe's bank, say, until I see what's what. I suppose you take money at your bank, Joe?
That's one thing we do all right, Charles, rake in the dough. Can't promise to give it back, of course.
Well, I'll go down tomorrow morning, open an account, 30 or 40,000, just to start things off right.
Say, that's a lot of money.
I can't get that tune out of my head. If somebody will tell me what it is, maybe I'll stop.
It's a waltz, dear.
Of course it's a waltz, but what waltz? You know, it's the funniest thing, but sometimes I think of a tune and I can't get it out of my head. And then pretty soon I hear somebody else whistling it or humming it, too. I think tunes jump from head to head. What is it, Uncle Charlie?
I don't know.
I know what it is. It's right on the tip of my tongue. It's a waltz, and it's Victor Herbert.
Victor Herbert wasn't a waltz. He was the composer who composed operettas.
It's the Blue Danube Waltz.
Oh, of course. That's what it is. No. No, it isn't, Uncle Charlie. It's not the Blue Danube. It's the Merry Wind. Oh!
Oh, now look what I did. A half a cup of coffee. I'm terribly sorry, Emmy. Hand me another napkin, Ann, will you?
Golly.
Oh, now it's nothing to make a fuss about. Charles, while we do the dishes, you go in the living room and stretch out on the sofa and read the evening paper. You look tired.
Yes, you do that, Charles. I'm going to walk down to the corner and get some tobacco.
Come on, Uncle Charlie. Lead a life of luxury.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Mama wants to know if you'd like another cup of coffee or anything.
No. Thank you, Roger. No.
What's the matter, Uncle Charlie? Something bad in the paper?
What? No. I was just... Roger, look, did you ever make a house out of a newspaper? You see what I mean? First you stretch them all out on the floor, see?
Yeah.
And you fold them like this, like a tent. Yeah, and then you... Look, now you cut out a door, see? See? It's the doorway.
Well, now, what are you all up to in here? Why, Roger, that's Papa's paper.
Well, it's my fault, Charlie. I was showing Roger a game. I never thought about the paper.
Well, it's all right. Let's see. Page 5, page 1, page 7. Here's part 2. But where's page 3? 3 and 4, where is it?
I never touched it. Uncle Charlie's the only one that touched it.
Well, Papa may not notice if we fold it very neatly and very evenly.
That's it, Charlie. Nobody'll ever miss it.
Uncle Charlie.
Come in.
I've brought your water, Uncle Charlie. You said you liked a pitcher of water and a glass by your bed.
Oh, thank you, my dear. You're very thoughtful.
Uncle Charlie, I know something. I know a secret that you don't think I know.
What secret?
Well, remember I said you couldn't hide anything away from me because I'd know? Well, now I know there was something in the evening paper about you.
About me? In the evening paper?
About you. Please show it to me. I won't tell a soul.
How do you know there was something?
Well, that's why you played that game with Roger. You didn't want us to know, so you tore the paper. So now that I know, you've got to tell me.
Well, I guess you have me, but it wasn't about me. It was about someone I used to know.
Oh, is this the page over here on the dresser? It's got a piece torn out of it.
Charlie, wait. That's none of your business.
Oh, Uncle Charlie, you're hurting me. Your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Give me the paper.
You hurt my wrist.
Charlie, I didn't mean to. I must have grabbed you harder than I thought. I was just fooling about it. It was just some gossip, not too pretty, about someone I met up with once. Nothing for you to read. Just forget it. And don't look at me like that, Charlie.
You have eyes like a child.
The piece in the paper was nothing, really.
Just like a child.
Have I? Good night. Good night, young Charlie.
Good night, Uncle Charlie. Pleasant dreams.
Pleasant dreams, always.
Breakfast in bed. Such spoiling.
Oh, Emmy, you're magnificent. You know, I really can't face the world in the morning. I must have coffee before I can speak. What are you all up to this morning?
Well, a young man called on us about an hour ago, said his name was Graham, and he wants to interview everybody in the house.
Interview everybody?
Yeah, that's what he said. He's been sent around the country by a committee on an institute or something, and he's to pick out representative American families and ask them questions. It's kind of a poll.
How'd he happen to pick this family?
Well, he said he looked around and asked around, and he decided we were the ones he wanted.
Well, if he's going to ask a lot of questions, he can leave me out of it.
Why, you'd have more to tell him than any of us, Charlie. He's going to take our pictures, too.
Pictures?
Yes. You see, there were really two young men. One takes the pictures.
Oh, so there were two of them?
No, Mr. Graham was the nicest. He doesn't want us to dress up or anything. He wants us to act just the way we always do.
Oh, Emmy, women are fools. They fall for anything. Why you let two strangers come into your house and turn the place upside down? Why expose your family to a couple of snoopers? I thought you had more sense.
Charles.
Good morning, Uncle Charlie. My, isn't this grand?
Good morning, Charlie.
Well, the way Mr. Graham put it, Charles, it wasn't like snooping at all. It was our duty as citizens.
Look here, Emmy, I won't have anything to do with it. I'm just a visitor, and my advice to you is to slam the door in his face.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
I think it's kind of exciting. And they'd take a photograph of you, and then we could have it. It would be free.
No, thank you. I've never been photographed in my life, and I don't want to be.
Why, Charles, what makes you talk that way? I had a picture of you. I gave it to Charlie.
I tell you, there are none.
Oh, I guess you've forgotten all about it. Get it, Charlie.
Oh, that. It's over here on my desk. I think you were cute, Uncle Charlie.
Let me see it.
Here you are. See?
Oh, I don't remember this at all.
Well, you were 9, Charles. You had it taken the Christmas you got your bicycle.
Uncle Charlie, you were beautiful.
Oh, wasn't he, though? I always said Papa should never have bought him that bicycle.
Yeah.
Charlie, he took it right out on the icy road and skidded into a streetcar. We thought he was going to die.
I'm glad he didn't.
Well, he almost did, let me tell you. He had a fractured skull, and he was laid up so long, and when he got well, there was no holding him. It was though all that rest was too much for him, and he had to get into all sorts of mischief to blow off steam.
The whole world is rotten. The whole world's changed.
Oh, I can remember that Christmas day when this picture was taken. Mama wanted a picture of you with your curls.
Did she?
Then that very afternoon you had your accident. And when the picture came a few days later, how Mama cried. She wondered if you'd ever look the same. She wondered if you'd ever be the same.
Oh, what's the use of looking backward? What's the use of looking ahead? Today's the thing. That's my philosophy. Today.
Well, Charles, if today's the thing, you better get your clothes on and get down at the bank. Joe'll be waiting. He's arranged for you to meet Mr. Green.
Mr. Green?
He's the president of the bank.
And don't be late back. The questionnaire man's coming at 4 o'clock.
say $30,000, Mr. Oakley?
30, maybe 40, Mr. Green.
Indeed. Well.
I thought I might settle down here for a while. It's a fine little town.
We think so. What have you been doing, Mr. Oakley?
Well, I suppose you'd call me a promoter. I've done a little bit of everything. You know, it's not hard to make money, Mr. Green. The only trouble I find is that once I make it, I'm not interested in it.
Not interested in money?
Well, you know as well as I do that there's plenty of money lying around waiting for someone to pick it up. Making money's a boring business. Shall we start with 40,000?
Yes, yes, Mr. Oakley, if you'll just fill out this slip.
Details. Well, I'm glad to see you're a man that understands details, Mr. Green. They are most important to me, most important. All the little details.
Harry, I wonder if you... Oh, dear, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy. Oh, we can come back.
Come in, Margaret, now that you're here. Come in.
I am sorry, dear.
This is Mr. Oakley, ladies, my wife, Mr. Oakley, and Mrs. Potter.
Oh, you're Emma Newton's brother. We've heard so much about you.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Green and Miss Potter?
Mrs. Potter.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, there was something about you that made me think that...
Yes.
What did you want, Margaret?
Oh, well, we were going shopping, Laura and I only have $5, and I thought...
Here you are, my dear.
Thank you, Harry.
There is something to being a widow, isn't there, Mr. Oakley? One doesn't have to ask a man for money anyway. Well, goodbye, Mr. Oakley. I'm so glad we met.
Goodbye, Mr. Oakley.
Goodbye, Mrs. Green and Miss Potter.
Oh, Margaret, isn't he just as charming as Emmy said?
Now, Mr. Oakley, where were we?
Attractive woman, that Mrs. Potter. Widow, is she?
Yes, he was the Potter of Potter Chain Stores.
Oh, indeed. Indeed. Yes, Mr. Green, as you say, where were we?
My room here, gentlemen, but my Uncle Charlie's visiting us, and I've given it to him for as long as he stays.
Can we have a look, Miss Newton? Mr. Saunders might be interested.
Well, if you like.
Thank you.
Hey, nice room. You mind if I take a picture or two as long as your uncle isn't around? I sure don't want to disturb your uncle after what you said.
Well, I suppose so. But I can't imagine anyone being interested in my room. I mean, it isn't really the way I'd like to have it.
I like it fine. Worth a few shots.
We'll stay out here in the hall, Miss Newton. Might as well let him work in peace. Besides, I'd like to talk to you.
It's funny your survey happened to our family. Why did you pick us?
Oh, we looked around, asked some questions. Thought you were about what we wanted. And why not choose your family? You haven't got any skeletons in your closets, have you?
Of course we haven't. I wish we did have a few. We're pretty prosaic. You know, your picking us out as an average family gave me kind of a funny feeling.
What kind of a funny feeling?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I don't like to be an average girl in an average family.
Oh, average families are the best. Look at me. I'm from an average family.
As average as ours?
Sure. Besides, I don't think you're average. Oh.
Oh, why, Uncle Charlie, you scared me.
I got the back stairs in the kitchen, Charlie.
All through in here, now I better get one in the hall.
Mr. Saunders has been taking pictures of my room.
Well, my sister's just asked me to tell you she was ready for pictures in the kitchen, gentlemen, and I don't like to be photographed. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you for that roll of film.
Oh, Uncle Charlie.
Give it to me, please.
Give it to him, Fred.
Too bad. There's a picture of Mrs. Newton and the children on this roll.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have troubled you, but that's the way it is.
I'm sorry, too.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Graham. We want to help you in an important work, but
Oh, please. You've been very helpful. And, I'd like to ask another favor, if I may. Can I borrow you tonight for a walk around the town? I'd like to pick up a little atmosphere, and you know everybody.
Why, of course. Anything I can do.
Thanks. I'll call around about 6:30. You can show me the best restaurant in town, and we can have dinner.
All right.
See you then. Come on, Saunders.
Much of a park, really, but it's better than just an empty town square.
It's very pretty.
I can't get over your breaking your arm when you were 10, and my breaking my arm when I was 10 in exactly the same place.
Right at the elbow. And my wanting to run away from home, and your wanting to run away from home.
Oh, I didn't want to, really. It was just a gesture.
I didn't want to either.
Want to sit down?
Sure.
This is a peaceful sort of town.
Yeah, seems to be.
I think you have an awfully interesting job. Going into people's houses, taking pictures, asking a lot of questions. Why, just like an international spy.
Yes.
That tune. I know what you are, really. You're a detective. Yes, there's something the matter, and you're a detective.
Charlie, listen.
I don't want to listen. You're a detective. Why, you're not making a survey at all. You just lied to us. What do you want? What are you doing around here lying to us? You keep away from us.
Charlie, come back here.
Keep away.
Look, Charlie, you've got to listen to me.
Just wait until I tell them. Just wait until I tell my mother you lied to her.
Charlie, you can't tell her.
I'll tell her. You'll see. I'll tell everyone. I'm not afraid.
Charlie, I don't want you to be afraid of me. You've got to trust me.
Trust you when you've done nothing but lie. When you probably didn't want to take me out at all tonight the way I thought you did. When you probably only took me out to ask a lot of questions.
Have I asked you a lot of questions? Have I? All right, I'm a detective. A pretty bad one, I guess. Now, won't you even listen to me?
Why should I when you lied to me?
I had to. You've just got to believe I had to. When I came here to this town to find a man, I hadn't counted on you. I hadn't counted on your mother or your family.
Find a man? What man?
There's a man loose in this country. We're after him. We don't know much about him. We don't even know what he looks like. Charlie, this man we want may be your uncle.
I don't believe you. Get away from me and leave me alone.
We're after one man. Your uncle may be that man. But in the east, there's another man who's being hunted, too. Hunted through Massachusetts and into Maine. He may be the man.
My uncle hasn't done anything. Why don't they arrest that man in the east? Why don't you go away and leave us alone?
If it weren't for you, you don't think I'd care when or how I caught up with your Uncle Charlie, do you? Because if he's the guy, I am going to catch up with him, Charlie. Remember that. If your Uncle Charlie's the man we want, we'll get him out of town quietly. We won't arrest him here.
Arrest him here in town with Mother?
I'm trying to tell you we won't. Charlie, you've got to help us.
All right. I won't say anything. The parking lot's over this way. Take me home, please.
Here we are. Charlie, he may not be the one. It may be the other guy, the one in the east.
Of course. It's probably all a mistake.
I hope I'm wrong. I never wanted to be wrong so much in all my life.
Well, good night. Oh, this handle.
Oh, you have to give it a good yank. Here.
Thank you. Oh, something fell. What's this?
Oh, it's nothing. Just yesterday's paper. This car gets to be a regular goat's nest sometimes.
Yesterday's paper? May I have it, please?
Sure, you're welcome to it.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Charlie. I'll be in touch with you.
Yesterday's paper. It was page 3. Page 3 and 4. Let me see. Record storms in Midwest. Edward Fairbairn appointed to new post. No, that couldn't be. Where is the Merry Widow murderer?
Boston, Massachusetts, February 8th. The whereabouts of the so-called Merry Widow murderer, strong-handed strangler of 3 wealthy women, is a question baffling detectives today who are conducting a coast-to-coast search for the killer.
Couldn't be Uncle Charlie.
The trailing detectives are after 2 men, one of whom they are certain is the actual murderer.
One was in the east, Jack said, in the east.
The fact that all the victims were wealthy widows accounts for his being known to the police as the Merry Widow murderer. His latest victim was Mrs. Barton Madison, the former musical comedy star known to audiences at the beginning of this century as the beautiful Thelma Shenley.
My ring. The ring he gave me. T.S. from B.M. T.S. from B.M. Oh, no. No. Please, no.
Well, come along, everybody. Dinner's ready.
Well, where's our little Charlie? I've missed her all day.
She'll be in the kitchen in a minute. She's getting some things in the kitchen.
Well, she slept very late today.
She was tired, I guess. She doesn't look quite herself.
Here's the sauce, Mama. I nearly forgot about it.
Well, here she is. Here's my girl.
Gee, I wonder how many hours you slept today.
Sit right down, dear.
You won't be able to sleep tonight. Nobody who sleeps all
I
day.
slept all right. And I kept dreaming perfect nightmares about you, Uncle Charlie.
Nightmares about me?
About you. You were on a train, and I had a feeling you were running away from something. And when I saw you on the train, I felt terribly happy.
Charlie, how could you feel happy about seeing your uncle on a train? Goodness knows I don't want him on a train. I hope he stays here forever.
Well, I suppose he'll go sometime. I mean, we all realize he has to go sometime. We have to face facts.
Yes. Yes, I like people who face facts.
Well, I'm not going to face any such facts as those. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Charles. I promised Mrs. Green, the president of our club, that you'd talk to the ladies, and she wants to know what you're going to talk about.
Well, what am I going to talk about? Lecturers usually give travel or current events, don't they?
Oh, not current events. We get current events.
Well, what sort of an audience would they be?
Oh, women like myself, busy with our homes, most of us.
Yes. Women keep busy in towns like this. In the cities, it's different. The cities are full of women, middle-aged widows, their husbands dead. Husbands who have spent their lives making fortunes, working and working, and then they die and leave their money to their wives, their silly wives. And what do the wives do? These useless women. You see them in the hotels, the best hotels, by the thousands, eating the money, drinking the money, losing the money at bridge, playing all day and all night, just smelling of money. Proud of their jewelry, proud of nothing else. Horrible, faded, fat and greedy women.
But they're alive. They're alive. They're human beings.
Are they? Are they, Charlie? Are they human or are they fat, wheezing animals? And what happens to animals when they die, when they get too fat and too old? I seem to be making sort of a speech.
Well, for heaven's sake, Charles, don't talk about women like that in front of my club. You'll be tarred and feathered. And that nice Mrs. Potter's so anxious to have you there, too. She was asking me all about you. The Greens are bringing her here to a little party I'm having after the lecture.
Excuse me, please, everybody. I'm not hungry at all. I'm going for a walk instead.
Charlie!
Where do you suppose she's going?
Into town, I guess.
Oh, that's nothing to get excited about, Charles. She often goes for walks. Maybe she's got a date with that young man.
Well, I'm not hungry either. You all stay here and finish your dinner. I'll catch up with her. Charlie, wait.
Please go away.
What's the matter, Charlie? What's the matter with you?
Oh, please, you're hurting my arm again.
Look, I've got to talk to you. Come along. Let's go in here, this little bar.
Please, my arm.
Well, come in here with me.
I can't. I've never been in a place like this.
Come on in.
Why do you make me come in here? It's an awful place.
What does it matter where we are? Let's sit over here. Little table in the corner.
Hello, Charlie. Hello. Oh, hello, Louise. Uncle Charlie, this is Louise Finch.
Hello.
Glad to meet you. This is my uncle. I was in Charlie's class in school.
Gee, I sure was surprised to see you come in, Charlie. I never thought I'd see you here. I've been here 2 weeks. I lost my job at Kearns. What do you have, Charlie?
Oh, I'll have a chocolate milkshake.
We haven't got anything like that.
Bring her a ginger ale. I'll have a double brandy.
Brandy? We may have some. Never heard of anybody wanting brandy. I'll see.
Well, Charlie?
Well?
You think you know something. That young fella told you something.
Jack? Why should he know anything about you?
Now, look, Charlie. Something's come between us. I don't want that to happen. We're like twins, you said so yourself. Give me your hand.
Don't touch me, Uncle Charlie.
What did he tell you? What did that boy tell you?
He's got nothing to do with it. I hope he never knows anything about you.
Charlie, you're a pretty understanding sort of girl. Now, if you've heard some little things about me, I guess you're a woman of the world enough to overlook them. I guess I've done some pretty foolish things, made some pretty foolish mistakes. Nothing serious, just foolish.
How could you do things like that? You're my uncle. You're my mother's brother. We thought you were the most wonderful man in the world.
Charlie, what do you know?
Here's your ring back, Uncle Charlie.
I'm sorry I was so long. We're awful busy. Oh, whose ring? Ain't it beautiful? Oh, I could just die for a ring like that. Yes, sir, for a ring like that, I just about die. I love jewelry, real jewelry. You notice I didn't even have to ask if it was real. You can tell. I can.
Bring me another double brandy.
Sure. Gee, I'd just die for a ring like that.
Someone will
Will what?
die. Someone did.
Sit down. Sit down. You think you know something, don't you? Or what do you know? You're just an ordinary little girl living in an ordinary little town. You wake up every morning of your life. You know perfectly well that there's nothing in the world to trouble you. You go through your ordinary little day, and at night you sleep your untroubled, ordinary little sleep, filled with peaceful, stupid dreams. And I brought you nightmares, did I? Charlie, how do you know what the world is like? Do you know the world is a foul sty? Do you know if you ripped the fronts off houses, you'd find swine? The world's a hell. What does it matter what happens in it? Wake up, Charlie!
Oh, please. Please.
Charlie, you've got to help me.
Help you?
Yes. There's an end to the running a man can do. You'll never know what it's like to be so tired. I was going to... Hell, then I got the idea of coming out here. It's my last chance, Charlie. Give it to me. Graham and the other fellow, they don't know. There's a man in the East. They suspect him, too. And if they get him, why, I... Oh, Charlie, give me this last chance.
Take your chance and go.
I'll go, Charlie. I'll go. Just give me a few days. Think of your mother. It'll kill your mother.
Yes, it would kill my mother. Oh, take your few days and then get away from here.
Well, everybody's back from church, I see. You're all looking very pleased.
How was church, Charlie? Did you count the house? Turn anybody away?
No. Seats enough for everyone.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Show's had such a long run, I thought maybe attendance might be falling off.
Anything special on the noon broadcasts, Charles?
I haven't been listening, Emmy. Joe has. I've been out on the back porch.
Nothing special, but they said they'd caught that fellow.
Did Roger go
The
upstairs?
fellow they call the Merry Widow Murderer.
Mama, did Roger... What did you say, Papa?
They caught that Strangler fellow
Oh, they did they? Where?
up in Maine, Portland, Maine. Didn't catch him exactly. He was running from police at the airport. They were about to nab him when he ran plunk into the propeller of an airplane, cut him to pieces. They identified him by his clothes. Shirts were all initials C-O''H. Pretty fancy having your shirts initialed. It must have been an Irish fellow, C-O''H.
Well, he deserved it. Never cared much for reading about that case. Come help with lunch, Charlie.
As for me, I think I'll go upstairs and wash up. I'm hungry.
Oh, Charlie, that young fellow from the survey was around asking for you.
He was?
Yep. Said he'd call around again after lunch.
Well, I really don't know when I've been so hungry. See you at the lunch table, Charlie.
Glad I came along while you were out in the front yard, Charlie. It's more private out here.
Yes, I know. I came out to wait for you. Papa said you were coming back after lunch.
Well, we got a wire from Maine. They called us off the job. I'm just coming up for air.
Me too. Now that it's over, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to pretend that the whole dreadful thing never happened.
You won't have to pretend much. Nothing did happen.
Oh, look, here are Mother's gloves. She must have dropped them. Oh, Mother and her gloves. She's always losing things.
What's the matter?
I was laughing. It's been so long since I laughed.
I like it when you laugh. And I like it when you don't. I guess I like you whatever you do. I guess I like you.
I'm glad. I like you, too.
Funny how you happen to meet someone and like them and like them. Isn't it, Charlie?
Yes, it is. I'd like us to be friends. I know that we are friends. I'd like to have that to think about.
Nothing more?
I don't know, Jack. I just don't know yet.
All right. But I'd like to come back.
Oh, please do. Please come back.
Well, what are you two doing standing out here in the middle of the lawn? When I was your age, we sat in the parlor.
Hello, Mr. Oakley. I was saying goodbye to Charlie.
You all finished here, Mr. Graham?
All finished, but I'll be back. You'll be seeing me around.
Oh?
Not on business, though.
Well, I can understand you coming back. Charlie's a fine girl. She's the thing I love most in the world.
Really?
Yes, I mean it. Well, have a nice trip, Mr. Graham, but don't take any more photographs without permission. Rights of man, you know, freedom.
We'll have a talk about freedom someday, Mr. Oakley. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Graham.
Goodbye, Charlie. For now.
Goodbye.
You like to go for a walk, Charlie?
When are you leaving, Uncle Charlie?
Oh, come now. That other business, it's all over. I'd like to forget it. We're all happy here, and I'm going to build a new house for you folks. Give it to you as a present.
When are you leaving?
But I'm not going, you see. I'm not going. I want to settle down. Live in a place where people know me, have some money in the bank, some sort of business, be part of the family.
I see.
The most sensible thing for you to do is to be friends with me. I can do a lot for you, Charlie. I can do a lot for all of you.
No, not you. We don't want anything from you. Oh, I wish I'd told my mother about you. I wish I had.
What could you tell? Who'd believe you? A waltz running through your head? You don't like the initials in a ring, and you connect it all up with a newspaper clipping. And now you haven't even got the ring. I don't know what became of it.
Why, you have it. I gave it to you in that little bar that night.
And I gave it back to you.
No. No, you didn't at all.
Yes, I did, Charlie.
I don't want you here, Uncle Charlie. You and your lies and your fears and your evil. I don't want you to touch my mother. So go away. I'm warning you. Go away or I'll kill you myself. You see, that's the way I feel about you.
Dear, have you decided what you're going to wear for your uncle's lecture at the club meeting tonight?
I'm not going to go, Mama.
What's that, dear? Why, you're joking.
No, I've heard Uncle Charlie's speech. He was rehearsing it on the porch this afternoon, and anyway, somebody has to stay and get things ready for the party.
Oh, but we're all getting dressed up, dear, and everything. Your father's going to wear his tuxedo, and I have the new dress Uncle Charlie bought me.
I know, but I'd rather stay home and have everything ready for the party when you all get back. Please, Mama. I'd like it better that way.
All right, dear. Did you know that Uncle Charlie got some champagne for tonight? 3 bottles.
Yes, I know.
Now, Mr. Oakley, I thought champagne was only for battleships.
Not tonight, Mr. Green. I'd like to propose a toast to... Well, where did young Charlie go?
Yeah, she disappeared a moment ago.
I guess she's out in the kitchen for a moment, Mrs. Potter. Will you have another sandwich?
Oh, thank you, Emmy. No, I have to remember my figure, you know.
Well, then how about you, Mrs. Green? What would you like?
Oh, I'll have just one more little one, Emmy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to propose a toast myself. To our distinguished visitor, to the man who has made the best speech heard in this town for years, to that very good fellow, Mr. Charles Oakley. We don't get many speakers of your caliber, Mr. Oakley.
Yes, isn't he just wonderful?
Why, thank you, Mrs. Potter. I particularly appreciate that from you.
Why, here's Charlie now. Where have you been, for goodness sake, dear?
Well, I nearly forgot my ring. I took it off in the kitchen while I was fixing things.
Oh, yes, Charlie, show everybody your ring. It was a present to young Charlie from her uncle, you see. It's an emerald, a real one.
Yes, Uncle Charlie's been keeping it for me. I nearly lost it last week. But I remembered it tonight and went up and got it while you were all at the lecture. Isn't it beautiful, everybody? Isn't it beautiful, Uncle Charlie?
Yes. Yes, it is. Good emeralds are the most beautiful thing in the world. Charlie, you're just in time for my toast. A farewell toast. I hate to break the news to you like this, but tomorrow I must leave Santa Rosa.
Why, Charles?
Oh, not forever, Emmy.
Well, if that isn't the strangest coincidence. Why, I was planning to go to San Francisco myself tomorrow morning.
Well, is anything wrong, Charles?
Oh, Emmy, darling, I didn't mean to spoil your fun tonight, but I got a letter today, that's all, and I have to catch the early morning train.
Oh, but I can't bear it if you go, Charles.
Oh, Emmy, I'll be back.
Well, you see, everybody, we were so close growing up, and then Charles went away, and I got married, and then, well, you know how it is. You sort of forget you're you. You're your husband's wife.
Yes, Mama, that's what you are. But you're you, too.
We'll be looking for you, Mr. Oakley. We feel you are one of us, don't we, Margaret?
Oh, indeed we do. And I want to thank you on behalf of our club members.
Thank you, Mrs. Green. You've all been very kind.
Roger, what did I tell you?
You the gentleman in room B?
I am.
Well, there's a Mrs. Potter in room F in car 142. Wants to see you after we pull out, sir.
Oh, thanks. And, Porter, there's one more bag of mine. I think it got taken into the next car by mistake. Will you get it, please? Ask around, see who has it. It's a big yellow Gladstone.
Yellow? Yes, sir. I'll go back and look.
Gee, the train's going to start. I don't want to get carried away.
Oh, boy, maybe it's too late. Maybe I'll have to go along.
Oh, there's plenty of time, children. You run along and we'll follow.
Race you to the platform, man. Oh, you can run if you want to. I'm a lady, and ladies
Charlie,
don't
just a
run.
minute. Give me your hand.
Please. You know what I think about you.
I want you to know that I think you were right to make me leave, Charlie. Best for your mother, best for all of us. You saw what happened to her last night. She's not very strong, you know, and I don't think she could stand the shock. I remember once when she was a little girl.
Oh, the train's moving now.
Don't be silly. There's lots of time. Listen, Charlie, I want you to forget all about me. Forget that I ever came to Santa Rosa.
Your hands. Please let me get the door open, Uncle Charlie. The train's really moving now.
I know it is, and we'd better get the door open.
Let me go, Uncle Charlie.
No, my dear, no, I won't. I'm going to help you forget me. I've got to do this, Charlie, so long as you know what you do about me.
Let me go.
Let's get the outside door open, too. Here, this way. Not yet, Charlie. Let it get a little faster. A little faster. And there's another train coming along the other track. You can meet it. Charlie, you can meet it. Soon now.
No.
Soon. Now. Grab him, Saunders. Grab him.
Santa Rosa has gained and lost a son that she can be proud of. Brave, generous, kindly, with all of the splendid dignity of fine...
I'm glad you were able to come, Jack. And thanks for standing outside here with me. I couldn't bear it inside the church. I couldn't have faced it at all without someone who knew. I did know more I couldn't tell you.
I know.
He thought the world was a horrible place. He couldn't have been very happy ever.
No.
He didn't trust people. He seemed to hate them. He hated the whole world. You know, he said that people like us had no idea what the world was really like.
Well, it's not quite as bad as he thought, but it needs a lot of watching. Seems to go crazy every now and then. Like your Uncle Charlie.
The memory of our loved ones, the beauty of their souls, the sweetness of their characters, live on with us forever.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, Suspense brings you a repeat performance of one of the most controversial plays ever presented over your radio. It is called 0 Hour by Ray Bradbury. After the initial performance, a great number of letters were received. Some comments were highly complimentary, and an almost equal number were not. However, because so many of you did write asking to hear this provocative work of fiction again, we present it, and hope that those of you who have not heard it before will write us your opinion. So now, starring Miss Isa Ashdown, here is tonight's suspense play, 0 Hour. What a game. Such excitement they hadn't known in years. Mink talked earnestly to someone near the rose bush, though no one was there. Then the two little girls, shouting, laughing at each other. Such fun, such tremulous joy. Mink ran into the house all dirt and sweat. For her few years, she was loud and strong and definite. And her mother, Mrs. Morris, peeling vegetables at the sink, watched with amusement as her daughter threw into a sack old pots and tools and things which were relegated to child play.
Oh, my goodness, Mink, what's going on?
Oh, the most exciting game ever, just ever.
Oh?
It's all right, I take these things, Mom.
Well, just don't dent them and it's all right.
Thanks, Mom, we won't. Bye.
All right, dear. Oh, what's the name of the game, dear?
Invasion.
Invasion?
Invasion. And in the garden now, a serious concentration. Mink with an assortment of pots, pans, and wrenches, forks, spoons. And her friend Anna, a little younger, tongue in teeth, taking notes on a pad.
This, and this. What's it say next?
Wait a minute, Mink.
Well, hurry up.
4, 9, 7, A and B and X.
4, 9, 7, A and B and X.
A fork and a string and a hexagonal.
A fork and a string and a hexagonal. What do we do next, Mr. Drill?
And then Mink talking to the rosebush again. And to her own satisfaction, at least, receiving some kind of answer which she relayed to Anna.
Triangle.
How do you spell it?
Oh, any old way, doesn't matter. Now write beam.
I haven't got triangle yet.
Well, hurry. 0 hours by 5 o'clock. We haven't got all day.
Then time out from Invasion for lunch. Mink bolted down the soup and coincidentally crammed a sandwich into her mouth.
Now you slow down, Mink. Whatever's waiting will wait a few minutes longer.
But I can't. Drill's waiting for me.
Drill? Well, that's a peculiar name. Is he a new boy in the neighborhood, dear?
He's new, all right.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen him. Which one is Drill?
Oh, he's just around. You'll make fun. Everybody makes fun. All the kids do.
Well, I don't think that's very nice. Is Drill shy?
Well, yes, in a way. I don't know. I gotta go now, Mama, if we're gonna have the invasion.
Now, you finish your milk, miss. Who's invading what?
Martians invading Earth from up there.
Oh, I see. And, Drill's a Martian?
I think so. He's had a very hard time getting here.
I should imagine.
They couldn't figure out a way to attack Earth. How to get in or something. And Drill says they have to do it by surprise. And even get help from your enemy.
Oh, a fifth column, huh?
Uh-huh. And all this time they haven't been able to figure out how to attack until one day they thought of children.
Well, that was bright of them.
And they thought of how grown-ups are so busy, they never look under rose bushes or on lawns.
Oh, that's where Drill is now, under the rose bush?
Uh-huh, with all his friends, too. And there's something about kids under 11 with imagination. It's real funny to hear Drill talk.
Well, it must be. You better run along out if you want to have your invasion before dark. Oh, and bath tonight. School tomorrow, you know.
Drill says I won't have to take any more baths.
Oh, he does he?
And we can stay up till 10 o'clock.
Well, your friend, Mr. Drill, had better mind his P's and Q's, or I'm going to call up his mother.
That's just it. Drill says you're dangerous because you don't believe in Martians. Just like you think Drill's a kid. Well, he's not. And they're going to let us run the world when they get in. All of us kids. And I might even be queen.
Well, that's nice, dear. Now run along.
Mom.
What is it, dear?
Mom, when the invasion comes, we'll have to get rid of you and Daddy. But I'll be sure it won't hurt very much.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot. Hello?
Hello, Mary. How are things in New York?
Oh, Helen, how nice. Are you in town?
Oh, no, I'm in Danbury. I was just thinking of you and thought I'd call.
Oh, it's long distance, though. You shouldn't.
Oh, I can afford 3 minutes. How's Henry?
Fine. And Bill?
Oh, just fine. What about Mink?
Oh, wonderful. Noisier than ever. Oh, she's got a new game now. It's taken the place of hopscotch. Invasion.
Is she playing that, too?
Well, yes. Are yours?
Same thing. Some kind of geometric jacks, I suppose. Isn't it a scream? You know, all the kids their age are playing it up here. Timmy's got a crush on some guy named Drill. I think that's what it is.
Oh, it must be a new password. Mink likes him, too.
Oh, I didn't know it got to New York. Word of mouth, I suppose. You know, kids. Funniest thing, I got a letter from my sister in Boston. She says her kids are playing it, too. It's just sweeping the country.
Well, I wonder where they learned it.
Don't ask me. All I know is what Timmy told me at lunch. 0 hours at 5 o'clock.
When?
Today. That's when the invasion's going to be. Oh, these kids and their imagination.
And they talked a little more. Schoolgirl friends. Casual woman talk. But Mrs. Morris was thoughtful. She was thinking of other things, of adults, of children with imagination, rose bushes, dimensions. She thought of how much she had forgotten about being a child, and she wondered about Mink and all the kids who were at that moment playing Invasion.
And a kiss for Mink.
I will, and to Bill and the kids.
Thanks. Bye.
Goodbye.
An hour drowsed by. It was 3 o'clock. There was an occasional hum inside the coolness of the house as a car passed outside. The street was lined with good, green, and peaceful trees. And all across the city, in other gardens, in other places, children under 11 were excitedly playing a game, talking to rose bushes and grass lawns, trees and shrubs. Even children in apartment houses, high in the air, conferring with potted plants, cactus, and ivy. Mrs. Morris finished her housework and went to the kitchen.
Oh, hello, dear.
Hi, Mom. Can I have a glass of water?
Of course, I'll get it.
Pi r squared, 47. A over 56 to the 7th degree, x t7.
What, dear?
Oh, nothing, Mom.
Oh, here you are.
Thanks.
How are things going?
Huh?
The, invasion.
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
Almost finished. When everything's right, Drill said we should be ready on time.
5 o'clock?
That's right. How'd you know?
Helen called me from Danbury. She says that, Timmy's playing it, too.
Hey, that's keen.
I guess all the kids are, aren't they?
No, not all of them. Not guys like Jimmy Wood and Bob Wilson. They're growing up and they make fun of us. They're worse than parents. They just won't believe in drill. They're so smart just because they're growing up. You'd think they'd know better. They were little only a couple of years ago. Well, we'll get rid of them first. Drill says it's okay to kill them first.
Mink, I don't like that kind of talk. Do you hear me? I don't like it at all.
Oh,
now,
Mom.
I mean it. You keep on that way and there'll be no more playing. You'll have to tell Anna to go home and you'll stay inside until bedtime.
I'm sorry.
Well, I should think so.
Thanks for the water, Mom.
Mink,
Yes, Ma?
what did those numbers mean?
What numbers?
Those numbers you were saying to yourself before.
Oh, that. They're the things we have to do to get Drill and his friends out. That's all.
Look, dear, Why don't you and Anna go down to the drugstore and get some ice cream? You don't even have to use your allowance. I'll pay for it.
Haven't got time, Mom. Thanks.
Well, I'd never believe I'd hear you say that.
I gotta go now, Mom.
Oh, wait a minute. Mink, I want you to tell me the truth. What is this invasion silliness?
It isn't silly. It's just a game, that's all. Mom, we're just playing an invasion. Excuse me, I gotta get back now. I'll see you later.
It was a game called Invasion. Mrs. Morris's little girl, Mink, was playing it. So was Mink's friend Anna and all the other children under 11. It was called Invasion, and the 0 hour was to be at 5 o'clock. Mrs. Morris was disturbed. She wasn't sure why, but there was something about parents shutting ears and eyes to what was happening. And because she was disturbed, she did something she didn't usually do. She called her husband at the office.
Hello, dear.
Oh, hello, Henry. I'm sorry to bother you, but Miss Maxon said you weren't busy.
Oh, not too. I should be able to get home early today. Everything all right?
Yes.
You all right?
I'm fine.
Mink?
Oh, she's... Henry.
What?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to talk to you for a minute. That's all.
Listen, are you sure you're all right?
Oh, yes.
Mink been getting on your nerves?
Not really.
Well, you tell her to behave, or when I come home, she and I are going to have a talk. As a matter of fact, she's been a little fresh lately, and I don't think it's good.
Well, she's playing outside. She's fine.
Honey, is something wrong?
Why, no, I told you I was just thinking about you and wanted to talk, that's all. Nothing wrong with that.
Not a thing.
You go back to your work, dear. I'll see you soon.
All right.
What time do you think you'll be home?
Oh, about 5, maybe a little earlier.
5. Oh.
Hey, what? Come on, what?
Well, I was just thinking. Nothing really, just Mink and you and me. Goodbye, dear.
You are okay, aren't you?
Yes, I'm fine. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Another hour passed, and it was 4:30. The day began to wane. The sun lowered in the peaceful blue sky. Shadows lengthened on the green lawn. Outside it was quiet. The two little girls more intent than ever upon their endless movement of design and pattern with the implements before them. Mrs. Morris watched from the window, and she had never known Mink to have such powers of concentration. She had turned on the radio and sat drinking a cup of coffee and turned over her thoughts.
Children. Children love and hate side by side. Sometimes children love you and hate you all in half a second. Strange children. Do they ever forget or forgive the whippings and the harsh, strict words of command? I wonder. How can you forget or forgive those over and above you? Those tall, silly dictators. Those parents.
Mom!
Oh, what is it, dear?
Have we got a piece of lead pipe and a hammer?
Well, I don't know. There might be in the garage. What do you want them for?
We just need them.
Well, if you tell me what for, dear, maybe I can...
Thanks, Mom.
Is something wrong?
Drill's stuck halfway. If we get him all the way through, it'd be easier. Then all the others could come through after him.
Well, can I help?
Thanks, Mom. I can fix it.
You better get through, Mink. I want you to take your bath before your father comes home.
All right.
Now, he's coming home early. And Mink...
Mink had disappeared behind the shrubs, and Mrs. Morris knew it was ridiculous to make an issue of it. Besides, what was the issue? Invasion? Drill? 0 hour? Unaccountably, a cool breeze came up, and although normally for that time of year it would have been a relief, Mrs. Morris felt a chill. She closed the window. Time passed. A curious, waiting silence came upon the street, deepening. Then from the living room, Mrs. Morris heard... "5:00. 0 hour. 0 hour. It had come, and now it had gone. But was the clock right? And Mrs. Morris, knowing how foolish it was, knowing it, went to the phone and dialed.
Silly. It's silly.
When you hear the tone, the time will be exactly 4:54 and 20 seconds.
"4:54 and 20 seconds. And Mrs. Morris knew that it wasn't as silly as she had thought, because it wasn't 5:00 yet. Not 0 hour yet. Then the car drove up into the driveway.
Hi, mate. How's it going? Hi, Anna.
Hi, Daddy. Bye, Mr. Morris.
Got a kiss for your old man?
Haven't got time now, Daddy.
Well, that's a nice thing. What are you doing?
We're playing Invasion.
Oh, swell. Your mother in the house?
Uh-huh.
Okay, be good.
I will. There are in a few minutes, Daddy.
All right, I'll be ready.
Mrs. Morris heard him chuckle. Then his steps up the walk to the front door.
Mary?
I'm in the living room, dear.
Oh, hi. Our daughter didn't have time for a kiss. How about you?
A hard day?
Not particularly.
Would you like a cocktail?
Oh, you read my mind.
Martini?
Perfect. Anything exciting happened today?
No. Oh, Helen called. Oh. From Danbury. I told her she was crazy, but she just felt like calling.
Like you calling me this afternoon. Crazy, huh? Hey, what was that all about?
Well, I told you. I just wanted to.
Hey, incidentally, what's this new game the kids are playing? Invasion. That's a nice, depressing thought. Is she all right? Come to think of it, she looked kind of funny.
She's all right. What's the time, Henry?
A couple of minutes after 5. Why?
No, the clock's wrong. By your watch.
Oh, I've got 2 minutes, too. I'm probably slow. You got something on the stove?
No, I just wondered.
Honey. Hey, look at me. What's the matter?
Nothing, really.
No,
really.
Mink's been up to something.
No, of course
then
not.
What?
I guess I'm a little tired, upset, that's all.
You want to go out for dinner?
Oh, no, I've got a steak here.
I'll tell you what, I'll barbecue it. How'll that be?
Oh, fine. What was that?
What?
Well, I thought I heard something.
Well, I didn't.
I must have been imagining it.
Hey, you are jumpy. Why don't you have a drink? It'll do you good.
No, I don't want one. What's the time?
Mary, what is this? Now, I mean it. Something's wrong, and I want to know.
Oh, it's silly. It's so silly. I'm on edge, that's all.
Mary.
I am.
I don't like this. That kid's done something, hasn't she? I'm going to get her in.
No, Henry, please, don't. She hasn't. It's nothing at all. I just...
What's that?
I don't know.
Those kids haven't got anything dangerous out there, have they? I noticed a lot of junk lying around.
I thought it was a game. She wouldn't have done it herself. They made her do it.
What the devil?
Oh, maybe you better go out and tell them to stop playing now. It's after 5. You tell Mink to put off the invasion until tomorrow. Tell her.
It is coming from outside. What are they up to? I'd better take a look. Mink! Mink! Good Lord! Bombs! Bombs! They're bombing!
No, it's upstairs. I know it is. In the attic. That's where it is.
Mary!
Mary, it is not up there. Mary!
He ran after her, confused, not a little frightened. She seemed to know something.
In the attic. That's where it is?
Her mind had worked that quickly. Any excuse to get him away from the outside, to get him upstairs to the attic in time. And outside there were more explosions, and they could hear the children screaming with delight.
It is not in the attic, it's outside. Mink's out there. What's the matter with you?
No. I'll show you. Hurry! Get inside, quick. Now we're safe until tonight.
Are you crazy? Why did you throw that key away?
Oh, maybe we can sneak out later. Maybe we can escape.
For heaven's sake, the kid's out there. Do you want her to get killed?
Oh, you don't know. You don't. We've got to stay here. We've got to. It's horrible. We've got to. You've got to stay here with me.
At this point, I don't know how the devil I can get out. Where's that light?
Oh, be quiet. Please, be quiet. They'll hear us. They'll find us. Oh, Henry, please.
Well, who's going to answer the telephone? There's that noise again. It's in this house. Mary, what is this? Mary, what's happening? You know, now answer me. Stop it, Mary, stop it. Somebody's downstairs. Who's down there? Who?
Oh, no. Oh, hush. Please be quiet. They might go away. Please.
And between his wife's terror and the electric humming from below, Mr. Morris felt a great fear. They trembled together in silence in the attic, Mr. and Mrs. Morris, parents of a little girl. Then they heard steps coming up the stairs, and a voice.
Mommy, Daddy, where are you?
And a queer, cold light became visible under the door crack. A strange odor, and the alien sound of eagerness in Mink's voice was almost more than they could bear. Each wanted to scream.
Mommy, Daddy.
And another sound. And the attic lock melted. Mink, with bright little eyes and tousled hair, peered inside. And behind her, tall, wavering blue shadows. Frightful shadows.
Suspense, in which Miss Isa Ashdown starred in tonight's presentation of 0 Hour. Next week, Suspense will bring you the story of a bomb and the man who carried it to its ultimate destination. We call it the Lunch Kit. Be sure to listen to Lunch Kit next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Ray Bradbury and adapted by Mr. Ellis. The music was composed by Leith Stevens and Lucian Morwick and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Paula Winslow, Eve McVeigh, John Daner, and Beverly Hanley. Sound patterns were by Bill James and Ray Kemper.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Oh, waiter. Yes, sir? I'll have some sardines and coleslaw, I think. Some sliced tomatoes with French dressing. And a cold bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yes, sir. Finest beer served anywhere.
From Hollywood, Pabst Blue Ribbon, finest beer served anywhere, proudly presents...
Screen Directors Playhouse, production, The Big Clock, director John Farrell, stars Ray Milland, Maureen O'Sullivan.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present an adventure in time, The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan, and introduced by the director of the film, Mr. John Farrell. When a taste for high adventure is combined with a brilliant intellect, the result is likely to be the stuff that screen directors are made of. In the person of our guest director tonight, we find a sailor, a soldier of fortune, a world-renowned biographer, and the creator of such thrilling films as 2 Years Before the Mast, California, Alias Nick Beale, and tonight's story, The Big Clock. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Farrell.
Thank you. One of the most engaging forms of fiction is that nail-biting exercise known as the thriller. And, of course, the very heart of every thriller is the chase. I wanted to make The Big Clock because it revolves around the most bizarre chase I've ever encountered. Now, I think you should discover it for yourselves. The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan in the roles they originated, George and Georgette Stroud. But first of all, listen to the other star, the clock itself, the big clock.
Time. Endless, remorseless, without boundaries. It never stops, it never dies. Perhaps that's why Earl Janeth permitted his mania for clocks. Only Time was greater than Janeth, the feudal baron of Janeth Publications, the dictator of a magazine empire, powerful, brilliant, ruthless, and in love with time. That was Earl Janeth. And I was his servant, George Stroud, editor of Crime Ways magazine. There were many magazines and many servants in the Janeth building, and while they seldom saw Janeth, they always saw his clock in the lobby. The big clock.
My monument to time, George. Time, more precious than gems, more intractable than mountains. Remember that when you see the big clock. The clock tower works the machinery of time, and time is working for me. Time is working for Janeth. Now see Steve Hagen. He wants to talk to you.
Steve Hagen. Steve was Janeth's teeth and claws, his prime minister, his trigger man. From some journalistic gutter, Janeth had raised him to chief editor.
You've displayed quite an unusual talent, George. I mean, your tactics in tracking down 3 killers in the last month.
Thanks. We just think our system's a good one.
Hasn't failed yet, George. Well, I just want you to know that Janeth Publications values our relationship. I hope the feeling is mutual.
Yeah. I'm just crazy about the company.
One more thing, George. You're leaving on your vacation tonight. Any special plans?
Yep. My wife and I going down to West Virginia on a delayed vacation. It's only taken 7 years.
I see. That'll be all, George. For now.
Mr. Stroud's office. Yes, just a moment. It's your wife.
Oh, thanks, Miss Adams. Hello, Georgette.
Hello, darling. I have the tickets. The train leaves at 7:20.
Right. Meet you at the station.
George, you're sure you won't let anything happen?
Now, what could happen?
Oh, I'm afraid of Janeth. We've made plans so many times before, and every time he's made you stay. Please, not this time.
Not a chance. Who's more important, my wife or my boss?
Who is, George?
You, dopey. I'll say goodbye. I'll meet you at 7:20.
Goodbye, darling.
Bye.
George.
Yes, Steve.
Sorry, George. I just talked to Mr. Jennett. He wants you to stick with the magazine for the next month.
The next month? What about my vacation?
Postpone it.
Not a chance.
Don't you like your job, George?
Well, if you want to know, I don't. I'm fed up.
But you won't quit. You're part of Jennett now. You like his money. You like the prestige. You'll stay.
Not this time, Steve. This time, Janeth's wrong. Dead wrong.
I am never wrong, George.
Mr. Janeth.
George, I have two matters to take up with you. One, a Crime Waves cover proof indicates that you ordered a green banner instead of a red one that I requested.
The printer said red didn't fit the color pattern.
Steve, would you please dismiss the chief printer on Crime Waves?
All right.
Now, Mr. Stroud, point number 2. Despite the fact that you are a most excellent crime editor and a most amazing finder of missing persons, you have exactly 3 minutes to decide. Either you will give up your vacation temporarily, or get out.
I don't need 3 minutes. I don't need 3 seconds. I quit, Janeth. I quit. When I left the building, the big clock said 5:20. I had 2 hours before I met Georgette at the train. And I went over to the Van Barth bar for a celebration drink. For the first time in years, I felt free and clean and happy. I was through with Janeth and Steve and the whole cruel concentration camp of Janeth Publications. But time was having its joke. It began with the girl at the bar, and only time knew where it would end.
You're George Stroud, aren't you?
She was blonde, beautiful, and expensive looking.
I'm Pauline York. Buy me a drink?
Why?
On the strength of losing your job.
I didn't lose my job. I quit.
I was in Janeth's office when it happened. Hagen's intercom was turned on.
Oh, so you know my deepest secrets.
We have something in common now.
Like what?
We both hate Earl Janeth. Oh, he's been good enough. Money, an apartment. But I hate him.
Bartender.
Yes, sir.
A drink for the lady, just like mine.
Yes, sir.
Do you always drink green drinks?
Well, it reminds me of green ink, and today I love green ink.
Janeth hates green.
He loves clocks and he hates green. Wonder how he'd feel about a green clock.
George. George, you have reason to dislike Janeth. Between us, we know a great deal about him. Enough to write his biography, George. You and I.
But who'd buy it?
Janeth.
Sorry, that's out of my line.
Pardon me. Here's your drink, miss.
Fine, just sit here. Oh, all over my dress.
Yeah, use my handkerchief.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Glass just slipped.
Oh, it'll be all right. George, I'm afraid your handkerchief is soaked. I'll put it in my bag.
Hey, you better take this. It fell out of your purse. You wouldn't want to lose a nice check like...
It is nice, isn't it?
Yeah, $2,000. Signed, Steve Hagen.
It's Janeth's. Steve signs all his checks.
It's a lovely gift. You should buy him something in return.
What would you suggest?
Well, I suggest a green clock. He'd really appreciate a green clock, and I'm just the guy to get it for him. Come on.
Mister, this is only a second-hand store. We ain't got no green clocks.
Oh, it's a shame.
You have failed us both. Go hide in the corner.
Sorry, Mac.
George, there, that brass sundial. If we had a green ribbon...
A stroke of genius. My man, have you any green ribbon?
Yeah, I guess so.
Tie the ribbon around the brass sundial, and presto.
A green clock.
So we had fun and bought the green clock. And suddenly it was 7:30. 7:30 and the train for West Virginia had left 10 minutes ago. Georgette, I'd forgotten. I phoned her apartment. The maid answered.
She called just before the train left, Mr. Stroud. Said to tell you she was leaving. On schedule. Without you.
Oh, that's too bad, George. Well, now we might as well spend the evening together. How about my apartment? My maid's on vacation. We'll be alone.
I went with Pauline. I was hurt and disappointed and sore, and I wanted to talk. It was after midnight when the phone rang.
George, you'll have to leave.
Why?
That was Janet. He's coming right up. It's late anyway, 12:30. Oh, please, George, hurry.
Well, we wouldn't want to make Janet unhappy, would we?
Please, hurry. Here, take the sundial.
Keep it from me to you.
All right, but hurry. Wait until you hear the elevator, then use the stairs.
I waited on the stairs, watching the elevator door. Janet stood under the hall light looking around, and then in my direction, screwing up his eyes to see into the darkness. He saw me, but it was too dark to recognize me.
Oh, she has another one. Another man for Pauline.
That's all I saw. I walked down the stairs and went home to bed. Oh, hello.
Steve Hagen, George. We've got a great story for you.
I'm sorry, Steve, but I quit. I'm through.
Hold on. Mr. Janet wants to speak to you.
Hello, George. George, I want you to find someone for me. The trail is still fresh.
But I quit, remember?
Forget that. This man was in the city last night with a blonde. We know 2 places they visited, the Van Barth Bar and an unidentified second-hand shop. We have reason to believe the man's name is Mr. Green. And, oh yes, he was carrying a brass sundial with a green ribbon around it.
Mr. Green. I was Mr. Green. Me, George Stroud. And Janet was out to find the guy who was playing around with this girl. And when he found him, he'd wreck his life. There was only one person who could cover up my trail. Pauline York. There wasn't any answer. I tried the door. It was open. Pauline was there. At first, I thought she was wearing a red bathing cap. But she wasn't. Something had happened to her head. And she was dead. I was shocked, but I wasn't scared. I wasn't scared until I glanced at her clock, which had fallen to the floor. It was smashed. Stopped at 12:15. 15 minutes before I'd left her apartment. I did some more looking around. 3 things were missing. The sundial, the check that had been in her purse, and my handkerchief. I tried to think. I could only think of one thing. Janet. He was afraid. He was afraid because he'd murdered Pauline York and because he knew someone had seen him enter her apartment. Pauline must have told him the man's name was Green. Her last joke. Now Janet was tracking him down. And when he found him, he'd pin a murder on me. Time. I needed time to think. I had to stall Janet, stall him long enough to prove that he'd killed Pauline. And the only way I could do that was by working at his side, by helping to frame myself for the murder of Pauline York.
You are listening to Screen Director's Playhouse production of The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan, and introduced by the director of the film, Mr. John Farrell. You are in San Francisco. The cable cars are crowded. You, bristling with energy, decide to walk up that steep hill to your hotel. Whew, what a climb. Finally, you make it. Tired, hot, wringing with perspiration. You enter the bar. A little blue sign catches your eye. Oh, brother, Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served. Anywhere. Yes, during these hot July days, you're just one of millions of men all over America to whom that Pabst Blue Ribbon sign means welcome relief. For Pabst Blue Ribbon does something more than quench your thirst. It gives you taste. Blue Ribbon taste. The kind of taste you can't get anywhere else in the world except in that Pabst Blue Ribbon bottle. And fortunately, you can get that Blue Ribbon bottle all over the world. Yes, you hear it everywhere. In San Francisco and St. Augustine, and Seattle and San Antonio. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served. Anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. to our screen director's production of The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan.
The big clock said 10:30 a.m. when I reached the Janeth building. Janeth was revolting against his master, Time. He'd made Time stop for Pauline York. If he could, he'd make it stop for his only witness, for Mr. Green, me, George Stroud. And I needed time to think. But Janeth wouldn't give it to me. He told me to start the search immediately, and I had to do it. Time, the big clock spitting out the seconds. Time, the wheels turning, the wheels that locate missing men. Time, if I only had time to make Janeth crack. But how? And then the information started coming in.
We're on our way, George, on our way. The Van Barth hat-check girl remembers a guy in a gorgeous blonde, and that guy fits our description of Green. The bartender won't be in for another hour.
Time. I needed time. Where was Pauline's check?
Mr. Stroud, a witness saw a man answering Green's description about 10:30 last night with a blonde 4 blocks from the Van Barth. The man was carrying a brass sundial tied with a green ribbon.
Time. It was moving faster. The sundial. Where was the sundial?
The bartender remembers the guy, George. Says the drink was spilled on the girl. She used Green's handkerchief to soak it up.
Time. If I had to find my handkerchief.
They've traced the sundial to a second-hand dealer on 3rd Avenue, a man named Cole.
Time. It was running out.
The second-hand dealer's on his way over, George.
Time.
Well, George, when do you think we'll have him?
It's only a matter of time, Mr. Janeth. Only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. And every second made Janeth safer, covering his trail and cutting off my retreat. Now they knew almost every move Green had made. Green and the blonde. They were linked together, tight, like the lid of a coffin.
Mr. Cole is here, George.
Who?
The second-hand dealer.
Oh, where is he?
Reception room B, 3rd floor.
Alone?
Yeah. I knew you'd want to talk to him.
Thanks. Don't make a sound, Mr. Cole.
You're the man they're looking for. You don't frighten me. I don't know what you've done, but you don't... I
dragged him into a broom closet. He'd get out soon. Just a matter of time. Now think fast, George. Think fast. Now is the time to hit, and hit hard. But how? I went to Janeth's office.
Where is this man, George? Where is he?
I don't know, Janeth. But a powder room attendant at the Van Barth has identified the girl.
And? Her name?
It's Pauline York, Steve.
Did you talk with her, George?
Oh, I couldn't. She's dead.
I see.
You don't seem surprised.
George, why do you think we've been conducting this search? We know about her death. We haven't informed the police because we feel we can be of public service and at the same time secure an excellent story for Crime Ways.
How'd you find out about it?
Her maid. Her maid found her.
My apologies. My maid's on vacation. We'll be alone.
Her maid?
Yes, she phoned Steve here.
Why Steve?
Miss York was a protege of his. Wasn't she, Steve?
Yes. Yes, that's right.
I see. Then Green didn't necessarily kill her. Why, it could have been Steve here.
Well, that's absurd. I phoned him at his home last night about 12:30.
Within a few minutes of the murder.
How do you know, Steve?
A clock broke in the struggle.
Oh. Then you've been in her apartment.
Of course not. The maid reported it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the maid.
Yes.
So Steve was in on it. He'd been in her apartment. He was protecting Janeth. Time. I needed time, and the big clock was turning. I went back to my office.
Mr. Stroud, your wife was here. I sent her to Steve Hagen's office. He isn't using it, and we're awfully busy here.
And that's the story, darling. Every bit of it.
Oh, but, George, why haven't you called the police?
And face a murder charge? Janeth will have all kinds of alibis.
George, Janeth must have taken a cab when he left her place. Have you checked the cab drivers?
Cab drivers?
Mm-hmm.
Georgette, you're wonderful. Janeth might have slipped up just this once. Darn it, I'm out of cigarettes. Do you have any?
Right here.
Oh, never mind. I'll take one out of Steve's box. George, Janet must have taken a cab.
George, what's wrong?
There, in the cigarette box.
It's a handkerchief.
My handkerchief, the one that was in Pauline York's purse.
George, oh, here you are.
Hello, Steve.
The second-hand dealer says he was assaulted by Green right here in the building. We have him trapped.
Oh, George.
Special police are guarding all the exits. The second-hand dealer, the bartender, the hat-check girl are scrutinizing everyone.
Well, I guess we've got him.
And, George, Janet has ordered the guards to shoot to kill.
Darling, listen closely.
Yes, George.
You'll have to check the cab stands. Find out if a driver picked up Janet after 12:30 last night.
Where will you be?
In the clock tower, in Janet's big clock.
All right.
Time. Passing the seconds around me. Time to live and time to die. And only the sound of the electric generator that makes the clock go round. Nice blue sparks. Power. Power enough to kill. And the seconds go by. Time. The sundial. Where was the sundial? Time. The sundial. The clock. The clock. Here. That's it.
George.
Here. The fool, Georgette. That clock-crazy fool hid the sundial here in the big clock.
Oh, you found it.
There's bloodstains on it. This sundial killed Pauline York.
Oh, George.
Look out. Get away from that generator. It's dangerous.
All right. I checked the fare records of the taxicab company. Janet was driven to 612 Sutton Place.
Steve. That's Steve's address. Georgette, it fits. When Janet asked Pauline about the man she'd been with, she taunted him into an egotistical rage. He killed her and then ran to Steve. Steve came back to the apartment, set back the clock, tore up the check, and took the handkerchief and the sundial. And Janet was just crazy enough to take the sundial from Steve and hide it here.
Oh, but they're hunting you, George, to kill you.
Georgette, find Steve and Janet and bring them here, and hurry.
All right.
See here, George, what are you doing in the clock?
Mr. Janet, Steve, our search is over. We have our murderer.
You found him? Where?
Right here, Mr. Janet. Steve Hagen.
Me? Why, that's preposterous.
Is it, Steve? No, you're not Mr. Green, but you did murder Pauline York. Your motive was blackmail. Her bank will verify the fact that she deposited checks signed by you. The man's handkerchief she used at the Van Barth has been found in your cigarette box. The cab company has a record of driving the murderer to your address. That's it, Steve.
Yes. Steve, I'm sorry to hear this. But, I want you to know, Steve, that I won't let you down. We'll fight this through for you, no matter how much it costs.
Why, you insufferable egomaniac. You think I'll continue to shield you now? George Janet killed Pauline York. He's... Oh!
Janet! Stand back. You're through, Janet.
I'll run. I'll get away. I'll run.
The chair, he tripped.
George, the generator.
Well, he's dead. Electrocuted. Guess we better call the police. We waited for the police in the lobby, Georgette and I. And I wondered if perhaps Janet hadn't defeated his master, time. The big clock had stopped. Janet had stopped it with his body. Stopped it at midnight. The end of a day. And the beginning of a new one.
Just heard the last act of The Big Clock. In a moment, our stars, Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan, and our screen director, John Farrell, will return to the microphone. Hollywood has changed in the past 15 or 20 years. Today you'll find that many of the movie stars live in simple, modest homes, tend their own gardens, even in many cases cook their own meals. When they entertain, like as not, they'll sit around in their backyards just like you and me, with good friends, good conversation, and good cold bottles of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Everything in perfect taste, Blue Ribbon taste. And it's that Blue Ribbon taste that makes this internationally famous beer so popular, not only here in Hollywood, but all over America. Yes, you hear it everywhere. In New York's famous restaurants, in Wisconsin's beautiful summer resorts, in Colorado's cool vacation spots. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Now here again are our stars, Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan, and screen director John Farrell.
Well, Maureen, how did you like renewing acquaintances with the big clock?
Oh, fine, Ray. Except that my part always reminds me of a donut. I'm in there around the edges of the story, but in the middle, nothing.
Well, Maureen, John Farrell's the director of the picture. Why not complain to him?
Don't be ridiculous. She can't.
Why not?
Well, we might have an argument. Then Maureen might get angry. And if she gets angry, she might leave the studio and go home. And do you know what she'll find at home?
What?
John Farrell. I'm married to him.
So what's the use of complaining?
John, I haven't a complaint in the world. Working under your direction has been an exciting privilege and very much an education. So, thanks, Johnny, and good night. And good night, Maureen. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Ray Milland, Maureen O'Sullivan, and John Farrell. Remember, tomorrow begins another weekend. 2 wonderful days to picnic on the beach, swim in the lake, or just relax on your own back porch. Be sure you have plenty of Pabst Blue Ribbon cooling in your refrigerator. Enjoy your holiday with friends and neighbors and Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Next week on Screen Directors Playhouse, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents Yellow Sky, starring Gregory Peck. The Big Clock was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is The Great Gatsby, starring Alan Ladd. Ray Milland will soon be seen with Hedy Lamarr in the Paramount picture Copper Canyon, directed by John Farrell, whose next release for Paramount will be Red Hot and Blue, starring Betty Hutton and Victor Mature. Included in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad, Larry Dobkin, Doris Singleton, Tony Barrett, Jewel Rose, Eddie Fields, and Dan Riss. Kenneth Fearing's novel, The Big Clock, was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Screen Directors Playhouse was produced by Howard Wiley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. Listen again next week when Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer presents
Screen Directors Playhouse. Production, Yellow Sky. Director, William Wellman. Star, Gregory Peck.
Screen Directors Playhouse is brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Newark, New Jersey, and Peoria, Illinois, and sent your way with the best wishes of the Pabst Blue Ribbon dealers from coast to coast. James Wallington speaking.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Wheaties presents Dimension X. Adventures in Time and Space. Transcribed in future tense. Dimension X. On stage tonight, Dimension X. Another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations.
Say, tomorrow's Saturday, you know, and
Maybe you don't have to show up for work. A whole swell summer day for just what you want to do. So start off with a big holiday bowl of Wheaties at breakfast and just see how it sparks up the morning. Wheaties are whole wheat, you know, and I don't have to tell you what good, sturdy nourishment that is. So if you got fish to catch or golf to play or maybe a hike to take, just see how Wheaties can make it all a lot more fun. You know why? Why, lady, mister, it's just because you feel good when you've had your Wheaties. Those two-fisted little whole wheat flakes are loaded with vitamins and minerals. And so are you when you've had your Wheaties. Go on, try 'em. Just you see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
When the first space rocket lands on Mars, what will we find? Will we be welcomed with open arms, or will the Martians treat us as invaders? Only one thing is certain. Someday a giant metal ship will take off from Earth to travel through the black velocities, the silent gulfs of space, to descend at last into the darkness of the upper Martian atmospheres. And on that day, man will finally know the answers. The day we first land on Mars.
Now hear this. Now hear this. Approaching critical deceleration. Fasten gravity suits. Stand by to land.
Mr. Lustig, what do you make of the terrain?
There seems to be a heavy ground, Miss Captain. We won't be able to use our infrared lights.
And we'll have to come in on radar.
Wasn't that a little risky, sir, landing in the dark?
I'd rather run the danger of a blind landing, Lieutenant, than come in without the cover of darkness. Remember, we don't know what kind of reception is waiting for us down there.
Airspeed 500. Altitude now 4,000.
Bridge to engine room. Stand by for deceleration.
Engine room, aye.
Fire forward tubes 1 and 3.
Aye.
Skids down.
Skids, check.
Altitude 500. 4. 350. 3.
Up a point now. All right. Let's set her down. Look out! Cut the power. Master's pipe battle stations.
Aye, sir.
All secured, sir.
Well, we're on Mars. April 20th, 1987. 4:33 Greenwich time. Enter that in the log, Masters.
Aye, sir.
Well, gentlemen, it's less than 2 hours till dawn. As soon as it's light, we'll send out a landing party. Masters, get me an all-over hookup.
All set, Captain.
Now hear this. Now hear this. All right, men. The smoking lamp is lit. We're 17 men on an alien world. And it's up to us whether we ever get home again. Next few hours should tell the story. And I want instant obedience to all commands. I'll court-martial the first man who doesn't jump to when he's ordered. And one other thing. We may be on Mars, but this is still a United States naval vessel. Officers will conduct a personal and weapons inspection in 1 hour. That's all.
Inspection, Captain. Now?
Mr. Lustig, we've got an hour and a half to sweat out before we find out what's outside that airlock. I'd rather have a man worried about his stripes than about what's waiting outside on Mars.
Now hear this. Landing party report to forward airlock. Captain Black, Lieutenant Hingston, Lieutenant Lustig, and Dr. Horst report immediately to forward airlock. It is now landing time -5.
Sounds like they're paging us, Hingston. You ready, Dr. Horst?
Yes. Ready as I will ever be.
Oh, come on. Let's report to the airlock.
4 minutes to go. Hey, where's the captain?
Who knows? What difference does it make?
Just want to get it over with, that's all. Has anybody got a cigarette?
I think you're smoking too much, Lieutenant Lustig. Are you nervous?
Lay off, will you, Horst?
Wondering what's hidden outside underneath that ground mist? Very unusual planet, Mars.
Why?
It has an atmosphere. Wonderful thing, an atmosphere. Where you find one, you find life.
You mean Martians? What do you think they'll look like?
Who knows? Intelligent life can take many forms.
You mean they may have green skins and eyes on stalks or something?
The comic book conception is possible. Or they may have developed to a point that is far beyond us. Perhaps they have a science that can produce weapons far more dangerous than our atomic missiles.
You think we may have to fight our way out?
After all, we are invaders.
Now hear this. Landing time -2. Landing
All
time
right,
-2.
we heard this. I know what I'd like to find outside that airlock. Good old Illinois. You ever been there, Lustig?
Only Chicago.
Well, you ought to see my hometown. Green lawns, big white houses.
Sounds like my hometown.
My grandmother used to have one of those iron deers on the lawn. Every Halloween, we'd paint it another color. One time, we painted it black and white like a Holstein cow.
Where does your family live, Horst?
I have no family. When I was a child, they were gassed to death in the Dachau concentration camp.
That's tough.
Oh, it has its advantages. I have no ties on Earth. Nothing to lose now. I imagine I'm the only one on board who is free to enjoy our present peculiar position.
All right, Lustig. You can button it up now.
Aye, sir.
Now, gentlemen, in 1 minute, we'll be the first men to set foot on Mars. Quite an honor, eh?
As long as the medals are not awarded posthumously.
Still uneasy, Dr. Horst?
Captain Black, I've been uneasy ever since I can remember. On Earth and on Mars.
Now, 30 seconds. Give me the intercom phone, Lustig. Masters?
Aye, sir.
Battle stations to be manned till we return. If we're not back in 2 hours, I want no rescue party sent out. Blast off and save the ship, you understand?
Aye, sir.
All right, gentlemen. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Lustig, open the outer airlock.
Fresh air.
Let's go. Hold it now. It's too dark to move fast.
Quiet, isn't it? Not even a wind.
You can't see anything through this ground mist.
Quiet. We don't know what's out here. Come on.
What the? Quiet, Captain. I could swear that sounded like a rooster.
I don't hear it anymore.
A very unlikely sound. A rooster crowing on Mars?
Kingston.
Aye, sir.
Set that machine gun 25 yards to the flank. We'll stay here till the ground mist lifts.
Aye, sir.
What do you make of the ground, Horst?
Grass. Plain grass. You could see some large foliage there where the mists thinned out.
What the heck is that? Kingston! Hold your fire, you fool! I hit it, Captain. What? Some kind of wild animal. I hit it. I could see the tracers, but it's still standing.
Come on, Horst. Doctor, where are you?
Up ahead. Admiring the wild animal.
Careful, Horst. Wait for us.
Don't worry, Captain.
Huh. It's an iron deer. A lawn ornament.
That's impossible.
It's hollow. Interesting, isn't it? A whitewashed Victorian iron deer sitting on a lawn in the middle of Mars.
I don't understand.
Look around. The mist's lifting.
Captain, look there. A house, a regular old-fashioned house.
On Mars.
Good Lord. I haven't seen carved scrolls and gingerbread like that in years. Look at that port swing. The geraniums.
There. I told you it was a rooster, Captain.
Give me the glasses, Lustig. I want to take a look through that front window. What? There's an upright piano. Some sheet music on it. Lustig, it's beautiful Ohio.
Beautiful Ohio? That can't be.
Look here, Horace, do you think that civilizations of two planets could be identical?
I don't know. That specific variety of geraniums is only 50 years old on Earth.
Is it logical they should develop in Mars? How about that port swing and that piano and beautiful Ohio? No, it's impossible.
Captain Black, this looks like the town I was born in.
Well, it looks like my hometown, too.
I've thought of something, sir. It's the only solution. Maybe we're not the first ship to reach Mars from Earth. That's the only answer.
That's impossible, Lustig. There have been space travel that couldn't be secret. Do you have any idea what ships cost, what industrial power is needed? There's got to be some logical reason.
Captain, I think perhaps we might find out. A light just went on in that house.
Kingston, cover that door with a machine gun.
Aye, sir.
Come on, Horst. You ring that doorbell. There's got to be a scientific answer to all of this.
There's something moving in there.
Stand back, Horst. Give me a clear shot. Maybe a Martian.
Can I help you?
We were looking...
Well, if you're selling anything, it's much too early.
No, wait a minute. What town is it?
What do you mean? Are you census takers?
No, we're strangers here. We want to know how this town got here.
Is this a game?
No, it's not a game. We're from Earth.
From where?
From Earth.
Do you mean out of the ground? Hey, are you sure you're feeling well?
Madam, we came in a flying ship across space. We're from the third planet. This is Mars. Now, do you understand? Mars.
You go away now, you hear? I'll call my husband from upstairs and he'll chase you. Now, go on.
This is Mars, isn't it?
This is Green Lake, Wisconsin, in the United States of America. Bounded on the east by the Atlantic and on the west by the Pacific. Now, go away. Goodbye.
Horst, do you suppose it's really possible? I've got to find out more about this.
For the last time, now, go away.
Pardon me, madam. What year is this?
Year? Well, 1928, of course. Oh, for goodness sake.
You hear that, Horst? And we know it's 1987. And we know it's Mars. Is it possible that we got fouled up, made some tremendous blunder, and circled around and landed back on Earth?
In 1928?
Well, maybe some switch in time or dimension. Could we have shifted somehow and gone backward in time? Horst, it won't hold water. It's not logical. We've checked every mile. We went past the moon and out into space. We're on Mars.
Find out anything, Captain?
No, we're going back to the ship till I figure out some logical explanation for all this. Lustig, out at point.
Aye, sir.
Hingston in the rear. Keep that gun at half load.
Aye, sir.
Horst, there's got to be some cold, logical solution.
Captain.
What?
That house down the street. The white one with the green shutters.
Lustig, what's the matter?
I never thought. Thank God. Thank God.
Lustig, come back here.
He's running for the house.
That crazy fool. After him, quick.
Lustig, stop.
Come down off of that porch.
Grandma! Grandpa!
Lustig, what the devil do you think you're truck?
Grandma and Grandpa, it is you.
Lustig, what's going on here?
Albert, why, it's been so many years.
How you've grown, boy.
Oh, it's so good to see you.
Lieutenant Lustig.
Oh, Captain. Grandma, I want you to meet my friend. This is Captain Black. Captain, I want you to meet my grandfolks.
Howdy. Any friends of Albert's is friends of ours.
How long you been here, Grandma?
Oh, good many years. Ever since we died.
Ever since you what?
Oh, yes, sir. They've been dead 30 years.
What? You mean to tell me that Mars is heaven?
Oh, nonsense, no. All we know is here we're alive again. And who are we to question God's infinite ways?
Lustig, we're going back to the ship.
But, Captain, I want to talk to my
Lieutenant
grandfolks.
Lustig, I don't like any part of this. You'll come back with us. I have to club you and carry you.
Yeah, but, sir,
That's
they're
enough.
my...
Heaven only knows what they've run up against back of the ship.
Dimension X will continue in just a moment.
Well, now let's come back to Earth for a moment. And what's more appropriate than Wheaties and baseball? You'll see what I mean as I introduce Ed Prentice, who has a special treat for you. Carry on, Mr. Prentice.
Folks, I'd like to have you meet a good friend of mine and a prominent member of a fine little organization known as the Chicago White Sox, Mr. Lucius Benjamin Affleck.
Ooh, Ed, don't say it like that. Whoever heard of a ball player named Lucius? What if I went around calling you Paul Edward Prentice? Let's just make it Ed and Luke, huh?
All right, Luke. Say, just how long have you been with the White Sox?
Over 20 years, Ed. Golly, I played in darn near 2,500 games. Then it bat almost 9,000 times. Man, I'm from way back.
Well, Luke, you don't look it. How do you keep up the pace anyway?
Well, Ed, I sleep good. I eat good. I eat mighty good. Wheaties about 4 mornings a week. Those little old flakes put a lot of snap, even in an old-timer like me. Must be because they're 100% whole wheat. I sure like Wheaties and milk and fruit.
You know, Luke, that's exactly what I hear from a lot of ball players and plenty of other people, too. No wonder they call Wheaties the breakfast of champions. Well, thanks, Luke Appling and Ed Prentice. You know, folks, you may not be a champion ball player, but Wheaties can help you feel like one. So try 'em. Wheaties, that is. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Horst, look at that crowd around the ship.
Looks like we're being welcomed with a celebration, Captain.
Celebration, they've abandoned ship. Every port is open, no guards set. You, Masters.
Hiya, Captain. Meet my old dad. Dad, that's Captain Black, and he's not a bad guy for an officer.
Of all the... Kingston!
What, sir?
Bring that man back. Use force if you have to.
Excuse me, sir. There's my Uncle George.
Kingston!
I'll be right back, Captain. Uncle George! Uncle George!
What the devil
Don't
is
you
going...
understand, sir? They've all found friends and relatives. They're all here.
He's right, Captain. I've counted. The whole crew's out in the crowd.
But I gave orders. Definite orders.
You don't understand, Captain.
I understand mutiny. I don't care how many relatives show up. I'll have discipline on...
Johnny! Johnny, you old son of a gun.
Edward! It's you. It can't be.
Of course it is. Johnny, you old son of a gun.
Edward. Dr. Horst, this is my brother, Edward.
How do you do?
Hello. It's wonderful to see you, Edward. Look, I've got to get back to my ship.
Hey, I almost forgot. Mom's waiting at home.
Mom?
And Dad, too.
Mom, Dad are alive? Excuse me, Horst. Then you're real, Ed.
Don't I feel real? How's that, huh?
Ed.
Hey, we've got lunch for you, Johnny. Mom's making corn fritters.
Dr. Horst, haven't you found anybody?
No, Captain. I have nobody.
Then you come on home with me, right, Ed?
Sure, you bet.
Horst, you wouldn't believe it, but it's been 35 years since I had Mom's corn fritters. By George. 35 years.
And there's plenty more in the kitchen, so don't hold back, Johnny. You too, Dr. Horst.
Well, Johnny, you're still in the Navy, huh?
That's right, Dad. I'm in command of the ship.
We're an old Navy family, Dr. Horst. All 3 of our boys in the service.
Ed was the best pilot in the Pacific. What did happen, Ed?
Oh, what's the difference? I'm here now.
Oh, you know, it's almost perfect. All we're missing is your brother Will. Then the whole family could be together.
Well, it won't be long, Mom. Will's in charge of the XR-54. That's the next rocket coming out to Mars.
Well, little Will. When does he leave, Johnny?
Takeoff scheduled for September, but it depends on what we report. But there's no question about that now, eh? Christmas together again. That'll be something, huh?
Yes, sirree. Well, this calls for celebration. How about a little of the old dandelion wine, eh, Johnny?
Now, Father, don't you go giving Johnny too much wine.
Oh, he's a big boy now, Mother. Well, sir, isn't everything just fine? Just fine.
The candlelights are gleaming on the banks of the Wabash, far away.
Hey, we have play another song.
Sure,
Well, Dr. Horst, what do you think of my little family,
Very nice.
You know, I can't understand why you didn't find any folks here, Dr. Horst. It's just a shame. Everybody else is so happy.
I never remembered my family, Mrs. Black. All I know is they were gassed at Dachau during the Second World War. When I was liberated, I was in delirium 3 months. I cannot remember anything before then. A psychiatric phenomenon.
That's terrible. Isn't there anything anybody can do?
I don't want to remember.
Oh.
I haven't had a pleasant life. I prefer to be free of emotional entanglements. They interfere with a scientific approach.
I'm sorry, Dr. Horst.
Oh, I'll get it. Hey, that's our ring, long and three shorts. I remember that.
Well, maybe we'd better call it a night. You must be getting tired, Johnny.
I'd better be going back to the ship.
Oh, nonsense. You stay the night. We insist.
Oh, I just couldn't rest thinking of you all alone on that ship.
Oh, I'll be all right. Well, good night.
Oh, wait a minute, Dr. Horst. That phone message was for you.
Me?
Yeah, that's right. A message from Anna.
Anna? I don't remember any Anna.
She asked if you were better.
Perhaps she's someone you knew at Dachau.
Anna?
She said she's coming over here first thing in the morning. So you'll have to stay over.
Yes,
Well, that
but...
settles it then. You stay here, Horst. You can bunk with me in my old room.
Oh, but Johnny, we thought you'd like to be with Edward.
So you could talk the way you used to.
Well, we can't put Dr. Horst on the daybed. I think we better share the room tonight. There'll be plenty of time for talking, Ed.
I guess so.
Well, I suppose I better drop back to the ship. You know, Ed, security check.
Well, why do you have to do that here?
Well, I don't know. There's no good reason, I guess. Well, suppose we skip it tonight.
Oh,
Why
sure.
not? Well, good night, everybody.
Oh, it's good to have you home, Johnny.
It's good to be home, Mom.
Captain Black, are you asleep?
No. I just been thinking about what we were expecting. Green-skinned Martians with eyes on stalks. All the time there was only Mom and Dad and Edward waiting. It's funny what tricks your imagination can play on you. Yeah, I guess Mars is heaven, Horst.
I've been thinking about Martians, too. Captain, just suppose there were Martians, and they saw us land. Suppose they thought of us as invaders. What would be the best weapon they could use against our atom bombs?
I don't see what you're getting at.
They would want to disarm us first, to wipe out all suspicion, to make us feel at home. But suppose this house isn't real. Suppose the people are just images, stolen from our own memories by Martians, created for us by telepathy, hypnotism.
That's the craziest theory I ever heard.
Maybe that's why there was no one for me. Because in all my life, there is no happy memory, no real loved person.
How about that phone call from Anna?
Yes, Anna. I didn't remember who she was, but I do now. I just remembered. When I was freed from Dachau, sick, delirious, I raved about a wonderful, kind nurse named Anna that took care of me.
There you are. It's logical. She's coming to see you tomorrow.
But there was no Anna. I'd been nursed by a man.
What?
Anna was only a dream. And there's only one way they could have learned about her. By reading my subconscious mind.
But that's impossible, Horst.
Why? The whole crew was thinking of home. Suppose the Martians read our minds.
Yes, but if there are Martians...
If there are, they have us separated. Each man in a different house. Sleeping. Trusting. No one at the guns.
I left my pistol downstairs. Do you think there's something to this, Horst?
It's a... Who would suspect his own mother? His grandparents? How easy. Just a knife in the heart of each sleeping man.
That's impossible, Horst. We've got to get back to the ship.
Listen. The crickets have stopped.
Come on.
We don't know when they change back to. Whatever they really are.
Where are you going, John?
Ed, well, we wanted to drink of water. That's all, Ed.
You're not thirsty, John. You don't want to drink. You don't want
Look out!
to drink.
His face, it's changing! And his hands, he's a Martian!
Listen! Run, horse! Run! Get away, John. You can't get away. This way, horse! Horse, where are you?
Hello, can you hear me, Earth? This is Captain John Black, the XR-53, calling from Mars. I've locked myself in the ship, but they've crippled it. I can't take off or fire the guns, and they're coming for me now, the Martians. I'm all alone here. All the rest are dead. Hinkston, Lustig, Dr. Horst. Poor Horst, he didn't even reach the door. Listen, they're trying to break through the hull now. Edward and Mom and Dad and all the folks. But they're changing now, melting and changing back into... They're Martians. Can you understand me? Martians, not men. They made us think that Mars was heaven, and we fell into the trap. Can you hear me, Earth? You've got to stop the next rocket. Tell my brother Will. Tell my brother Will not to come. They'll trap him, too. They'll kill them all. Hello, can you hear me, Earth? This is John Black on Mars. Hello, Earth. This is John Black on Mars.
Tonight, Dimension X has presented and transcribed the Ray Bradbury story, Mars is Heaven, adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured players were Wendell Holmes as Captain Black and Peter Capell as Dr. Horst. Your narrator, Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman, engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. Robert Warren speaking. In a moment, we'll tell you about next week's show. And now, here is your Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Folks, tonight we have a special guest for you. Here he is, Joel McRae.
Hello, Frank Martin. I kind of expected to see a package of Wheaties sticking out of your pocket.
What? Did I forget him?
You must like Wheaties, Frank.
Sure, don't you?
You bet. I'm joining the big parade of Wheaties programs, you know, with Tales of the Texas Rangers come Saturday night.
That promises to be real entertainment, Joel. I understand these are true stories of the Texas Rangers.
Absolutely. Each story is straight from the Texas Ranger files.
Well, we're mighty proud to have you join us, Joel, with this new program. We'll all be listening on the same NBC station Saturday night for Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Okay, Mr. McRae?
Okay, partner. Good night.
Good night, Joel. And friends, be sure to listen Saturday, that's tomorrow night, to Joel McRae and his new program, Tales of the Texas Rangers. And get your Wheaties, everybody. And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you again to listen tomorrow night to Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Next week, the story of the strangest case ever recorded in the files of the Bureau of Missing Persons. The case of the Man in the Moon. You'll hear the whole story next week when we venture once more into the unknown world of...
Dimension X.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
New York, 3rd Avenue. A warm October afternoon. Nat's Bar. A little place is almost empty. Almost, not quite.
And how is my very good friend Nat today?
Yes, Mr. Boynham?
This being an especially fine afternoon, and I having just acquired 2 lovely bottles, which you will perceive in this paper bag at my elbow, I have decided to ask for your hand in marriage.
Look, Mr. Boynham,
if that is to be your attitude, Nat, I shall have to drown my sorrows in a jigger of rye. Just one, that's all.
Sorry, Mr. Boynham, no credit.
Today, Nat, you'll be glad to know we can barter on a cash basis. You see? Legal tender.
1 straight rye.
That was the idea.
Okay, it's your funeral. First one always tastes rotten, don't it? Or maybe you never liked the taste.
Again.
Say, how about your brother? You told me you and him was going away for the weekend.
We were, and in fact we are, on the 6:45. Unfortunately, most unfortunately, my brother Wick was called away by a business matter. I just happened to remember a telephone call.
Pretty sharp. And then you duck right out and spend your train fare for liquor, huh? Taking them 2 bottles with you?
Oh, I may never touch them while I'm there. Not a drop. What you don't understand, all of you, is that I've got to know what's around. That I can have it if I need it, that's all.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys like that. Take a bottle and put it on the shelf. All they want is just to look at it. Won't even have a corkscrew, just to be sure. Only all of a sudden they grab the bottle and bite off the neck.
Nat, one more reproving word and I shall consult our lawyer about a divorce.
Let me wipe up the bar. That glass left a circle.
No, don't wipe it away, Nat. Let me have my little vicious circle. You know, the circle is the perfect geometric figure. No end, no beginning. Weave me another, Nat. Oh, come on, Nat. One little jigger of dreams.
Nope.
You don't approve of drinking?
Not the way you drink.
You're worried about me, huh? Well, don't be, Nat. Just think what it does to my mind. It tosses the sandbags overboard so the balloon can soar. Suddenly I'm competent, supremely competent. I'm one of the great ones. I'm Michelangelo molding the beard of Moses. I'm Van Gogh painting pure sunlight. I'm Barrymore before the movies got him by the throat. I'm a hold-up man. I'm Jesse James's brothers. I'm all 3 of them. I'm W. Shakespeare. And out there, it's not 3rd Avenue any longer. It's the Nile, Nat. The Nile. And down it moves the barge of Cleopatra. Listen. Purple the sails, and so perfumed that the winds were lovesick with them. The oars were silver, which to the tune of lutes kept stroke, and made the water which they beat follow fast. Keep it up, Don. More lines and more. And more little circles on the bar. 3, 5, 8, 9. Till suddenly you realize it's late. Now grab your bottles and hurry home, but don't go in yet, Don. Look up there first. Look up. All your windows dark. Wick must have gone. Sure, he'd be mad enough to go away alone. But Helen may be around. Watch out she doesn't see you sneaking in. All right, you're in. Now lock the door. Slip the catch. So far, so good. No, wait a minute. Those bottles. You've got to hide one down. That's it, that's fine. In the ceiling light, in the metal bowl. Now set the other bottle by the chair and pull out that cord. And fill the glass. Nothing to stop you anymore, Don. Go on and drink. Drink. No one can see you. It's grown quite dark. Quite dark. Soon there won't be any light at all.
Mr. Burnham, I thought you was going away.
I'll have the usual.
Look, Mr. Burnham, this is still morning.
All right, Nat.
Okay.
It's when you need it most in the morning. Haven't you learned that yet? At night it's a drink, in the morning it's medicine. I'll have another jigger of tonic.
How about those 2 quarts? Did you polish off both them bottles last night?
Both? Hey, that's right. I did have 2 bottles, didn't I? I hid one of them. I've still got it. I'm a capitalist, Ned. I got untapped reserves. I'm rich.
Mr. Burnham, if you had enough money, you'd kill yourself in a month. Don't make no difference to me, but it sure is tough on that girl.
What girl?
The one in the leopard coat. She was in again last night, looking for you. That's an awful high-class young lady.
You bet she is.
How the heck she ever get mixed up with a guy that sops it up like you do?
That's a problem, isn't it? That nice young man who drinks and the high-class young lady. And why does he drink and why doesn't he stop? That's my novel, Nat. Morbid stuff. Nothing but the book of the month. Club, a horror story. The confessions of a booze addict. The logbook of an alcoholic. Oh, come on. That breakdown. I'm empty again. You know what I'm going to call my novel? The Bottle. That's all. Very simple. The Bottle. Got it all in my mind. Let me tell you the first chapter. The man with the bottle meets a girl. Extra special girl. He meets her, makes a date, goes on the wagon for 6 weeks.
He's in love, huh?
That's what's going to be so hard to write. Love's the hardest thing in the world to write about. So simple. You've got to catch it through details. The early morning sunlight hitting the ash cans in front of our house. A ringing telephone that sounds like Beethoven's Pastoral. A letter scribbled on her office stationery that smells like all the lilacs in Ohio.
And no drinking?
He thinks he's cured. If he can find a job now, they can be married, and that's that. but it isn't that. Not quite, because... Fill me up, Nat, I'll tell you why. You see, it's a few months later now, and she's written the folks all about the fella. They've come all the way from Ohio to meet him. He's supposed to be at the hotel at noon. But suddenly he's scared. He knows he can't face him. Not like that, not cold. He needs a drink, just one. And so he takes just one. And then another, and then another. And then all of a sudden it's 5 o'clock and he's still there at home with his bottle.
He's drunk.
He's blind. And when the girl comes up to find out what's happened, that's how she finds him.
Don, I understand. Of course I do. You were a little nervous about meeting my folks, so you took a few drinks. What of it? Most people drink a little.
Sure. The lucky ones who can take it or leave it. But then there are the ones who can't take it and can't leave it either. Helen, what I'm trying to say is I'm not a drinker, I'm a drunk.
Darling, we can go over this tomorrow. Right now.
You've heard the facts, that's all there is to it.
I've heard them, and they're not very pleasant. But they could be worse. After all, you're not an embezzler or a murderer. You can be cured.
That has a familiar ring to it.
There must be some reason why you drink. The right doctor can...
I'm way ahead of the right doctor. I know the reason. The reason is me, what I am. Or rather, what I'm not.
What aren't you that you want to be, Don?
A writer. Silly, isn't it? Because I could be. I was. Until that guy started looking over my shoulder and whispering in a thin, clear voice like the E string on a violin. Don Burnham, he'd whisper. It's not good enough. How about a couple of drinks just to put it on his feet, huh? So I had a couple. That made all the difference. Suddenly I could see the whole thing. The tragic sweep of the great novel, beautifully proportioned. But before I could grab it and throw it out on paper, the drink would wear off and everything would be gone. And there was despair. And a drink to counterbalance despair. One to counterbalance the counterbalance. And that guy would be always at my shoulder.
What guy? Who are you talking about?
The other Don Burnham. There are two of us, you know. Don the writer and Don the drunk. I've tried to break away from that other one a lot of ways. Once I even hocked my typewriter on board a gun. Yeah, still got the bullets.
Don.
I meant to do it on my 30th birthday, but that other Don wanted us to have a drink first. He always does. The gun went for 3 quarts of whiskey. The flop suicide of a flop writer.
But you are a writer. You have every quality for it. Wit, imagination, pity.
Oh, come on, let's face reality. I'm 33. I've never done anything. I'm not doing anything. I never will do anything. 0, 0, 0.
But you will. We'll straighten all this out.
Helen, for your own good, you'd better go.
Sit down. I'm going to make some coffee.
Go on. Clear out. Clear out while you can.
Because I've got a rival? Because you think you're in love with a bottle? You don't know me, Don. I'm going to fight and fight and fight. And don't try and argue. Bend down and be kissed.
That was 3 years ago, Nat. That's a long time to keep fighting, to keep believing. The sanatorium, the health farm, a psychiatrist, nothing worked. And still she holds on. She knows she's clutching a razor, but she won't let go. 3 years of it.
Yeah, and how does it come out?
I don't know. I haven't figured that far.
Want me to tell you? Well, one day your guy gets wise to himself and gets back that gun. Or if he's only got $1.10, he goes up to the top of the Empire State Building, way up on top, and then... Or he can do it for a nickel in the subway under a train like that.
But what if Helen's right after all? He sits down and turns out something good, but good, and that pulls him up and snaps him out of it.
This guy? Not from where I sit.
Oh, you're wrong, Nat. I'm going to do it. That's why I didn't go on that weekend. See, this time I've got it, Nat. I'm going home. I'm going to write.
The second act of The Lost Weekend, starring Ray Milland, Jane Wyman, and Frank Phelan, will follow in just a moment.
The San Francisco atmosphere. Superb service. What more could there be? At Frisco's Old Place, there's a whole lot more. From the complete menu, ribs to wings, and steak to hamburger. And it's also the home of Saturday and Sunday jazz in the Golden Horseshoe. Frisco's Old Place, fully licensed. Great food and jazz. Saturday, 1:30 p.m. till 5:30 p.m. and Sunday from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. Frisco's Old Place, 760 Brand Street, Burlington, in the Burlington Square. What more could you want? If you can't make it to Frisco's, listen to Saturday Night Special, James for Jazz Presentation. Norm Bernard and his band, on tape from that afternoon.
And now, Act 2 of The Lost Weekend. The Burnham apartment. The living room. The portable typewriter on the desk. Two shaking hands slip a sheet of paper in the machine and slowly, grimly begin to type.
The Bottle. A novel by Don Burnham. For Helen, with all my love. With all my love. All right, Don. What now? Where do you go from here? How do you start? That first little sentence. Agony, isn't it? Huh? Maybe a cigarette would help. Right down the table by the... Oh, sorry. I didn't notice that bottle, Don. That was from last night. Last night, that was great, wasn't it? You know, maybe that's just what you really need, a drink. Just one. Just one drink to get you started. No, not that bottle. That's empty, remember? You want the other one, the one you hit. That's right. It might be in the closet, Don. It's worth a look. Not there? Then how about the kitchen? You know, the top shelf, the place you always listen. No, must be in the living room. The bookcase. Don, back of those books. But it's got to be here. It's got to be somewhere. You had another bottle. You know you did. Where'd you put it? You're not crazy. Where'd you put that other bottle? Hold it. Look up. Right over your head. The right fixture, Don. That's where you... Wait a minute. The door. Sure, you gotta lock the front door first. And slip the safety catch on. That's it. Now no one can get in. No one, Don. You're all alone. You're all alone and it's growing dark. It's growing dark again. It's growing dark. Stop it, Helen. Stop it. I'm all right. I just can't stop. Stop it! Sure, Don. Sure, you're all right. All you need is a drink. One drink this morning, you'll be fine all day. Tough luck, though. Bottle's empty. Any money? Not a dime. Nat got it yesterday. No credit either. No nothing. Unless you want to use that portable. Why not? Why don't you, Don? Why don't you give it to Ned? Why don't you get some good out of it? Now you're talking. Rip the paper out, slap on the lid, and let's get going. Sure, I know you're weak and the thing's heavy. But it's only to Nats, just a block and a half. Come on, start walking. You need the drink, boy. Nat.
Mr. Burnham, what's the matter?
Let me have one, Nat. I'm dying. Just one, please.
I thought you were home writing that book.
Oh, you tricked me. The same old dirty trick. Give me one, Nat. I'll pay you when I can. Just don't let me die here.
No credit, and you know it.
All right, so it's charity. I'm begging for you one, Nat. Just give me one.
Yeah, one. One's too many, and 100's not enough. Here.
Nat.
That's all.
Oh, please, I'll pay you. I'll let you have my typewriter.
I'm no writer. You're the writer. Now go on home. Go home. And you better take something to quiet yourself. You're heading straight for the DT.
I'm not.
That's what they all say, until they start seeing the little animals.
Oh, shut up!
You know that stuff about pink elephants? That's the bunk. It's the little animals. Little tiny turkeys in straw hats. Midget monkeys coming through the keyholes. With one guy I know, it used to be beetles. Beetles crawling all over him in the dark. That's when it comes, you know, in the dark.
Oh, stop it! Nat, please, just one. I'll die if you don't.
You'll die if I do. Here, $5. But drink it up somewhere else. I don't want that kind of money here.
yourself to wake up. Sort of grayish out down. What do you think? Dawn or dusk? What day is this, do you suppose? Saturday? Nah, couldn't be. You couldn't have finished 2 bottles that soon. Sure, you had 2 bottles. That gave you the money, remember? Good on that. Nice guy, but all wrong. All that stuff about the dark, the little animals. Not to you, Don. It couldn't happen to you. Why, it's almost dark now and you're okay. Sure, yeah, sure. What's that? That sound? Seems to be coming from the wall. Yeah, there it is. That's strange. Right in the middle of the wall, a mouse. That's all it is. Wait, there's something else here. It's flying around. Watch yourself. Watch yourself, it's a bat. He's going after the mouse. He's got him, Don. He's got him. Look, there, the wall is blood. Blood!
Don, it's me. It's Helen.
No.
The woman downstairs phoned me. She promised she'd let me know when you came home. She heard you scream.
Go away.
Oh, silly, I came to help you. Come on, now get up. Put your hand on my shoulder. No, wait, we need some light.
No, Helen, no.
What's wrong, Don?
The wall, don't look.
What wall?
There, over there, the mouse and the bat, that hole in the wall.
There isn't any hole in the wall, look.
But I saw it.
You had some kind of nightmare. Stop shaking, John. Everything will be all right. I'll stay right with you. You'll get some food and sleep.
Little animals. It's always the little animals. That's what he said.
You're not making much sense.
What he said about the ending. It's like this. Or like that. Like this. Or like that.
Darling, what you need is a good night's sleep.
You're more than ready for spring. But is your car? Is it longing for a lube job, ailing for lack of alignment, itching for an ignition tune-up? King Car Service Center is the spring tonic for your car. Call King Car and arrange for a checkup to give your car the pep it lacks. You're ready for spring. Make sure your car is. King Car Service Center. 5 certified mechanics and guaranteed workmanship. 185 Cross Avenue in Oakville, 842-5333.
Don, you awake yet? Come on, lazy bones, it's time to get up. I've got toast and coffee and scrambled eggs and... Don, did you hear me? Don, why don't you... Gone. He's not here, he's gone.
Yeah? Oh, good morning, miss.
Excuse me, did someone come in here this morning to pawn... Yes, there it is on the rack. That leopard coat.
Huh?
I want it back. It's mine.
It's your coat.
Oh, it's all right. He had my permission. How much did you give him?
He didn't want no money. He wanted to swap it.
For what?
Something he hocked here a long time back.
What?
Gun.
Don.
Helen, how the devil did you get in?
I got the pass key from the janitor. The safety latch wasn't on.
What's the matter? Why are you looking about this way?
No reason. I just wanted to be sure I left everything right.
Well, I'd like to finish up a few things before Wick gets back. You'd better run along. And thank you.
Don, there was some whiskey left when I cleaned up last night.
What's that?
Would you like to know where I put the bottle?
No.
Don't you want a drink, Don?
No.
It's right here in the umbrella stand. Why don't you, Don?
I don't feel like a drink. Not now, I told you.
Just one. Here's a glass, please.
Say, what are you up to?
Drink it, you need it, Don. I want you to drink it. I'll get you some more. I'll get you all you want.
What kind of talk is that?
I will, I mean it. I'd rather have you drunk than dead.
Dead? Who wants to be dead?
Don't lie to me. You have a gun and bullets. If those bullets aren't in this drawer...
All right, they're not there. So what? This business is just a formality. Don Burnham is dead already. He died over this weekend.
That's not true.
It is. He died of moral anemia, of fear, of shame, of DTs.
That Don Burnham. And now you want to kill the other one?
What other one?
There were 2 Dons. You told me so yourself. Don Burnham the drunk and Don Burnham the writer. It's just the drunk who died, so the writer's free. No one to whisper anymore. No one to interfere.
Stop trying to stall me. It's too late, Helen. What do you expect, a miracle?
Yes, if I could only make you wait.
Who is it?
It's me, Mr. Boynham. I got something for you.
Come in, Nat. What is it?
The other night at my place, you forgot your typewriter. Thought I'd bring it up.
Thank you, Nat.
Writes real good. I oiled her up a little. I didn't oil her up so you could hawk it.
I'll take it, Nat.
Oh, sure. Well, goodbye, Mr. Burnham. And, how's all them lilacs in Ohio?
Don, this is it. It happened. I didn't ask for a big miracle.
Helen, you're not serious.
Somebody is. Somebody somewhere sent this typewriter to you. Why? Because he means you to write.
Write what? I tried. Couldn't even find the first line.
Of course you couldn't. You couldn't write the beginning when you didn't know the ending.
The end is a question mark, Helen. Will be as long as I live.
Don't say that, Don.
Give me a Helen. That glass, I'll take it now.
Don. Don, you dropped your cigarette in that.
Yes, Helen. There's a question mark after every story. Love. Will it last? Success. Does it bring happiness? Death. Is it heaven or hell or sleep? All right, this strength of mine, such as it is, will it hold out? We'll try.
On behalf of the Motion Picture Relief Fund, thank you, Ray Miland, Jane Wyman, and Frank Phelan for your deeply moving performances. Which bring us quite fittingly to the Red Book Magazine Awards for 1945. As you all know, Red Book Magazine annually awards the Red Book Cup for what it deems the outstanding screen achievement of the year. And it is Lady Esther's annual custom to invite one of the previous year's winning cast to make the presentation on behalf of Red Book. Last year's winner, of course, was Going My Way. And here in person is Barry Fitzgerald.
Thank you very much. Well, I've just this to say. This is a beautiful cup, and Leo McCary, Bing Crosby, and I have valued having it for a year. Now it goes into other hands. And I'm sure that millions of people all over America will agree with Mr. Edwin Barmer, editor of Red Book, and Mr. Thornton Delahanty, its motion picture critic, that the cup is going to the proper people, the men behind The Lost Weekend. Jane, call the boys.
Come on, Charlie. Come on, Billy.
Go ahead, Ray. Introduce them.
Ladies and gentlemen, our two-in-one boss, who between them wrote, produced, and directed the picture, Mr. Charles Brackett and Mr. Billy Wilder.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an honor indeed. In accepting it, Mr. Wilder and I want to thank the people who made the picture possible. Charles Jackson for his brilliant novel, the Paramount front office for giving us the green light, you, Ray, and you, Jane, and the whole cast, John Seitz, the cameraman, Doane Harrison, the editor, Miklas Rosha for his magnificent music. Billy, is there anyone I've forgotten?
Ah, yes. A word of thanks to the man who helped us with our research, to Mr. W.C. Fields, for graciously permitting us to peek at the x-rays of his kidney.
Now, wait a minute, Willie. Let's be serious. Speaking for all who worked in it, let me say that we are proud that a story like The Lost Weekend should ever have been brought to the screen. We think it marks a forward step towards Hollywood's real coming of age. And if the screen can approach all human problems with this same sort of frankness, this same sympathy, and this same desire to help, then Hollywood will have justified its place and its importance in our lives. And that's about all, except for all of us. Thanks to Red Book, thanks to Lady Esther, and good night.